We're halfway done with this shindig already. Kind of unexpected considering the quality of the games that we've seen from some teams. It looks like they really haven't skipped that much of a beat. Though, to be fair, the whole point of playing in quarterfinals is to whittle the teams down in order to make the semifinals just that little bit more exciting. And we'd like to think that that's kind of how we set the bracket up and the way that the games themselves have played out, because every single game that we've played over the past 2 days has been a 2-0. But now, if we really want to stretch teams to their breaking point, see, if we really want to do that, then hopefully we're going to get some longer matches over both today and tomorrow for the grand final. Welcome back to Breaking Point. Today is all semifinals all day around. I'm CaliberJacob Anderson, joined first, of course, by Mason Klimps. Best, when was the last time you saw a full day or a full quarterfinal bracket just not result in a map 3? I swear we had at least that happened in only one series in Element 1, and somehow here, with pro teams competing, every single game was a 2-0.
Yeah, I really didn't expect to see all straight 2-0s through the event. I thought that the ATK Beast Coast game was going to be one of those that we might see 3 maps. The other 3, I had a feeling it was going to be 2-0s, but even then, I didn't think they were going to be as dominant in some of the cases. I think the Carnico DZ game was a great showing between the two teams. But yeah, I think it's kind of surprising to see that many 2-0s and that many dominant games.
We were also joined on this escapade, at least for today, by 17-time LAN attendee and former Xbox World Champion Alex Magor. I just love the fact that I can say that and give you the long-ass introduction that you deserve, my dude. The big thing overall for today is hopefully we're going to have some closer overall matchups. Do you think that's actually going to happen, or do you think we're about to see a couple of slaughters because it's pro team against E1 team all day today?
I'm hoping it's a little bit closer today, with matches being played the last 2 days. People have more, VODs on them. People are scrimming, of course. But I'm hoping we're seeing some closer games today. It's like you said yesterday, you win the first map, you seem to just win the whole series. So I'm hoping something like that is a little bit reversed today and the games go a little bit longer. And I'm hoping for some more strategical matches today and a little bit less team deathmatch.
There have been a couple of teams that have been DMing me about match replays over the past couple of days, so a couple of them might already be utilizing some of what they've seen from this tournament to make sure that they really get a handle on their opponents, but we'll see exactly how that transpires starting today. Let's take a look at the bracket just as a reminder of exactly how we got to this point. All quarterfinals are done. We've said goodbye to Karn & Co., Beast Coast, Mirage, and Aerial Arise. So 2 of the pro teams that we invited for this tournament are already gone, and 2 of the Element 1 teams. So now we have a pretty eclectic mix. But Mason, at this point, the Spacestation DarkZero Grand Final that most people probably expected to get is literally only 1 day away from actually happening.
It's not far, but I'll tell you what, if there's any teams that are going to have a good bid and good chance about stopping SSG and DZ from making the grand final, that kind of seems like the way it would go with the way that the bracket's put together. ATK and GGG are definitely two monstrous teams out of the T2 scene that could easily shut down one of these teams.
So far, Alex, we've been watching all these games. If you had to look at just these two, which of these do you think has the possibility of being closer?
Oh man, that's tough. I almost want to say DarkZero ATK, just because I think DarkZero underperformed a little bit yesterday against or not yesterday, maybe it was yesterday, or the day before against Karn and Co. That game going into overtime on the second map, I think it was a little bit of an underperformance from them. So I think ATK has that skill to, maybe push DarkZero to that third map. So if DarkZero shows up, I think they shut it down. But if not, I think we might see a 3-mapper.
I'm definitely excited about the prospect of GGG facing the toughest opponent so far that they've needed to play since forming this team prior to the start of Element 1. So hopefully they're able to keep things together, give us a close matchup. But let's go ahead and start with DarkZero and the team formerly known as Spacestation Academy, ATK. This matchup on paper is probably the closest that I can see, just given the fact that ATK smoked through Beast Coast in spite of Beast Coast playing with a sub, and DarkZero is still DarkZero, working through what they can with a brand new player. There's ups and downs for both of these teams. There's still some roster adjustments that they've both had to contend with, but Alex, from my POV, I think this one, I happen to agree with you, this one will probably be at least a slightly closer matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. DarkZero only having a 50% win rate on defense is pretty surprising to me. I feel like they've always been a team that kind of relies heavily on defense, and they're kind of more scrappy on attack, hoping to pull out a couple more rounds than, the average team. But defense is normally where they're most dominant. So them only having a 50% win rate is a little bit worrying to me. ATK with the 83%. It's going to be interesting to see the difference today. Again, play styles vary here. DarkZero, I think, is still a little bit more structured. They do have their times where they're a little bit more sporadic, but ATK is the team that's going to let loose. So we're going to see what happens.
Mason, since we've watched every quarterfinal game so far, and we've had the chance to, you've done relatively extensive prep throughout the whole thing, so your work should be commended, but now it's time to put that to the test. If you had to give DarkZero specifically a grade for how they played against Karn & Co., from just a letter grade, from A all the way down to F, what would it be and why?
I liked the way that Karn & Co. Played against DC. I would give Karn & Co. a pretty decent grade considering the gravity of the opponent they went against. For DarkZero, I think certain players performed. I think the team as a whole did not, and I didn't love what we saw. Obviously, as Alex said, a little bit disappointing to see that map go in overtime, although I think Karn & Co. is a team that can just make any match close. But I'm giving DarkZero a C. Jacob, I did not love what I saw from DZ. It just was not exactly what I wanted to see. I think they could easily escalate that, and if they win this match in a dominant fashion against a damn good ATK roster, then maybe that could go up to a B or an A even, depending on how they blow expectations out of the water. But a C is what I give DarkZero.
Would have been really funny if you just gave them a D just because DarkZero and a D. I don't know. That's how my dad joke's brain works.
They were pretty good still.
They weren't that bad. I'd honestly be stunned if anybody got a D for how they performed in quarterfinals. Alex, what would you grade DC?
I'm gonna go B. Oh, maybe if my camera will catch it. Right from my face, but we're
there we
gonna
go.
B.
Yeah.
Like Mason said, I wasn't fully impressed. I think the game was a little bit closer than it should have been. They had a good lead on the second map, and they kind of let it, slowly fall apart. So I'm hoping to see more out of them today.
Let's go ahead and take a look at just what they've done statistically so far through this tournament. They're still working with Rice on the team. His intro, I think, for a best of 3, honestly, was not that terrible. I think Ashen definitely proved, as far as rookies going to pro teams is concerned, he's making the biggest impact, I think, right off the rip. But it still wasn't that bad for Rice. A 1.1 rating, not very far behind an opening kill, so it was relatively close. And I don't even think, Mason, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think either Karn & Co. or DarkZero in their series had a crazy opening kill conversion percentage either. So it looks like DarkZero definitely can hang with the rest of them, at least right now.
Yeah, it was rather even between the two. I like the way that DarkZero had played that match, like I had said, and I think that they were pretty strong, especially on the front end. I like the way that Pampa was showing out. Gavini also had a very solid performance. Even Rice, for it being the first time we've seen him in an actual competitive match with DZ, he did not have a great map, or he had a pretty solid map number 1. Map number 2, not as great, but at the very end of the game, if you remember, he stepped up, found a couple huge kills to be able to secure Chalet for DarkZero. So I like the way that this team is starting to piece together, and I think with only more reps, they'll get even better as it comes.
Yeah, you also agree one thing. Oh, I apologize. Go ahead.
Go ahead, dude. No, I'm about to throw to the next thing.
One thing I just wanted to add on is I think a big difference today for DarkZero is, they had that 1v3 clutch that Karn had. That's them not playing the disciplined DarkZero play style that we know. So I think that's going to be the difference today. If they're playing like that, they're allowing these clutches to happen. I think ATK is going to take much more advantage of that than Karn go.
I don't want to be the guy that just says, oh no, Karn's clutch doesn't matter. Oh, it's Karn, it's whatever. It's like, it's DZ playing bad. Hey, to be fair, Karn played that very, very well. Even though I do agree with the idea that there are some moments where DZ can be a little bit more disciplined on their executes. But all that being said, Karn is my king. He's everyone's king right now. Like, even if he hasn't been playing great in the last, 2 series, it's fine. Nothing changes after that E1 result. Mason, if anybody were to get highlighted on DarkZero, there's a couple of people that usually are the standout players, but who did you want to talk about for this matchup?
Yeah, Pamba and Gavini are both kind of those star players, right? But Pamba just had an amazing series on Thursday against Karn & Co. I mean, a 1.5 rating, the highest rating, I believe, in all of Breaking Point so far. And almost a 2.0 KD just through one series, and a pretty solid entry rating as well, helping DZ make sure that they stay ahead on those entry picks. A really solid job out of Pamba. I like the way he played the defenses. I think him on attack is just being kind of that bulldog and trying to fight their way through, get that space, has been really awesome to see. And I think Pamba is just a stud of a player. It just continues to grow.
Was talking to Mint in their interview specifically about why they keep on going back to the well on rookies so often. And I mean, it seems like it's working. I think Pamba is probably the prime example of a player who came right up from Challenger League and made a pretty immediate impact, won a major with the team not long after he was added to it. Same thing for guys like Gav, who are slowly getting their time on this team extended. And now with Rice joining the team, I wonder if he will at some point also meet the same level of success as guys like Pamba. Let's go ahead and transition to DarkZero's opponent in ATK. These guys have also been they've been on the rise for quite some time at this point, but at least on my end, Mason, it still feels like they could have maybe faced an opponent that was taking things a little bit more seriously than Beast Coast did yesterday.
Yeah, I really disliked the way that Beast Coast went out and performed, but I did really love the way that ATK came out. They took the game serious. They threw everything they had at the wall, and you can see that they're trying to get these really good reps in as a team, looking to compete. And I love the way that this team is pieced together. It is straight shooters. I mean, you look at this roster and every single player, you can think of a moment where they've had some crazy gunfight win, a clutch, something that's come to mind for every single player on this team. And everyone is just a star-studded roster. And I think the aggression they're going to be able to bring out against DarkZero, just like they did against Beast Coast, it's going to be pretty tough for DZ to get through.
Yeah, gun skill I think is the key here for ATK. If they shut down DarkZero, they get the early picks and they don't allow them to get into a position to execute. That's really going to hinder DarkZero. That's kind of the history of them is, if they can't get in that position to execute, they tend to struggle a little bit. You kill Troy early, that's the rest of the team kind of relying on their gun skill and trying to make little plans here and there to make it happen. So if ATK, like I said, they start off that aggression, they find that opening pick consistently, that's going to be very, very good for them.
If you had to give them a grade based on how they played against the Beast Coast, Alex, what would you give them?
Well, I'm going to go B as well. This time it actually was caught. Let's go. I'm going to go B as well. I think for the reason that, Beast Coast was not at their full potential. But again, I don't want to discredit ATK either. I think for a team that's brand new, the way that they performed is much quicker and much better than most teams do when they first start. So, B, I think is fair. I think today will be a better matchup for them.
You could probably make the case that, honestly, if you gave them a lower grade, it probably still isn't the worst thing in the world because of how Beast Coast were playing. But, Mason, do you fall in line with what Alex is thinking grade-wise?
Same thing. B, all the way, just for ATK. I think they played well considering they just brought Twist into this roster. They haven't had a lot of time to gel with Asian either, although, again, they're kind of an older form of LG from Stage 2 of NACL of last year, but still, I like the way that they showed up to go out and slap a Pro League team the way they did, show aggression, and just be dominant and show, hey, we can't just beat Beast Coast once in a week, we can beat them twice in a week. Show's pretty damn good, so I give them a B. I think if they beat DarkZero, then they definitely will get an A.
Certainly curious about whether anybody who might be watching to figure out who they want to pick up for the NAL at some point is looking at both GGG and this new form ATK rosters because of the changes that they've made to it. And if ATK are capable of knocking off a pro team, even if DarkZero still have to work on getting a new player fully working in this system, it would still be a massive accomplishment for them to go to the grand finals and do it through this team. But now, specifically, talk to me about who you wanted to highlight, Mason.
For ATK rather, ATK, it was tough to like not choose 7 different players on this team, even though there's only 5. I mean, every single one of them showed out. They had a solid performance. Even Twist, who is brand new to the roster, had a pretty good job, and we'll get a look at him later when we compare against the newest member of DarkZero. But Silent was someone who stood out to me. I mean, a great space maker for this team, playing the aggressive roles. Yana and Fenrir seem to be operators that the top performers of both teams, or of any team in this tournament, are playing. You see a lot of Yana for that top fragger, top role, top rating, and you also see a lot of Fenrir. I mean, 2 powerful weapons, 2 powerful kits that they're able to run in through. And although Silent may not have had the best entry rating overall as a player and as the team played, I think Silent contributed a lot to the ATK win over BC.
I feel like the thing that we also need to do, because both teams are operating with a couple of new players, we need to give those guys a little bit of a highlight just to do a status check on where they've been. Even though they've only played 1 best of 3 with this team in this exact lineup so far, we still got to talk about Twists for ATK and Rice for DarkZero. If only a snapshot of how they performed in their first series, Alex, we're kind of hoping that they're able to keep the performances that they had from earlier in this week going for as long as they can, because they both did really good.
Yeah, I think being the new players on the team, statistically, people look at KD too often. We don't know what they're bringing, in communication and teamwork and strategic stuff outside of practice. So I think for their first performance within an actual game series, they did great. I mean, I'm hoping to see more improvement just as the time goes on. But yeah, no complaints about either of them. They both performed, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think I gotta agree, right? Like, I like the way that they played, and I think both of these players, you heard in the DZ interview with Mint that Rice was brought on for more of a comms guy, right? Play the safer bet. Don't just go with some crack gunner. Get someone that can help boost the communication of DZ. And Twist on the other end, I feel like is the same type of thing. He can shoot really well. Both of these players can. You saw them showcase some shots in their recent matches. But also, Twist has that ability to be vocal. I loved the droning and the everything you could see from ATK. So overall, I love the way that both of these guys played. I only expect that to continue to go up, and especially in this match, I think these 2 guys could really be a difference maker for both teams.
I have a feeling that this could definitely be a heavyweight bout, even though there's some questions that we've got about both squads. It's nothing that they can't short out in relatively due time based on how this series goes. Let's go ahead and talk maps, Mason. I still remember what Mint said in his interview about, hey, we'd certainly like to see the new maps get played, or hopefully some teams will actually go to them and try them out. So far, it hasn't happened yet, and I'm a little sad we haven't seen a Labs or a Cons. I'm sure the casters or both of them are like, thank God it hasn't happened yet. But specifically for this series, what are you thinking we'll see?
Harrison was asking specifically, hey, someone pick Labs, right? And then DZ, the first response from Mint was no, and then they said ban Labs. So you see Labs is gone. Consulate was also banned first, so both of these teams not wanting to go to any new territory. I'm kind of surprised, because if there was going to be a series today that I thought was going to go to a newer map, I felt like Labs or Consulate could have been those battlegrounds.
Yeah, I think DarkZero, with the interview talking about the new map, my opinion here is them not playing it and them being sort to ban it basically every series so far is they're either hiding it or 2, they really don't like it. There's no in between.
To be fair, maybe we'll see it in grand finals if they get there. Maybe. But even at that point, it's just like, well, what's the battleground that you actually want to pull that out on? I think for me, Oregon and Cafe being gone, I like that. Thank you. Let's keep on removing the common maps from the pool. If we get a Chalet ban, I'll be even happier about it. Border pick, I'm cool with for DZ, and ATK go for, hey, I'm already down for this series, wow. Mason. Just on the face of the maps themselves being a little bit different, I'm here for it. If we get a Sky for Decider, I'm going to be over the moon at this point.
Yeah, both of these maps really fit well into both teams' play style. I mean, they're aggressive. They like to get flashy. DZ have a little bit of a history on Border. Ooh. ATK, you saw smoked Beast Coast on Bank. So these maps suit both teams very well. I think it's going to be flashy. I think Border is going to be a lot of fun to see all the firefights. I think Bank is going to be very strategical and very behind each other. I think each team might even win each other's map pick. There's that much room for growth between the two. And in Clubhouse map number 3, one that ATK has historically always been really good at. DZ, you haven't seen as much of it, but I'm curious to see how they're going to be able to play into map number 3 of Club.
It's a point that we brought up yesterday. If DarkZero are trying to not be a slow team on attack, and ATK usually tries to beat every team that they can to the punch, to do it on Border is especially going to be interesting, and I think is going to test how DarkZero are on a battleground like this, with like that whole speed question is about to get called into even further question, because Border's entire playstyle is, if you can get in the building, maybe you win. But getting into the building on Border is such a problem in and of itself that if DarkZero are able to solve that and then come out with a decent first half score so that ATK don't then just immediately run away with the second half, that to me, Mason's going to be the most intriguing part of this map 1. If DarkZero can overcome this first half because they are attacking first, then things are going to get way more interesting when we head to Bank.
And if you go back and think to the game that was played ATK and Beast Coast right on Oregon, ATK wouldn't even let Beast Coast near the building on half the rounds. You saw him standing at the master door, spawn peeking, getting all these ridiculous kills. Imagine that happening here on Border to DarkZero. It's going to be a tough one for them to try to fight through and get those executes quicker. And this is going to be, I think, the biggest test that DZ has. So the way the map pool has surfaced, I kind of like ATK in this matchup just a little bit more.
Oh wait, are you saying are you picking ATK over DZ straight up?
I don't want to. I think I'm still gonna say DZ, but I'm saying that ATK have a much better chance originally, or now I think, than what they did prior.
All right. So I mean, you're still picking DZ. You pussied out right at the very end of it. You could have been like, yeah, no, I'm moving over fully, but instead you're like, nah, like.
Jacob, fuck you. I'm picking ATK 2-1.
Wow.
Whoa, Jacob. I'm picking it.
Wow.
I don't care.
Peer pressure into changing his pick, huh?
I really did. I really did. But you know, I believe in that team. Listen, if there's a team I believe in, though, ATK is one.
Alex, is there anything to get you to not pick the Pro League team in this scenario? Is ATK all that impressive to you, or is this still a DZ win?
I think ATK is more than capable of going to a third mapper. I don't think they're going to win. I will say, I think Mason made a good point about the playstyle here. I think if ATK sets that aggression early and doesn't let DarkZero get into positions to execute, like I said earlier, it's going to be tough for DarkZero. And I think ATK is more than capable of doing that, especially with the gun skill that they have on that team.
Well, let's go ahead and figure out how map 1 plays out. I'm excited just because I see DarkZero attacking with a new player, and I think, oh boy, this is either going to go really well or really shit. So we'll let the casters talk about it. It's Crow and Fellow on the board for map 1.
Versus ATK. Of course, ATK being the core that Rice used to play with as well. So this is a little bit of a grudge match, John.
I'd have to say so, and I see what Jacob tried to do there, peer pressuring Klimp so he can at least have the highest prediction rate in the group. Unfortunately, Alex did not fall for that, but Mason definitely did. I honestly, I was going to join him too in maybe changing my vote for ATK because, again, Border, very gun-centric map. So there are points to make that ATK could win their opponent's map pick. And we saw how well they played on Bank just a few days ago against Beast Coast, but now they're playing against DarkZero, who have at least shown a decent stature inside of Breaking Point, which Beast Coast unfortunately did not when they played against ATK. So seeing how Border pans out and Bank as well, it'll be interesting considering how varied both teams are, but in the same breath, how they have a lot of similarities in terms of structure for finding entries. We saw how well Pambazoo performed on Clubhouse, specifically against Karn & Co. And to that same extent, anyone in ATK could really fit those same shoes as well. So in terms of entries, we could see a very mixed bag between DarkZero and ATK.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if ATK are able to pull out a win, not just in this map, but maybe take us to a map 3 as well. Yeah. I think I agree with the desk. ATK definitely have a chance, but who knows? DZ still looking like the better team. I even in support of DZ because we all know they're purple, right? I had to.
Bravo.
I had to do it. I had to wear the World War Lean shirt, purple on purple, to support DarkZero here because I'm gunning for the DZ SSG Grand Final. I think that's going to be freaking awesome and give us a really nice insight into how the NAL might shape up.
True.
Who knows? So I kind of hope DZ wins this. I'm a little bit biased right now. But if ATK ends up winning, that's pretty awesome too.
I believe both SSG and DarkZero played in Copenhagen as well, correct me if I'm wrong. So
against each other or just
just general. I don't recall they faced one another during the major itself. So they were two upper teams in North America going into the first major for the new year. and maybe the same could potentially qualify going into stage 2, of course. But this is kind of a prerequisite before we see that new official Pro League stage, and this, of course, is the build-up to that potential double Pro League face-off, starting our map pool on Border, of course, which, in terms of operator bans, I wouldn't be too shocked if we see something like Inazami, for example. I think DarkZero banned her both times in the best of 3, or she was just off the board in general. I can probably look back and see if they were the ones who banned her specifically. I think it was. So in that case, having her off the board on a map like Border would be phenomenal, because she's a great helper when it comes to prolonging extensions on the map. And with Border being so small, if you don't have that extra piece of utility to worry about, then your clears are going to go by a whole lot faster and lead you to finding more successful openings on the attack. So in this case, with DarkZero starting out on the attack, I wouldn't be too surprised if we have her taken off the board. But of course, there are a lot of other viable options, especially when banning operators on the defense as well.
Yeah, border bans are fun, in a word. They can get freaky with it. I always enjoy maps where you really never know what's going to get banned. Like, I think like Chalet is another one of those maps. Clubhouse to an extent too. Another one of those maps. We are waiting on Eddie's Moss. Apparently. So, Twitch chat, if you are wondering why the game hasn't started, you can blame Eddie. At least, well, Eddie said it was a Moss issue. I don't know if it's necessarily Eddie's Moss, but it is SSGA's fault.
I think the reality of it is that ATK wanted DarkZero to know what ATK stood for, which we will not reveal that. It is up to you, the people in chat, to find
attack.
out. Yes, there it is.
Not stand for attack.
But one would maybe think that's what it could mean. Of course, that's the abbreviation of attack in the game.
Above the knee.
That's a good one.
I think ATK is like there's a flight thing. It's like something ton kilometer, like available ton kilometer or something.
Didn't we talk about flying like the last time we passed the breaking point? We talked about
antigen test kit. There's another ATK.
I'm just gonna look up ATK abbreviations.
Define ATK. All things kawaii.
Accessibility toolkit.
That's a crazy
at the
one.
Keyboard instead of away from keyboard. Yeah.
Nah, all things kawaii is crazy. That's how I'm gonna refer to them from now on.
All things kawaii. There's a tax administration one for, I don't even know how to pronounce that. That's in another language, so we're just gonna avoid that. And there we go. We got the game. We're locked in now. Harrison, it's time. And I feel like we're all on the same page that Azami is someone that we'll probably see removed, but I am also interested if we're going to have Ying taken off the board, because again, ATK, very execute, I wouldn't say execute-centric team, but they're very gun-focused, and they like to take a more brash approach to most rounds when they're attacking, and a Ying is a great operator to help assist that. But one character we're not going to see today is actually the Nook in map number 1, which kind of makes sense. You can see a lot of lurks from time to time on the first floor, especially if the bomb site is up above, or if you have a specific extension that suits the top floor more often. So I'm not too surprised about that, but we're not going to see that Ying ban, and instead it's a Brava added into the mix as well. But 2 solid operators, I'd have to say, are now gone.
Yeah, Brava's really powerful on Border, just like she is on Chalet. Really good cams on Border, right? Like you can attack, you can hack the lobby cam, top metal, like the 90 cam, top east too, cover your flanks. So it makes sense that Brava's gone. And then Azami and Valkyrie are just 2 of the 6, as we all know. Of course, Cade being less powerful, now that Thatcher is banned, so it's more like the big 5. However, Fenrir, Mira, and especially Solus are still up. And I cannot wait to see how ATK and DarkZero handle Solus, because they both love that operator.
Also seeing the Mira in play for Armory Lockers, we could potentially see one of those Mira windows deployed over by Fountain or a little bit closer to Office, just to help bolster up that extension you tend to see when defending Armory and Archives in particular. The other one could maybe for the main wall leading into Armory, perhaps, gathering a bit more info, making things a bit more challenging for DarkZero to clear out that position, or maybe somewhere else looking a bit closer towards the other side of the top floor. Also worked out fine. We'll have to see that, of course. And because of that, a zombie ban, you're not going to see as much utility put into that CCTV side of the map, but you will have a couple of frost mats and maybe Asian's deployable shield will go there as well. And yeah, the final mirror window also being deployed over by that side of the map near Armory is going to also help for any external pressure that could be put into CCTV. And again, making an Armory execute, if it were to happen, a lot more challenging, but you don't tend to see that most rounds in the back of the site.
I do like the extension from ATK bolstered by the mirror windows, leaning into a lot of denial, positional denial from the Mira, as well as the Fenrir and drone denial on that Mozzie. Silent looks like he's going to be the man tasked with holding down CCTV. He goes for a spawn peek, but Canadian is ready for it. He taps him down with that 417. A swing out. Snake actually catches the head of Gavin. I didn't think he was going to be able to land that shot, but he did. Trading your Doc for your Ash. I'd say that's probably a little bit better for the attack right now, although Gavin was an incredibly potent fragger on both maps for DZ.
And down below, tossed up a nade in case there's still that roamer by top east. However, they've already vacated. That's going to be a dud. DarkZero, at least they still have that lurker playing down below. Oh, just kidding. Pam is actually now rotated back up above, maybe to use that final nade elsewhere into this round, as they're still looking to clear out over by that catwalk and CCTV side of the map. Now it's actually Rice to play down below instead. A Logi bomb deployed, maybe to help gather some more info over DarkZero as they begin to push in, spot the guy CCTV. That's a nice shot landed by Pamba. And now ATK has to fall back because of that kill collected by DarkZero. They've got total access to CCTV now.
Nick trying desperately tuck in the corner, remain unseen. Maybe hoping that Asian takes a majority of the heat so he can swing out, bait for some kills. I don't believe DarkZero have him on drone just yet. At least I don't think. As DZ look to try to move their pieces around, it looks like NJR is going to try and open up that main breach, get himself in through Armory. Or he could be repelling up to CC to aid his teammate. So far, DZ are just trying to recollect themselves, drone gather info before going for some sort of push. They don't want to give ATK any room to move, because if there's one thing that ATK does well, it's find holes and exploit them.
You're now tagged as well. Looks like DarkZero looking to commit more towards an Armory focus attack, but they still have someone lurking across the map. But there's info. This gunfight goes the way of ATK. That could be massive, but Rice will narrowly win that confrontation and finds a trade onto Asia. Now leaving just Twist off of the bomb site, looking to maybe flank down through this rotate, but still a tough task to come back from with only 20 seconds left, and DarkZero still has intel. They can just walk into the site and plant the diffuser. They'll do exactly that, but catching the player across from top metal, Canadian will get off it, reposition, C4 tossed out. That could connect. That's case control now for ATK in this 1 versus 2, and they've got info. The NJR got no thought in that position, and the frost mat. You've got to be kidding me. How does Twist come back from that as DarkZero dropped the ball in round number 1?
What a debut for Twist. After, performing admirably, not great, but admirably in that first game yesterday. Not yesterday. 2 days ago. 1v3 against DarkZero Esports. Because no one was really...
Fucking go! Twist!
Let's
go! Good shit, Twist.
They knew exactly where that mirror was. But they have a player downstairs instead of with Canadian. That allows the C4 to go through. And after that, there's really no info on where the mirror is. So NJR flounders for the refrag, gets caught off guard, and Panva, well, we know what happened there. A beautiful clutch for Twist. And, I hope that doesn't rattle DZ at all.
Well, like you said, hoping not to rattle anything off. going to a new bomb site of ventilation where DarkZero don't really have a lot of operators for that vertical play, perhaps them trying to go above. Of course, they still might want to clear it out, so that's not used against them, of course. And they still have plenty of info ops to potentially look for some of those players who are off the bomb site. Again, the Dokkaebi logic bombs, they've got Pambazoo on the Iana once again, and even having some info to help a Canadian, allowing Gavin to score that first opening gunfight. Snake shut down. Of course, those Capcan traps could still be a threat throughout the entirety of this action phase. But already that clear aggression off the rip has been acknowledged now 2 different times by DarkZero. And in this case, no trade has been found either. So they have that man advantage working into these next 2 minutes.
I like how DZ are actually setting the pace pretty well in their early round on these attacks, especially because we know ATK, as Mason highlighted on the desk, they're an aggressive team, especially on the defense. They're going to meet you when you try to enter the building and take those early gunfights. But DZ have not allowed ATK to get the kills. We saw them try it, and they suffered 2 pretty early deaths. Now ATK, they'll suffer that opening once again, with Snake down on the ground. The site is downstairs. We're not going bathroom tellers, though. It's Armory Archive, so just as much emphasis is going to be put in this Armory lockers clear. Pam has already taken control of CCTV, but he's needing more people to join him and drone him, considering there's a player in Archives. Twist still manning Armory, the player who just got that 1v3, and a player tucked in through Fountain. NJR is going to try and make that Armory position more exposed. Rice is here to cut off the fallback. As long as DZ can push these roamers out, they're going to have a pretty good time executing onto the site.
Yeah, big make-or-break position there for Rice. Could be a huge moment to find several kills once these defenders begin to fall away, but Twist winning that gunfight against NJR takes a lot off the backs of ATK currently. They can just keep their eyes away from top Armory and focus on Pam, but he still wins that first confrontation against Eddie. Man advantage now back in the favor of DarkZero, and they're just planting the diffuser right now, Harrison. What is going on?
Wow. Under the cover of smoke, no one has any clue because the Solus is already dead. Gavin gets a kill right as the plant goes down as well, leaving it all up to Asian and Twist. Twist, who is still upstairs. Asian was playing over by bathroom. Twist has since dropped onto the site, but both these defenders very separated, and that means there's going to be a late trade. The Canadians covering the main door. Nothing that the defense could do at the end of that round as Canadian sneaks into that bomb. Beautiful drone work coming through from DarkZero to identify that, yeah, there's a lot of people upstairs, but they don't really have a way to stop the plant, at least if we hide it. So there was nothing Twist could do. The Solus, the only person who could maybe see what was going on, got swung because Pambazoo was still causing chaos upstairs, providing a necessary distraction to go for that play. And they even the score.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many. Say, despite losing that Armory player, yeah, having Twist not be able to work the vertical, and even if he was able to, having those smokes obscure his vision potentially was actually a great decision to make for DarkZero, since there was no one on site to really counteract that. So despite having a tough round 1, they bounced back in the second. Now we've got Bathroom and Tellers in play for ATK, not opting to go for the same bomb site twice in a row. And again, really nothing much has changed in terms of a lineup here for DarkZero, just keeping things structured. And ATK now having to put more focus, obviously, towards, Office instead of just Armory itself for this extension. They're going to be bolstering up a lot more utility in that position, especially the 2 Frost mats put under the Office single window by Radio. And even a little bit more utility in Fountain as well, just try to waste as much time as humanly possible, and that still allows them, of course, to play a little bit into Armory if they want to, but it'll be, of course, more of a position they can fall off of than going into Fountain/Offices rather than having to play there with their lives. Just to break a couple of drones, we waste some time, and then, of course, move into more of what they were anticipating for the late round, perhaps, as DarkZero, of course, will most likely begin their clear over by Armory and CCTV.
Speaking of the clear, the Armory wall has already been opened by Gavin. There's no one who's going to be able to stop him. They've also got eyes on that Dread Mine. Like I said, no one from ATK playing in Armory. The closest member seems to be, I think that's Twist. He's in Fountain. Anba, you know where the mine is. You got ping. He's actually got a shield here and 2 jammers on each of the walls. or 1 on each of the wall. 2 jammers total. Another jammer on the 3rd wall. I've never seen this before. He's also got the open wall too, so his teammate can hold across.
Yeah, the only way they could get one of those walls opened up is if they throw a nade. But you might not be thinking that with only 1:30 left and your only nade player is across the map. You could throw a pocket EMP as well for Rice. I'm not too sure if he's in a good position to do that, though. So it could be a lot more challenging to clear out this mute than previously anticipated, as DarkZero now begin to clear out at least a good portion of the top floor, but actually might looking to hit the bomb site with the help of this Ying Harrison.
Again, the drone work from DZ, impeccable as Panda and Gavin get a kill each. And guess what? That's one of the players upstairs, one of the players downstairs. Now you've got 2 players upstairs and only 1 trying to defend the site. And DZ might just leave Gavin upstairs alone to try and deal with these guys and distract them as Canadian rushes on in. He can't see, but neither can Asian. Now getting the plant down. Asian cut down from Workshop. Twiz dead upstairs to Gavin. And the plant's completed. Eddie gets 1, but it might be fruitless. Canadian is still tucked in the corner, and the attackers have control of upstairs. Canadian will end the round, and I love how DZ is playing this, knowing that ATK have these really strong offsite positions, but that leaves the site weak. And while they're clearing the upstairs, they're pushing the site at the same time.
The adaptability has been crazy so far from DarkZero. Even on the round that they lost, again, realizing how much of an extension they had to deal with over by offices, they then adjusted to go Armory in round number 1. And of course, for round number 3 specifically, noticing how little attention to detail there was if they were to just hit the go button with the help of that Ying. It caused complete chaos, and ATK were just simply not in a position to go for a retake. So with all of that, I guess all that power established by DarkZero, there really was nothing left for ATK to do in that round. All just by, again, good info, which we saw by DarkZero in their Karn & Co match. They almost were never unprepared for an encounter that they had to deal with when facing Karn & Co. And it seems like that same story has been relayed already in the first 3 rounds by DarkZero. Despite them not, technically being flawless, they were, of course, 1 versus 3 away from having a 3-0 scoreline so far on their attacks.
I'm struggling to even, decidedly call it like an upstairs clear, because it's almost like they send a couple guys upstairs, but as soon as they see how many bodies and resources are up there, and they're like, oh, there's not really many people on the site, they just leave like 1 guy as a distraction. So it's less like a clear and more just a, yeah, we'll sit you up here.
Yeah, that's
maybe you'll get a kill.
Too.
Yeah, maybe you'll get a kill. The most important thing is that it puts enough pressure on the defense that they can't use that verticality to deny the site push. But Silent is finally going to get an opening spawn peek for his team. He cuts down Rice, a really important member of the attack, as that Dogaby assists the player upstairs in disrupting those players, helps kind of alleviate the pressure that the attack needs to put on because of those phone calls. And a really important piece of utility has now been lost for DZ.
Bro was on the tower. And he got killed
that's
by
a
Silent.
long spawn peek.
Can't quite put the words together to describe how nasty that must have been for Silent. 1.5 gang going out for an aggressive swing, but doesn't connect enough shots to kill Pamba, and they're still looking to just hit the go button off of this. Candela's swung out, but you've got the Solus below prepared for that hop into the sandwich rappel. Pamba once again responds with another refrag that has slowed things down quite effectively. Asian another hop out this time, finds the first one, and Gavin can't refrag. What a play from the Frost, reclaiming CCTV. And they've got case control as well, because it was the Ying who had the diffuser. The hop out's attempted from Eddie, but NJR will shut it down. But now he is deeply injured, down to below 50% HP, and now stuck in a 1v2 with no one to really cover him, quite frankly, if you were to try to get that plant down. So he has to win his next 2 gunfights.
As soon as we commend the drone work from DZ and the adaptability, they had no flank cam for CCTV. 1 singular cam could have shut down that play, but Asian a massive flank to put his team in the advantage. We know how good NJR is. This round is far from over. He's looking for the player in archives. There's one just around the corner. I believe it's Asian, and Asian's low HP. He spots the head just above the monitor, but knows there's another player assisting. He's getting wall banged. There's not a lot NJR can do now. He missed his opportunity, and thus the round. ATK tie the score 2-2.
And although they've looked clean now in 2 separate occasions on Armory and Archives, how are they going to adjust against the onslaught that we saw by DarkZero when they were attacking both ventilation and even going in a bathroom, but potentially as well? There was really no way they could try to go for an effective retake once that Armory wall had been opened up by the Ace, I believe it was, last time we had seen ventilation in play. And with, again, DarkZero acknowledging the site was completely vacant of defenders, they kind of just entered in and got the diffuser down. They might go for something a little bit similar this time. But of course, when you've got several different operators with shotguns, I would really hope that ATK could try to play to the advantage of, again, working that vertical in case it's a more, lackadaisical approach by DarkZero where they don't want to put a lot of effort into clearing out that top floor, just getting the important parts to go for a minimalist take.
He's rocking the shotgun now.
I think he had a shotgun last time as well.
Did he?
On this
also,
side,
by the way,
yeah.
I loved the image of Canadian.
Oh, it was Gavin.
Canadian rappelling in, and then the impact hole just opening right below him, and there was nothing he could do.
Yeah.
That was a great. That was like a great. That would be a great still image.
Oh my god.
Speaking of Canadian, Monty.
Well, we're not going to see that today, Harrison.
Why not?
It's the Gavini round.
Is it?
Yes, we are only going to be watching Gavin this round.
Okay.
So you
Fair enough.
better be prepared for something magical. Maybe a Zooey Mama moment too. Could happen. Don't
I hope he's supporting the Monty so we can actually see what's going on. Instead, his task is to take top east. There's a drone right in front of him. There are, again, 3 players holding top floor. And I guarantee you, John, as Silent just does whatever the hell that was. Wait, Silent wasn't even the one that impacted it. That was Thorn. That was a coordinated play just for that to happen. I was going to say, I can guarantee you, if DZ get a pick on one of those downstairs players, they're just going to hit the site, but they might not need to anymore because they just took out one of the 3 players upstairs, and now Asian is dead, and guess who that was? That was one of the players downstairs. Wait, there's 3 people? Canadian just pistoled a guy? What the fuck is going on?
Dude, DarkZero are just cranking it at full speed. Look at Canadian, he's just pushing them. He is scaring them away, and Gavin's got the cutoff. That's not going to pan out, though, as anticipated. Pambazoo gets taken care of by Twist down below. But that's full top floor control now for the offense. And again, they're playing for the objective, so not having to worry about the vertical is massive. They could probably just isolate Eddie and then focus completely on the bomb site. Not even anyone playing by CCTV room as well, so Gavin could maybe try to pounce on this guy down below. Yeah, he's got info by his teammates, so he's looking to hunt down this poor guy stuck over in customs. Now you got the Mira stacked up by top metal. This is a very awkward position for ATK to be in right now. If they had info that there's no one on the bomb site, they could just push in and plan. Yeah, Canadians rotating to do exactly that. Gavin will eliminate the player by top metal, so he can get a bit more aggressive in this round. And yeah, Eddie is just, Eddie's the last person alive behind a cabinet. Finally, we get out the cam of Gavin, because he's eventually dead. But Eddie, probably not long for this world as well. Canadian finally backing up so he can plant that diffuser. He's got a guy covering him by main lobby. And this round looks to be in the books again for DarkZero, unless Eddie can work a miracle, and he's short of one this round.
DZ with a clinical push. But it was ATK that kind of gifted them an opportunity first and foremost. So first of all, John, when the Thorn ran out and died, I was like, oh, okay, so now it's 2-2. There were actually 4 people. Yep. Silent was one of them. Meaning that Asian was the only guy on site. He died. Now ATK has to try and figure out what the hell to do. Canadian, I still don't know how Canadian pistoled a guy. But just leaving Asian downstairs to his own devices is not good enough. You know that DZ have been gunning for that. 3 rounds they've done that. They've isolated, or they've droned out where the majority of your positioning is and pushed to the other side. They just keep hitting the site when you leave 3 or 4 people upstairs. You cannot afford to leave Asian alone. He dies, ATK have to try and scramble, and it's unsuccessful. The adaptation from DZ has been immaculate. hasn't really been there too much for ATK. We'll see what they do on Bathroom Tellers. Another site that DZ just were able to walk into the site on. Especially thanks to Canadian flashing out that guy in Workshop and then running straight through. But he's going to be on Monty once again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It worked wonderfully last round.
You'd think with such an emphasis on Ying and now Montaigne, smoke grenades in general, that we'd be seeing a Warden. But that's not been the case. It's not even like he's banned or something. Just not been picked at all by ATK, which is really concerning. Here's a run out by Snake, and Rice puts him in the dirt. There's a trade, of course.
Refrag outside.
So no more Logi bombs. Yeah, the refrag Logi bomb.
Oh!
And they're silent.
Oh!
It's a no break single. There it is. Finally woken up from his slumber. That could at least be an even half now for ATK, as their aggression after 6 rounds will pay dividends. God, it took them a while to wake up from this, but now that leaves a Montaigne and an Ace very much separate in this round, as NJR is outside and Canadian's looking to maybe enter in from top east. Yeah, he'll finally do so. That leaves not many opportunities, in all honesty, for DarkZero, unless, of course, NJR can maybe reposition, play off of the info that Canadian's trying to gather. But with there being a significant lack of that info so far, NJR's kind of forced to check every single nook and cranny that could be holding a defender.
Canadian is just in the lobby.
Yeah.
He's in there. Just droning. Pretty much, that's what he's doing. He's droning. Just as a giant indestructible dude. He's going to get Dread Mines. That'll reveal his location. Asian is once again, though, the only guy who's actually on site, though Twist is not far behind. He's got that cross, and there is only one real gun for DZ. Monty doesn't really count, so it's just NJR. ATK, it seems, although they, maybe could have used it earlier, they figured it out a little too late. Mindless runouts and aggression seem to be the answer. As NJR walks on through, Canadian maybe didn't give the call out in time, or maybe NJR took the fight because he had the info. Either way, Canadian will have to settle for a refrag rather than a free kill. 1 versus 3 on Monty, looking to try and shoot the cam, but he can't get an angle on it. He's going up against an MP7, an SMG-11. He's going up against some pretty good guns. I will be astounded if he wins. Yeah, no, he's just going to get shot in the back. ATK, 3-3 half. Not bad.
I have to agree in terms of scoring. Just the way they've been winning some of these rounds have been very concerning. Again, you saw the heroics of Twist in round number 1. Then you saw a flank by Asian with there being no info or anything to stop him when going into CCTV when Lockers was reattended by ATK. And then that round, it was also another double kill run out, this time by Silent. So a clear pattern has been shown on the defense for ATK. And hopefully their attacking rounds can now be cleaned up a little bit, where again, Border being a much smaller map, they have less to focus on. But the same thing kind of applies for DarkZero on their defense. They only have to really hold power positions in a few noteworthy locations, Office being one of them, CCTV another, except they also have the right tools for that job. Again, Mira, she was brought out a handful of times by ATK. DarkZero will follow that same trope, and they also now have Gavin on the Warden, which he's been doing quite well so far, at least in the first 6 rounds of play. So giving him Warden, an operator where he can just kind of do whatever he wants on, I mean, there's putting him in his element.
I was really surprised we didn't see Warden, like you mentioned, from ATK. Not only because, Warden's good, but also, look at the guys on ATK. You're telling me these guys aren't going to play Warden?
I guess Thorn would suffice.
Borderline shocking. That is true. Thorn has a 1.5 now, and the gun's really good.
Yeah, they had Thorn, Frost. They had Fenrir a couple of times. I mean, yeah, there's still some 1.5ers.
I don't know 1.5.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying Fenrir's a good
okay. That's true.
But I should have not mentioned him when we brought up Thorn.
You're right. I can't believe you would do that on purpose.
I love manipulating the audience to falsely consider my lies the truth.
Yeah. My hobby is manipulation.
Harrison, what truth do you seek this round?
None.
Based. He might be looking to seek out someone from break room. Well, he's just kind of waiting. No one getting overly aggressive just yet. They're looking to break this utility by the window, and yeah, they'll do that.
Ooh.
Although Pamba's
They
going
didn't
to
get
fall.
the-
If he's able to get down that hatch, it could be very beneficial.
They also didn't get the mat. You just got the mine, I think. Asian gets the lead-off kill, though, onto Canadian. Down goes your mute. Down goes one of your 3 C4s, but like I said, I mean, you got 3. A run out from Pan, but despite having the info, he was not ready for it. Snake is the next to fall as NJR pushes the issue on top east. That'll leave ATK a man down, and still no better for it. They still don't have top east control. They don't have CCTV control. Asian's going to try and do something from below, but Panva's watching it. That's going to be an easy kill for the Fenrir. Now Eddie comes in looking for the refrag. He'll nab it. So finally, they take out the guy CCTV, but it comes at a hefty price. 3 bodies, and now more HP off of Eddie. DZ are still fighting. Eddie goes down. Twist is the last member standing. Engineer's going to create an impromptu rotate just to make sure that Eddie won't be rezzed as Rice lands the finisher and DZ retake the lead.
And unfortunately, that coordination simply wasn't there to get rid of Pambazoo. I mean, sure, they had the right info, and they had people in certain spots to try to push in together and deal with them. However, with the Fenrir gadgets being where they were, I guess that just made ATK a little more concerned with hopping in blindly, as they could have been shot from a different angle that DarkZero was holding. So they were kind of waiting more on Pamba to either fall out of CCTV room or to maybe get a bit more aggressive. He opted for the latter, and I guess with the info not being relayed quickly enough, Pamba kills the first guy just outside of CCTV, and now they're waiting on ATK to try and adapt and fix their initial problem of losing that second fight that they had in a round, because Asian did win the first entry. So maybe if Asian wasn't, concerned with dealing with Canadian, for example, and he was able to get there quickly enough down below in customs, that could have been a different story. But that also might need to be relayed in with ATK waiting on Asian to be ready before they make that commitment, of course, as well. Just, again, the coordination, it seemed a little bit off-putting at moments for ATK, and DarkZero punished him for it.
Punishing so far has been the name of the game. Seen a lot of that.
For slow adaptability. That's now in the attack as well for ATK, not just the defense.
Now Rice has been promoted to Warden.
Let's go.
Yeah, Rice. I love Rice. I love Jason Rice. Whoa. Hello?
It's not just you, don't worry. He had a really good performance.
Oh
no! 1 HP!
That's tragic. Oh, if I was NJ, I'd be pissed.
Yeah, I would have broke my keyboard in half. All things considered, though, Rice had a really good performance in map number 1, and so far that's the same pattern as all right. Canadian,
got the trade.
He hopped out sight window and killed Asian.
I mean, he was 1 HP. NJR probably gave the call that he was 1 HP.
Yep.
The Canadian just went for it.
Might
That
have saw
was a
him,
good
yeah.
kill. Asian is the only player positive on ATK. Something that doesn't happen very often. Not that Asian's not good, but that there's only one member of this team positive. Typically, this team is renowned for their gun skill, but right now, they are getting crushed. Twist now makes himself positive with a kill on the Canadian, the finisher of the Solus. ATK are looking better now in terms of man advantage, as Twist lands another kill, catching Rice by the teller's windows. Pamba's 1 HP, as I already mentioned. Gavin's lower than 50. This is very doable for ATK as long as nothing becomes of this flank. Not sure if the attack has any sort of info. No, they don't, but Gavin whiffs! He misses his chance, pulls the trigger just a little bit too quickly, and Snake reacts. It's only his second kill, but it's a damn important one. Leaving Panba on 1 HP to clutch a 1v3. He's going to try and flank upstairs, but he's spotted by the drone. Instead, he'll just try and put the fear into the hearts of the attack. Then comes the drop, and Panba's not going to win that. ATK tie us up once again, 4-4. Neither of these teams can shake the other.
And still having NJR die to that entry, of course, so despite him having intel and, honestly, just kind of getting just unfortunate bullets there, I guess, not dealing enough damage to fully kill Asian. Losing that one-on-one gunfight, that's still one less defender on the top floor, spreading things out a little bit more. for DarkZero there. And Twist being able to actually get inside of CCTV as well and maybe stop anyone from trying to reclaim the top floor was also very beneficial. Besides Gavin, of course, who got hot metal, but in missing his mark, allowed Snake to win that one-on-one confrontation after having some info, literally seeing the bullets whiz past his head by just millimeters there. So good on ATK for at least being able to pick apart the map bit by bit, even starting with another positive entry in that round compared to round number 7 at the beginning of their second half, and then still working off that advantage bit by having everyone be an active part when clearing out the top floor and not dropping the ball as well. They will tie us up because of that, and we'll see yet another heavy extension done by DarkZero for this top floor, except of course the bomb site is now different. It's across the first floor, heading over to ventilation this time, and now they have Canadian on Pulse, and if his iconic operator.
Something that's definitely surprised me yesterday, or last time DZ played to today, is Pamba and Gavin's performance. Obviously, it's not been bad. They've not been nearly as dominant as they were against Karn & Co. I mean, they both had, what, almost 30 kills in both maps combined. Canadian's going to hit the floor first on his trademarked Pulse. That's a lot of info that DZ are now missing out on, and Silent is in the bomb site. He is in A. There's nobody else downstairs. Gavin drops, but gets cut down, probably not expecting Silent to already be there. Now Rice has to try and figure out what's going on. He is soulless. He could very easily deny the plant through the floor. He spots the ace, creates a hole, makes Twist nervous, and gets the kill, dropping Diffuser. Panda, in the meantime, has gotten the equalizer, but Asian strikes upstairs. NJR makes sure that ATK don't have the man advantage. And what was looking like a really good ATK round is now winnable for DZ, but it's Panbazoo in a 1v2. Make it a 1v1. And all he's got to do is stare at this rotate. The Diffuser is dropped in vent. Panda knows it. But he might also know that Asian is now droning. He's looking for it. The Twitch drone tucked in custom supply. Pamba, I don't know if he sees it. Finally, he'll shoot it out, but that gives the info to Asian, and he's since picked up this case. Smokes to come out and try and cover his plant attempt, but the drone, it doesn't know where Panda is. Panda knows where the drone is, though, and Asian's very scared about planting. In comes Panda. Asian's tucked just around the corner. Under the cover of smoke, pre-fires go out from either player. Another drone on Panda. So much info for ATK, but Asian can't capitalize, at least not yet. Panda just keeps repositioning. The attack can't get a bead on him, and Asian might have to just go for the fight. Panda lights him up. Asian goes for the swing, but Panda, that's what we're looking for, baby. The clutch, and DZ go up once again.
And that's one of the bigger issues that we saw between having ATK push in that round compared to what DarkZero did differently. It was the top floor control that really made a night and day comparison. So not unfortunately being able to deal with the Solus of Rice that early on, that stopped the plant, completely removed the flow of that round there. So.
Fucking shit, Rob. You're fucking him. Rob.
Incredibly played from Pan, but despite all the info they had, I mean, come on. ATK had, what, 3 to 4 drones on him total in that round? I don't know if maybe Asian was shaken. Maybe he was nervous about peeking the one and only Panbazoo. I mean, he should have been. Pamba cleaned his clock. Excellent. I mean, Pamba's not just an incredibly, mechanically gifted player, but that positioning too was top notch, and that'll give DZ the lead. A round that ATK would most certainly like back, especially with Silent in the site that early with 2 opening picks, John. That is a crazy comeback.
Yeah, it's honestly shocking how well ATK did, but again, just that small timing error. Because Asian kind of realized, oh shit, we gotta clear out the top floor so they don't have vert. He got there too late. And the rest of ATK was already all gas, no brakes, and well, they unfortunately hit a brick wall at full speed. And DarkZero were able to bounce back because of it. So, gotta give credit where credit is due. Both teams finding gaps, but unfortunately ATK just made the bigger blunder there in that round. crediting DarkZero the win and back the round advantage as well because of that. Seeing Armory and Lockers back in play, where we had a pretty decisive win by DarkZero, essentially flatlining that entire CCTV push off of one silly operator, that being the Fenrir. At least Eddie's already top East, so without having to worry about offices, perhaps he could maybe get a bit more aggressive and try to challenge that player by CCTV. But unfortunately, he's on his cam, out in the open, exposed to NJR's bullets. So that thought completely flushed down the toilet. Asian sure will at least trade onto Canadian as he worked his way down below, so the potential of finding a nade kill is still possible. But Pambazoo doesn't really seem too worried about it.
No, he doesn't. I mean, he's Pambazoo. What does he care?
True.
Canadian falls. He's his own man. More info coming out from ATK. 2 drones being sent up the staircase. Looks for someone outside. Reveals his location momentarily. He's got so many dread mines at his disposal. ATK, maybe not waiting for the drone, instead sending nades up, but they do find Panda as he drops. So at the very least, Asian's got the cutoff. That'll put CCTV in the favor of ATK, and Silent's going to try and keep the ball rolling, peeking into the site, but Gavin evens the odds onto Snake, and in he comes through the proximity alarm, but Gavin doesn't react nearly in time. And now again, the site control is in the favor of ATK, but Silent is not the man with the case. That's Twist, and as Asian falls, DZ are once again looking to recover. Twist will finally rotate over and join Silent. A 1 versus 2, basically, as the plant is going down. Silent has to fight against both NJR and Rice, but the Frost will wrap around towards CCTV and look to cut off these attackers, but he loses to Twist. A huge round for the ace after getting the plant down, and ATK tie us up once again.
And at least being able to mark it off of the open site will allow them to even us up once again. DarkZero, very limited options once you have someone playing that deep inside of Armory. Their best bet was to try to have someone flank and hopefully kill the person either while they're planting midway through or just being able to have a more effective retake by killing someone in a one-on-one confrontation. And now we'll see a timeout called to hopefully have things remedied, which I'm not sure if we have a comms. I believe we do. We'll get to listen in perhaps for DarkZero.
Okay, I know.
Yeah, they get a little preset up
There
there,
it
so
is.
watch out for that. If we're worried about nades, next time we go there, like you said, like we could bring Doc, we could bring Solus if you want to just try to find that cam, because again, they're getting one on you every time. But yeah, really, it's just the tempo, it's the pacing. We just got to be ready for it. We got to just call what we're watching, guys. That's it. We're doing really well with our pacing, and getting it down to 3v3s. Let's just call what we're holding and be ready for that like late round explosion that they're kind of showing us.
Rob, do you want to stick the Fender in CC, or do you want to go Doc? Because I could replace the Fender if you don't want to go.
Doc, yeah.
Okay, I'll replace the Fender then.
Yeah, I like that. And the other side, don't be afraid to back up. Oh, one thing on bathroom they looked at that they might do next time is they have a front door lurk. So if we're not kind of ready for it, workshop, he might take it this time instead of going top.
Go Armory again.
There we go. Timeout taken by DarkZero. Wise words from Mint. Just be ready. ATK are going to do something freaky if they have any sort of advantage. Just be ready. It's that easy for it.
Say Pamba's now locked in on Doc time too. It's getting serious. He's got something to say this round apparently. So does Eddie potentially. He's got the Amaru locked too. Interested to see what he might try to accomplish with her. Oh yeah, this could just be a rush similar to what we had DarkZero do in their attacking half. Where you have the Ying begin to huck at all those Candelas and smokes, even a Lion to boot as well. Yeah, it's going to be a very fast-paced round for ATK, maybe just hoping to surprise DarkZero. I honestly wouldn't be too shocked with Ying having Diffuser, and with them knowing there's going to be someone CCTV if they want to plant Archives instead, while Eddie kind of lurks a bit closer to like Sandwich with that Gara hook, or even going up the hatch if he has a shotgun. That could be a possibility.
That'd
and
be
yeah,
funny.
just based off of where ATK are placing in this round, Twist might go for the Archives plant, despite them still losing that first gunfight to Panda.
There's the Doc that Panda requested, already paying dividends, taking down Asian. 13 and 9. Lion, too. Very important operator for any attack. Like you said, I'm very curious to see where exactly Eddie's going to be going. Looks like the answer is Sandwich. So maybe we have a Dokkaebi call go out for Snake and have Eddie follow it up. There is no one directly watching this, and he's just going to be able to go up Sandwich for free. But the Warden stops it as soon as it happens. Panba gets another kill as well. Gavin on for 2. That leaves Damn. Red mine, but easier for passive. Just get fight trying to put a crossfire with Gavin, looking to maybe play off each other's contact. Stun grenade goes out. I don't even know where Canadian is. First peek comes through from DZ. It does a little bit of damage to Snake. None returned. Canadian is actually behind the A-bomb chassis. So that it looks like Snake is aware of. That'll cause Canadian to duck and cover, but Snake doesn't really capitalize off of it at all. Doesn't move. Another flash goes in to try and remove the crossfire, but Panbazoo is farther forward than Gavin, and that'll end the round.
And again, although it doesn't seem like a huge issue for ATK, not having the Lion, those Lion scans also create a lot of space. So you're not just solely relying on, of course, the Yin Candle to do that. So still a massive opener for DarkZero and a great way to close out that round to secure match point. Now a timeout being requested by ATK as well to hopefully lock it overtime.
Okay, boys, they changed the they changed the tempo, okay? We need to get like a little bit more information, okay? They probably like gonna be playing a little bit more stock on the bomb side, okay? So again, boys, what we talked yesterday about the sounds and the pressures, you know? Basically that's it, boys. They changed the tempo. So, boys, you guys are better. We're doing the things okay. We already talked about it. Let's just crank, boys. Okay?
Burn.
I don't have anything to say. It's gonna be win or die right here, you know, boys. Just press the top. You guys are better than all of them, you know. We're having a good game. We're having a good tempo. We're doing the stuff correctly. Just like put in practice what we knew, right? Over here, boys. So let's just crank. I don't really have nothing to say, boys. Let's just do or die, boys.
Remember what we talked. Remember a lot.
Remember what we talked on the timeout, right? It's about like the Lion and stuff thing, you know, boys. Now that they are stuck in the bomb site, we can even exploit it a little bit more, okay?
Heard that.
That's pretty much it, boys. Let's crank.
Let's crank.
Let's crank. Amen. Preach into the goddamn choir. I have never heard a more real timeout, okay? I spiritually felt it. You know what I mean? So I completely understand. And then in workshop, I mean, that's a great sight to crank. You know what I mean? They just don't crank too hard though, and forget about vertical, because the lack of vert denial, fuck them. So you know, crank wisely. I think that's the term I'm getting at. Does that make sense?
I guess so. I was too distracted by someone in Twitch chat is named Menstrual Meerkat. That's a crazy one.
That's like an Ethan Frozen Fox like ranked name.
Hasty Horse.
Yeah, dry barrel.
Weird oval.
Yeah, exactly.
What were the other ones? They were like Courageous Carl. I think it was Valor. There was
that's a good
something Rhino. Ah, crap. I can't remember.
Ravenous would be a good one for Rhino. Ravenous Rhino. I don't think it was that. Maybe Raging Rhino.
No.
Damn.
Oh, dude, I can't remember what it was.
Maybe we have to ask him, you know, quote it straight from the source. This is the first line, though. How clear out east. Oh, no! He cranked! He cranked too hard! He cranked too hard! No! Eddie, that was not part of the plan! Oh, God.
Oh, that's awesome. What did he just shoot at? What did he just shoot
at?
The
cam.
Oh, he's definitely going to get killed here, right? Oh, NJR just saw the feet. Aww. Nah, but that was crazy. Dude, as soon as I saw Silent appear on the left side of the screen, I knew it was about to happen.
Yep.
I knew it was over. Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
Nice one.
I can't
Dino Destroyer is a good one, too. Our producer coined that one quite a while ago.
Yeah, shut up, Say.
That wasn't very nice.
Loser.
That was a team kill, honestly. Finally, though, something good for ATK. They're shooting their enemies this time, not their teammates. So they're going to get 2 kills off of that, totaling their scoreline so far to 3-0 in the kill department. And hopefully that's going to give them a little bit more room to breathe. It even forces the Thorn of Pambazoo to fall back. That leaves just Gavin playing alone in small office with a shotgun. He locates Asian and will be able to fall down the hatch as well, similar to his teammates. That's top 4 control, totally gathered for ATK. And because they have Snake on Sledge, they can even force back some of the site positions as well, so it might cost another retake here for DarkZero on the top floor if they really want to cause some chaos.
Unless the C4 from Gavin comes into play.
That's true.
Like you said, this is going to be huge for Snake. The C4 goes up, but it's just early. It seemed like he knew where Snake was, and Snake moved out of the way. Must not have had very much info on it. Just went for a Hail Mary toss. Now Snake is going to get to work. He's got 45 seconds to do it. That's a decent amount of time to try and force any of these anchors back. As long as they don't fight. Which looks like DZ are actually content on doing. We saw Gavin swinging the holes. Canadian is just tucked in his corner, waiting for someone to expose themselves. We've also got Panba in custom supply, where he was last time, was able to deny a couple of those players. Snake from above gets a kill. The plant is going down. Panba's going to rush on in, though, but kills himself with his own Thorn Trap. Canadian is now the one left alive in a 1 versus 3. We'll see if he can clutch, just like Panba did. The plant is going down. He knows one is stuck in the corner. The 81 ringing out, but he doesn't see Snake prone, and ATK bring us to overtime.
The wise words of their coach, just crank. And it pays off despite them having a bit of an awkward team kill. Everyone else, though, was kind of on the same wavelength of needing to work as a conglomerate to deal with that top floor to actually get vertical down and safely plant the diffuser. I was even going to wonder, they did have an evil eye up. But I don't know if it could actually see the player behind the table. So, you know, fair reason to not go on it. And the Sledge dropped the hatch to, like, confront the Maestro so he couldn't get on cam. So, really, Canadian was in the worst position possible to try to come back from that 1 versus 3. Nothing he can really do about that, unfortunate. But yeah, ATK now able to go back on the defense now via overtime. In terms of adaptability, they didn't need it as much on this bomb site. This is their only, 100% win rate objective they've defended in their first half. So hopefully for their sake, that could allow them to get map and series point, or not series point, sorry, just map point. Being a little too quick there. Map point on their opponent's selection of order. But then what we might have happen is going into potentially, infinite overtime, how well they could continue to play on the defensive side. Because, for sites like Vent and Bathroom, they have not won that a single time in their defense. So it's a really concerning thing to look at.
Dude. Verme just came in clutch. It was Rational Rhino.
Oh my god.
Rational Rhino. And I think that was Rational Rhino. I think that was AUG, was it? Was AUG Rational Rhino? Do you remember Quandavius R6?
No. That's hilarious.
Quintavion, I think it was. That was Breeze.
Oh. I feel like I've seen that. But
That's where the Kyle Cherish Cast Quandavius Fernandez comes from. That's from Breeze.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like Kyle, because Kyle used to coach that team, and he was like, for some reason, that was the last name that Breeze gave him was Quandavius. I miss Breeze, by the way. Shout out Ian Breeze 2K. Love that guy. Good player, too. DZ, I'm sure did not expect to be brought to OT here. I didn't expect DZ to get brought to OT here. ATK really turned on the Jets. Despite the early team kill, they fought back. Snake, though, takes an early bit of damage down to below 50. We'll try and play underneath, but Canadian, wow! From down fucking town with the Monty. Are you kidding me? That was crazy. What was that? Bottom east all the way to like the fucking workshop door?
Across all of courtyard. Yeah, I don't even know what to say.
That was kind of nuts.
Get this man a fucking Montaigne award, dude. This guy's been going crazy. I was gonna say, that's like the one thing that ATK have not been able to counter most rounds is the Montaigne. So us seeing that now could be huge. But look at this flank! There's no one helping Canadian!
No.
Where's the team? They're not looking the right way every single time. It's a flurry of kills for ATK on the defense. Pambazu finally silences them, and now Rice is just in archives. But no diffuser control. He's got to get aggressive here. I don't think the defense is aware of that, though, but it doesn't matter. Asian wins his one, leaving just Pamba now top metal. Gets the refrag, but it's still 1 versus 2 and not a lot of info to work off of. He hears the guy down below. Could be looking to win that altercation, but that's just burning away at his timer where he already is so low.
DarkZero, the information game has gotten worse, it seems. ATK take full advantage of it, especially with that flank from Eddie. Oh, Panba seems to know. He connected with the shot. Eddie tries to run away up metal. He deals so much damage to Panba, but Panba just doesn't kill him? Huh? All right. Well, that fight happened. Doesn't take away from the fact, though, that DZ's information game was incredibly lackluster. Canadian tried to push in with nobody helping him.
Oh my God. Let's go, bro. Oh my God, Tim's ass. Oh my God. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying.
The last
Couldn't
one
have said
got
it better
me.
myself.
Yeah. Real. And now ATK have the advantage, I think, for the first time. Correct me if I'm... Oh, no. I mean, technically they had it in round 1. But that was round fucking 1. After that, they have been either even with DarkZero or at a 1-round disadvantage. So now, for, like, really the first time in map number 1, they're in the lead. And unfortunately, they do have to attack archives and lockers. A bomb site they've done fairly well on every single time for the defense, being flawless in that manner. But it's been a little more 50-50 sided when they've gone to attack it. They had one solid showing where they had CCTV control early, and acknowledging that the bomb site was open, they went for a plant, but immediately after that, they went for a pocket strat, a bring out, the Ying, Lion, Amaru, looking to get really in the faces of DarkZero and potentially capitalizing off a vacant bomb site. But DarkZero were able to readjust, play a more anchored composition, and with ATK, assuming that's going to happen once again, they'll go on something a little more orthodox in comparison to what we had since the last time we saw this site being attacked by them.
ATK, as a unit, have really woken up and compare the scorelines from the first half to now. I mean, Silent, yeah, he's died a whole lot, but he's now on 9 kills. Asian is 16 and 10. Twist also positive now. Whereas DarkZero are still, the Panva and Gavin show. Up against a team like ATK who have just raw fragging ability on every single one of their members, that's not going to be enough. You need someone like Rice or like NJR start shooting back. Eddie is going to go for a very old nade right through the skylight, but it's not going to hit. NJR is not playing in the corner. Tucked, he's on triple wall instead. Silent is proning past the doorway to get top east control, or through top east into catwalk into break room now. Fishing for a pick, but everyone's being obscured by walls. That's really unfortunate. Oh, that might be the most unlucky lurk I've ever seen. It was perfectly timed, but everywhere he looked, someone was blocked by like a wall. Just timing.
Yep.
I feel so bad.
Genuine plot armor there against Silent. His haters have risen up, apparently, in this round. So, the lurk will falter. DarkZero still the man up now. And really, they don't have a lot of means to try to deal with NJR this very second. It looks like they're trying to get more utility dump to deal with him, but Asian's caught sprinting up these stairs. There's the trade, finally. But Snake has been deeply injured as well. And there is a serious lack of map control right now for ATK while they're still at this disadvantage. What do they do to try to come back from this position?
Canadian's going to drop downstairs, too, to play with the C4. That's going to be detrimental for ATK, especially if DarkZero end up having the info with that. I was going to say bulletproof camp, but Doc actually brought barbed wire, so I don't know. Maybe they're not going to have info. Maybe he's just going to guess. Snake is just around the corner from Rice, but Rice has a Vector, and Snake is 1 HP. He's going to whip around, though, and take out his teammate, and the second Rice with 2 kills, and NJR with the finisher thanks to a Frost Mat. DZ, we're on 7-7, and for the first time in Breaking Point, Infinite OT is now a factor.
Not the one and out. We'll see past 15 rounds officially. And now the question represents itself, like we mentioned. How is Bathroom and Tellers going to look like? There it is. There's the adjustment Warden. It's finally picked. So we might see a different motive for how DarkZero are going. That would be so funny. If Warden's like roaming off site across the map.
He just dies.
Nullifies the entire purpose of bringing him to shut down a Ying or Montaigne's smoke play. We have it insta-locked by Canadian, but of course, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they've seen 0 Warden while it's attacking. So maybe after spotting him out at some point, they'll get off of Ying. But so far, that has not happened. And yeah, right now, Silent, of course, isn't on the bomb site. He's just kind of looking for drones currently. There it is. I think someone's aware that they've got the Warden picked out, so Canadian will instead opt to go on the Twitch, which is still a helpful operator. Being able to maybe destroy some of those Fen mines. Never mind, he's on Montagne. Just kidding. As I say, maybe being able to break those Fen mines early could be very helpful. But that's really the only benefit she would have. So I guess a Montagne would be better in this position. And of course, if Silent is not in the right place to stop those smokes, it could still be a powerful tool.
I certainly hope Canadian doesn't walk in with no support again. That'd be funny.
That would... Maybe he still kills someone, though. Thoughts on that? We've actually seen him find multiple kills with Monty.
From fairly far, too. Like...
Yeah, he does not
kind of crazy
range with that thing.
He's an Overwatch Monty. He's like Chris Kyle, but with a pistol. He's also really gonna have to be careful of Snake. If his job is to help clear top floor, Snake is gonna be his worst enemy. Snake's got that C4. He could duo with Twist too to try and kill that Monty upstairs. Easy, you're gonna have to be real careful. First Okabe call comes out. Silent's going to get aggressive. He spots the Monty, so ATK are now aware that that's a factor in this round. These are taking their sweet time. Not a lot has happened on this top floor to clear out these roamers. Canadian identifies that there is no one in lobby, but I mean, it's not really going to do anything.
I think they're just going to go for, I was going to say, maybe a minimal approach. Canadian with Diffuser and off. This is a very big red flag unless someone can come here to help him out. Looking to maybe fade out some of the ATK members. As Rifle now lurked down 90, maybe holding a cutoff perhaps in this position with that DMR. And JR as well outside the office window could maybe help out his teammate. I was going to say, though, maybe going for a more minimal approach. If they can get into sight and make sure no one's playing in customs, they could theoretically plant the diffuser there in the back of Tellers. But they're looking to double down, actually, on this top floor clear, and that costs them their first body.
Rice hits the floor. Canadian is still trying to disrupt this defense, and finally it works in the favor of DZ as they get 2 kills back for the price of Rice. Silent and Twist hit the floor. That's a C4 dead. Snake has already used his, so dealing with this Monty is now a lot harder. Exponentially harder. Eddie's also on 1 HP. Make matters worse for ATK. Asian's going to try and flank. DZ's info has been lackluster when it comes to flank drones, so this could be an opportunity for Asian. Pamba seems aware he'll miss his first shot. And at this point, it might be better to let Asian get away than risk losing a body here, but Asian's going to keep pressing the issue on the top floor. We'll try and flank through Archives now, which is just above the site, but the smokes come out, and Canadian's in position to plant. Here he goes. Already halfway done as Pamba cuts down Snake. That's your pulse dead. The Warden's already gone, so you're not going to get the benefit of those glasses. And Pambazoo is still lurking around, hunting for Asian. DZ, although it started rough, it was slow, and they lost Rice the rest of the round. Pitch perfect.
And again, having that info, we talked about when we saw a lack of it, that DarkZero looked quite weak. Having quite literally an indestructible drone to kind of walk around and do whatever you want did allow for ATK to be prepared for some of those engagements on the top floor. And like you mentioned, once the Warden had been dealt with and you accordingly put someone to deal with the guy customs, that does allow Canadian to just, squeeze his way into the bomb site, throw his smoke grenades, and plant. When there's only one person you have to hunt down for the entire round, theoretically speaking, to then complete your objective, once that person's gone, again, nothing's holding you back. The second, essentially, that Warden was gone and everyone's in position, it was nice 3-2-1. And again, the timing in most rounds for DarkZero has been phenomenal So being able to have that coordination still, despite this being such a long first map, has really been the make or break in some of these moments here for DarkZero against ATK.
Match point. Ooh, okay. ATK are going to rock Nomad and Osa. That's a bit of an adjustment. They're looking to just lock down DZ's players, really restrict their rotatability. And then, of course, you got the Osa from Twist. You could definitely use this for either side. Really, all three pushes, right? Osa's useful by the breach. She's useful for an Archives direct. Or you could go ahead and breach that Archives wall from Office, set up the Osa, and you have an incredibly long cutoff that the defenders won't be able to fight. Here comes the Osa. NJR spots her, but he gets 2 drones. Already 3 drones down in 30 seconds. And Rice, with a very tight angle, gets the opening pick. Silent now dead. Not been having the best of maps. 9 and 15. He has died every round but one. Oh!
Asian there to join him as well. Ace gone, so no hard breach left for the bottom floor. Sure, you've got a more feasible angle for ATK, but now no one's there to man it. They've lost all their players by the top of that balcony. DarkZero, I mean, they could simply just play passive here, wait for ATK to make that first move, and just win solely off the trade game because of their man advantage. And yeah, they're kind of doing that. They're not really moving at all. They're waiting on ATK to go for that first play. Of course, Rice still being more the aggressive type in a position where he's at. Can't really fall away, so it doesn't really hurt that he's died. There's still a man advantage for DarkZero. But NJR, what's he doing top east? Yeah, that was all right. It's a bit questionable. I was gonna say, DarkZero doing a good job of playing passive, but in the span of 10 seconds when I said that, they just lost their man advantage. What's going on?
I think that was a case of overstaying your welcome, where NJR could have very easily just fallen back but wanted to waste more time. He has, however, I must commend him. He went from 6 and 11 to 11 and 13. So he certainly started to turn things up, and that's a big reason why DZ now lead by 1 point. We're down to a 3 versus 3. Canadian is still up on the Solus. That can be incredibly important come plant time. You can spot these air jabs as well. Long angle from Snake. Canadian attempts to fight it. Panda and Gavin are off-site in workshop, though. Canadian is the only proper anchor right now, and Twist makes his way in. Perfect setup for the Osa shield, and he'll try and hit the plant as Panda goes down. The impact comes out to try and destroy the shield. It will force Twist out, but he didn't get it. The shield's still up. Canadian only has one more impact, one more chance, but Snake cuts him down as he attempts, and that leaves it all to Gavin. Now in a post-plant, 1 versus 3. He spots Twist behind the shield, but he can do nothing about him. He's still got a C4 in pocket. Snake is lurking around the corner. The C4 instead used to destroy the wall, and that'll alert Snake to his position. All he's got to do is hold this angle. He finally swings out, and down goes Gavin. ATK tie us up once more, 8-8.
And a phenomenal job of punishing that aggression, killing of course, the Fenrir again, who was isolated. Rice not having a chance of falling back. He was still kind of in a death spot. And as well, being able to kill NJR, who just kind of ran right at them to make it a 3 versus 3. After that, they played as a team perfectly and used what little utility they had left in that round to their advantage, especially Twist playing with
Windows.
Wow, let's fucking go.
Shit.
Good work, boys.
Yo, let me get a tech pause because I don't know.
He got his tech pause.
Yeah.
Members of DZ dropped too. Panva and Gavin. Both taking advantage of the tech pause.
Harrison, how long do you think we're going to be here?
Huh.
You think we'll get the Empire G2 special on Coastline? This time it's Border.
Dude.
It's not Empire G2 for SI Grand Finals.
I hope not.
You know the funny story of that too is like immediately after that map, it was just blowouts. If you recall. You know what? We got time. They're not joined back in the lobby. I can look up that match probably.
Can you imagine if we end up going to like 19-17 or something like that?
6 invite 2019, 3-0. It was Coastline 7, or sorry, that's the second map. It was 10-12, G2 winning Coastline. 7-4 with them winning Border, and then Bank was even more lopsided, 7-1.
Okay. Yeah, because it was like Empire just kind of ran out of gas.
Yep.
What do you say, 12-10?
Yeah, that was map 1. I think it's like the third longest game we've ever seen in Siege. Of at least
the longest competitive Siege game ever was in CCS. It was 32 rounds, I think.
Jesus, was it?
Yeah, it was
14. Or no.
What? That's not how that works. It was 17-15.
Ah, there we go. I was looking for the right number, but it wasn't even. Yeah, thank you.
It was CCS NA quals. Let me look. Grizzly GG versus Hat Academy. Holy crap. Levron was on that team. Levron went 16-19. Rav. I don't know who Zanky is, but he went 32-21. That's crazy. Crusher played in this game.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Yeah, dude, I actually ran into Crusher in like an unranked game, and he recognized me.
Oh, that's cool.
I was like, "Damn, sup, bro?" Shout out to Crusher.
Sup, guys.
Silence back, and Gavin and Pam are back. Let's go. We're getting ours.
Dude, that was like the perfect filler segment. Had a little bit of Siege history that was, relevant to the situation we're in right now. Had a trip down memory lane.
It was not relevant to the situation at all, but I thought something I think that's really funny.
What's that?
The original London Bridge, built in the 1800s, is now in
oh my God, yes!
Lake Havasu City, Arizona. I was thinking about that today.
That honestly like made my morning, seeing that when I woke up today. You saying that?
Oh, on my private Twitter, yeah. It's like they bought it. They literally just bought it. I think it was because like the city of London was gonna like rebuild it, and they were just selling it. And this dude in Arizona was like, "Yeah, I'll buy it." I was thinking about that in the shower too. Actually, fun fact: I had to take 2 showers today because I got in the shower first because I was casting the Women's Siege League right before this.
Yeah.
I just started like thinking about stuff. Like I was like, Serena wanted to go to a drive-in movie tonight. I was thinking about like heating up food, and I started thinking about the bridge because it was funny. And I forgot to wash my hair, so I stepped out of the shower and started drying myself off, and I was like, "Why is my hair not wet?"
You just skipped that part of the
tutorial. Dude, that has literally never happened to me before.
Bro went back to secure the completed tutorial achievement in the fucking shower. Oh, hey, look at this! No
Blitz.
more Montaigne, now it's a Blitz instead, and there's still no Warden.
The DZ special. Gavin's gonna try and do his best Mint impression. Bro, Mint, back in the day, Mint was the Blitz, bro. I still remember his ace against SSG on Club.
Yeah.
That one was crazy.
And the Pojo digest for it as well, behind the
shout out to Mint.
The fucking like Thomas the Tank Engine like remix song or whatever. Freight train back then. It was so much fun, and they're about to do it as well. But where's the Blitz in all this? Where's Gavin?
Here's Panda though, on 19 kills, looking for his 20th with the nade, and he catches Asian as he runs away. 20 kills for Pambazoo, for Rob. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 20-12. That is incredible. He gets the opening pick. Not only does he get the opening pick, that's a player in bathroom, a really important position if you're holding horizontally, as well as the Echo, and another with the nade as Twist gets smoked from below, depth charged for Pamba's 21st kill. And only now, in a 5v3, does the Blitz finally come into play. And ATK, they're going to be feeling his wrath pretty soon.
Sure, they've got some vertical coverage, but are they going to use the Blitz to clear out the top floor? This is crazy from DarkZero. They spot the players by the rotate. They're top of CCTV and completely push him back into Armory. What aggression by the offense. They're already up by 2 players. And now all they've got to do is just slowly collapse on the remnants of this extension up above. The Blitz spots Eddie trying to re-aggress, but he can't do a damn thing till his teammate comes to assist. Silent fully blinded, the Legion falls back looking for help, but there's none to be found in this position. He's annihilated by Rice with the DMR, and it leaves just Eddie and now just Snake. 1 versus 5. Not much left to do here on this top floor, and DarkZero, they've got his number flawlessly done after the tech pause as they clear out the entirety of border with the help of the Blitz.
Incredible. That was the perfect opening from Panba, getting himself in, getting 2 kills, and then the Blitz play from Gavin. Flawless. Getting his way in, not getting his feet lit up like we see so many blitzes do. As soon as that Solus shot him, he took a little bit of damage and then crouched and did not stand up again. Fully distracted 2 defenders in 90, allowing the rest of his team, namely Rice and NJR, to collapse, and there was nothing that they could do. The C4 was also used really early on, and that was really the only way you were killing that blitz, trust me. 9-8 for DZ as they put themselves on map point once again. Hanba is 21-12. He's got reciprocals across his KD. Gavin and Rice both 12 and 11. NJR, once again, I would like to point out that NJR, when I said he needed to step it up, was 6 and 11. He is 12 and 13. He's 6 and 2 in the past few rounds. ATK as well has started to step it up. Snake, who was, 1 and 7 or something like that at some point. 10 and 13. But Asian has cooled off a little bit. Twist has cooled off a little bit. Silent has yet to get things going. And that could be the difference. That might be the reason, or part of the reason, why DZ is up a point right now.
A solid chunk of Silent's deaths have been on the entry. This time he steps up though when needed, but Canadian, what a snipe with the P90. Instantly will find that trade, the connection, just shy of the wall. It's going to keep us even, still 4 versus 4 this time though. A minute's already, or just about ready to be burned off the timer here as ATK are now looking to try to clear out some of this top floor, maybe getting some control over by CCTV and also Armory. As losing out on the dock, I think we had this discussion back in round number 1, having both Silent and then the dock gone. It's kind of an even bout, I'd say. Maybe a little bit more favored towards the defense this time.
I don't know. Panba's 21 and 13.
Yeah,
bro.
I think it's more the player who's on dock,
ATK
not the utility.
Wins this trade, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Glad you made that point, as Asian's now just going to walk up metal and see what happens, I guess.
What is Canadian cooking? He just gets cut down, and Gavin runs right into the sightline of Asian. We might be going to around 19. Rice finishes off the buck. That's her only vertical player now dead. That's a huge pick, but NJR tries to get aggressive on top east. Okay. Snake gets frost matted, but his team is right behind him. He's going to be able to get picked up. Looks like they're just kind of baiting him for now. Oh, they found him. Now they know it's safe. We'll see if the newcomer, Rice, he can land this 1v3. Panba already had a clutch on Fenrir. Now it's Rice's turn. Snake is lit up, yes. He's got a lot of these dread mines still in play, but he gets droned out. They know where he is. Verticality being established, not by the buck. He's dead, but by the DMR of Snake, which still has some pretty good damage propagation, I must say. More pings coming out, more drones coming out from ATK. I love this. They are taking it slow. They know they don't have to rush. They had a minute to play with. They all start to funnel in. One gets spotted. Rice takes him out. Another Rice! Are you kidding me? ATK just cannot look in the right direction like they're allergic. And Rice gets the 1v3. DZ will stop us at 18 rounds and rip border away.
All 3 of them dropped. All 3 attackers dropped the hatch. The one Hail Mary, the one saving grace they had was enough manpower to keep somebody above, and they don't drop. And instead, they look the same direction while their teammate plants. That's how we end border 10-8? That's how? Oh my god.
They were allergic.
They were this close.
Looking at Rice, bro.
They were this close to proccing Infinite overtime again. I thought for what we might see them actually win this map too. That would have been such a storyline point. And they troll at the finish line. They just trip.
I think that's a good takeaway though. Is that ATK were really close, but
Yeah.
I think the experience from DZ really showed through. And Rice, man, the new guy, 1 versus 3,
fucking
looking
plus.
like it was looking like an old time Panba clip with the way no one was
Yeah,
looking at him,
right?
bro. That just goes to show, right? Never give up, never what, John?
Never back down.
That's what I'm saying. Back to the desk.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Cranking Point. We finally had our first infinite overtime, and it couldn't have gone any better. I think you have games where it goes on for way too long, like that 15-17 game that they were referencing earlier, but this one felt like the perfect amount of time. It felt like DarkZero had some good plays, and ATK just tripped over themselves at the final hurdle. They hit a speed bump and just died in the middle of the parking lot. For DarkZero, you gotta be happy that you escaped finally with that result, Alex, because this was their pick. If you lose infinite OT on your own pick, what the hell does that do to you for the rest of the series?
Yeah, I mean, we were saying too this whole time that ATK's, you know, the pacing that they have, how fast they are, the playmaking ability they have is going to be the biggest problem for DarkZero. And I think it showed throughout the match, obviously, being a 10-8. I keep calling them SSG. ATK, they showed up, man. They were not complacent at all. You know, their coach was talking about the pacing throughout the whole time. He was telling his boys, you know, they got to step it up. And so, you know, Kyle too, Mitt, he was talking about the pacing, and that was the big thing of this whole match.
I gotta agree. I mean, it was absolutely insane this entire game. Back and forth between both teams. I liked what we saw. We saw originally at the start maybe a little bit of rust coming from DZ. You saw that they were a little slow on their attacks, but then they started picking up the pace. They started getting, you know, nice with it almost. And they just, plays made between players on both teams, both sides of the ball, doing really well. Rice and Twist having an awesome game between the both of them. And then Rice to close it out with a 3v1 against his former squad. What a map. It was awesome. Super kick-ass to watch.
If we wait here for a second, we're going to get columns for this Rice 1v3 that ended the series if we listen.
Close.
Oh! Jay! What? What the fuck?
Hello.
See, another thing similar
What
to
is
that
Twitch
that
doing?
What happened last game with Rice against Karnako? He was the closer. He was the closer this map. He was the closer against Karnako to send them out of the tournament too. So he's got that clutch factor in him.
That's crazy that it happened that way.
There
I mean,
you go.
genuinely felt like we could have been going till we needed somebody to hit 12 to win this thing. We were genuinely only a couple of rounds away from doing that. But luckily, we don't have an infinite overtime game that goes exceedingly long. What we end up getting is one that feels like it's relatively perfectly timed. And Alex, just from my perspective, we were talking earlier about we need DarkZero to really show up on attack, and just because they got a 3-3 half, I'm like, that's probably about base minimum that we need them to get. They were still winning attacks in overtime too, which felt like they really had a lot more of border figured out than we thought originally.
Yeah, I thought Troy did a really good job changing up the type of attacks they were doing. They started very heavily with the Ying. You know, they were making a lot of plays on it. I was seeing Troy running there like he was Pambazoo. So it was kind of crazy to see them go from that to like they started slowing down, bringing the Montaigne more. So, like I said, pacing was the whole thing about that, the whole thing for that match. And Kyle talked about it too. I keep calling him Kyle. Mid, he was the pure purpose to get that going, I think. And being able to change it around, they started fast, then they went slow, went fast again, and they found that momentum throughout the rest of the match that I don't think ATK did. They started, you know, honoring a little bit at the end, and that 1v3 is a good example. I don't think they knew exactly what to do. I think maybe the pressure got to them a little bit, and they didn't know what to do in that last situation.
It was all about figuring it out, right? What was going to work best for DZ? What was going to work best for ATK? Both sides had the adjustments they made. I feel like that they both made the right calls against each other in each time, and I can't wait to see these stats because I'm sure they're going to be insane and nuts. Pamba highlighting the top for DZ with an 88% cost. That's incredible for 18 rounds and to still have that high of a cost. But I mean, this entire team, both sides really just played so good against each other. I love looking at the entry comparisons because they're relatively similar, meaning there's not one dominant more than the other.
Troy's the only one here not with double-digit kills. I know he's trying to work on his calls, making sure that DZ have the right attack set up at the right moments, but still, man, you're not in the club. You got to pick things up for game 2. One thing I do want to highlight, we have to talk about it. the differences in timeouts between both teams. When Mint called it first, it seemed like there was a little bit more of a set strat. They're talking about the ops that they need to change, the fact that they have to change the pacing up. Both teams were very good, like you mentioned, Alex, about changing up what they were doing from round to round, just from how fast or how slow things were operating. And then Thesis calls it for ATK the next round and says, I don't really have all that much to talk about. You guys are already playing it appropriately. They are two different contrasting styles, and it looked like for a second ATK was gonna get away with let's crank boys and then win the map, but DarkZero still win it. What do you take away from timeouts like that?
Yeah, that timeout was a little complicated in a way, just because we don't know really what he said in the first timeout, so maybe he didn't have much to say. My only thought on it is maybe that he was using it just like reset them mentally, you know, bring the pressure down a little bit, let them take a deep breath and kind of get back into it. It's complicated, you know. You can look at it was like it was kind of a waste, or you can look at it as, you know, it worked because they did start to play a little bit better afterwards. I don't think anything he said was very beneficial personally, you know. It just seemed like he was trying to make something up to get them back into it. So I'm going to look at it as it was just a timeout for them to reset mentally and kind of, you know, take that deep breath going into the next couple rounds.
Fair play. Mason, yeah, go ahead.
Even then, I'd really like to see a little bit more like of a Meepy style or some sort of hype thing, right? Like I want to hear him kind of light a fire under their ass and try to get that team motivated and energized. I feel like as a player, or like, you know, if I was in a player spot, right, in the younger sports teams and stuff, you want that coach that's gonna, you know, kind of piss you off a little bit so that you do even better and perform even better, right? And I just don't feel like that was there in that timeout, and I wish maybe that's something that works for that team. I don't really know personally, but for me personally, I think I would have liked to have seen just a little more fire in there, and maybe just a different time to call that timeout. I feel like you could have waited another round or two. If you get into overtime, then hey, guess what, boys? This is what we're gonna do, and this is how we're gonna close out this map.
Look, I literally changed the name of the stream to Cranking Point as soon as that meme started taking over in chat. So for as long as we can, guys, first of all, bet with your channel points because Gambo's live. Second, if we keep that cranking thing going, then we probably have just a meme that will outlast even the guys on ATK's career. We'll see how long we can keep it going for. But the problem I wanted to highlight would have been if DarkZero lose that map. Suddenly, this entire thing goes to shit when we go to map 2. You have to go to infinite overtime and win it on your own selection, because if ATK would have won border, they would have gone into bank, and then it would have been DZ's mental working against them at that stage. So they're thankful it didn't go long. They're happy that they also won the darn thing. But Mason, when you go to map 2 and you're ATK, how do you make sure that you bounce back appropriately and not let the fact that you let that map slip get to you too much?
This is your map pick. Take the time that we're giving you now in this timeout for us to talk here on the desk, right? Reset, get the mentals back up, crank a little more, and just do the job that you need to do, right? Just get the damn job done. I think Bank is a map that ATK can win. I mean, we saw how close they played against DZ on their own map pick of border. Now you go to your home territory of Bank, which is a map that I've seen these guys compete on so many times. I mean, even back to the days of LG when they were in SCS and they competed against Oxygen. They kept that game very close. I think they could easily do the same thing here. I think they could even take this map, and maybe my prediction could foster into truth and success.
Yeah, I agree. I think Bank is also a map you can cause chaos on defense, and they are starting defense. I think looking at for map 1, you have to go into map 2 with some composure and try to point out what worked on map 1 and what didn't, and try to introduce that again into map 2. If, you know, being aggressive in their face is what was working, you got to start with that. You have to start off strong early. You can't let that last round live in your mind like, oh, what if we won that map and now we have to win this map? It's do or die. We have to go in starting over. It's map 1, series 1, and just refresh.
Part of me thinks that ATK's... just
sorry,
clarify.
I had to throw one thing in there. I think they got to ban Monty. I think ATK has to ban Monty. Just because Canadians get way too much info from that.
Do you ban the Monty or do you ban the Osa because it's Bank?
Monty.
Either
Probably
or.
Monty.
Yeah,
Probably
there's a way
Monty.
that you can make them both work, but I think the Monty ban definitely would be sound. We'll see if they stick with it. For me, it's the fact that that map was still really, really close. And there's still, I think, a relative chance that ATK still might be able to walk away with this thing. So maybe your prediction, Mason, I mean, even if we got you to change it last second, peer pressure, haha, bullying works, by the way. No, I'm kidding. If they are able to win map 2, it will be because map 1 was so close. and it wasn't like an immediate kick in the dick. It wasn't suddenly like a 7-1 landslide and they go into map 2. Similar to the way that when they played Beast Coast, it felt like, well, they won 7-2 and then they go to map 2 and suddenly it doesn't feel like it's a close series anymore. This still feels like everyone is very much locked in. And if you're able to keep that same adaptability from map 1 and keep it going for map 2, then we're going to be in for what might be another long day, but still, it's going to be the most exciting one that we've had in Breaking Point so far. Map 2 on the cards. We'll see if Harrison and John have had the chance to recover from what it was like casting an Infinite overtime game.
18 rounds. I'm hoping it doesn't happen again because Shrin wanted to go out for a movie at 8:30 and it's currently 7. So
what movie are you gonna
I
go
went out
watch?
to break a little heart. It's a Barbie Oppenheimer double showing at a drive-in theater. So
That's awesome.
So hopefully we don't go too late, but of course the show must go on if so. ATK, I think, like we said, yeah, they didn't win the map. Yeah, there was a little bit of trolling, but they brought DZ all the way to round 18 on DZ's map pick. Now we go into ATK's map pick, a map that they're probably going to be a lot more comfortable on. I mean, they've showed us that they like Bank in the past. So on the one hand, I would like this to be a 2-0. On the other hand, I think it's looking pretty good for ATK to bring us to a map 3.
Yeah, there's definitely potential to head to Clubhouse. A lot of issues that were had, especially in the early moments of map 3, was just a lack of adaptability by ATK. And it really did feel like, again, if there was someone just watching the other side of bathroom, whether it was by the hatch or just someone's there, gun up and ready, and not two people looking at the same thing, we could still be casting border right now. It was definitely a talking point for that 100%, because up until that point where Rice killed at least one of the two people down below in bathroom, up until that moment, it did look like ATK were going to proc at least another round on border. So heading into Bank, and the map that ATK is going to be a little more comfortable on, now that they've had like an entire map to figure out the play style of DarkZero as well, I'm sure they're going to be a little more confrontational when dealing with them, just because they know what to expect. Montaigne and Ying are also two very solid operators on Bank, so we could maybe see one of those two potentially banned, or just better understanding of knowing when to bring a Ying to counter them, or knowing when to bring the right operators to counter a Montaigne as well, because that still seemed to be a really big threat. Most times it was brought out by DarkZero, Canadian.
Yeah, I really agree with the just conclusion that they kind of need. I mean, Monty is already a huge threat on Bank in general, but Canadian's Monty play, with the exception of that one round, was pretty damn good. So here's ATK's ban. We'll hope it's the Monty.
And it is.
Yep. There we go. Why wouldn't it be? And then DZ, I mean, they've got a whole lot of options. This could completely freeze them up, really knowing that ATK are going to have to ban the Monty. They could take away the Thatcher. They could take away a Hard Breacher. They could ban Osa themselves. Dokkaebi too.
It's going to be Nook.
None of them Nook. Remove ATK's ability to lurk. I mean, that's... I too would not want to play Asian with Nook up. That's all I'm saying.
No, now he's back on Twitch DMR. Probably Hard Breach, though, for Bank. It's a lot more Hard Breach centric on this map in particular. There's the Azami ban that we've expected. DarkZero have banned her throughout all of Breaking Point, so it doesn't surprise me that she's gone again on a map that could also benefit from having her on the board. And a Valkyrie taken out by ATK, which they did last map as well. So two more default operators taken out of the rotation. You still have that Solus, of course, which both DarkZero and ATK were not afraid from using. You still have the Warden. Still have Ying for the attack. There's Mira, of course, obviously, and Fenrir. A lot of the staples that we have seen countless times on map 1 will now be brought out on Bank as well. And look at that, even the Ying by Canadian as well. So I don't know if he's going to hard lock that in, because Twitch would actually be very beneficial for this composition. I don't know, unless they want to use the Ying to maybe clear out the roamers a bit more proactively, which is an option, with there being, a high chance of ATK still just roam a little bit on this, having so much before an execute.
A little bit worried about DZ's lineup right now. Jackal, Ying, Dokkaebi really leaning into the flash smokes when Silence, Rock, and Warden. DZ aren't switching off of it. So they better hope they kill Silent early, I guess, because that one guy can completely shut down your push. Oh, except they're only taking one set of smokes, so maybe they're not relying too heavily on it. Silent is roaming, so he could be an early pick. As it looks like DarkZero are going for a full top-down clear.
Yeah.
Solus is up there too.
I think the pocket charges on Ying definitely scream that they want to have more use of the Candelas, maybe to help with the roamers, which there are still a handful of. Even Alert going in down through B-Box as well. That could at least establish a cutoff, perhaps, if they are to go up square, for example. Snake gathering some info to lead him to being aware that there's some presence just underneath him, but it looks like the attackers are going to try to kill Eddie first.
They're pinching him. Pinch successful. Eddie too worried about the guy in dirt, but Twist gets the refrag on Rice. The Dokkaebi is now dead as he jumps on in and gets aggressive in A. Now Silent's going to be called upon as he falls back from that roam. Asian's still upstairs, coming under fire. No kill just yet, though. With that extension costing so many reinforcements, they haven't reinforced the default walls. They actually still have 3 walls left. For whatever reason, they didn't reinforce default wall, but Gavin trades out Panba. Asian's now dead. A lot of those dread mines, I think, were still upstairs, so I don't think they'll be moved down. You've still got this Warden up, though, who can watch these long angles, fight against that Ying and Smoke. So unless DZ are able to kill Silent,
Snake gathering so much info as well. Your Inox scanner is deployed. That just leaves you so vulnerable to the Solus just looking at you through several different walls. Minute left to go now. Oh, and the hatch is soft as well? This just leaves so many options left for DarkZero, like you mentioned. So although, again, you might not be able to go for a default plant with this Warden being on the board, still having time to gather info and maybe even make some space on some of the other attackers who aren't so, I guess, powerful against those smokes and candelas. This could still be a talking point for DarkZero, maybe winning this round as they look to maybe aggress towards Vault and Elevator as well, but the Solus is still gathering tons of info for that possibility.
So at least Snake communicates the possibilities of this push to his team. With so little defensive manpower, though, it's going to be really pick and choose. This could very well come down to whether or not ATK happen to be watching the avenue that DZ decide to come from. The Candelas start to go through, but there's a Warden, remember. Black Mirror dealt with. Canadian's just going to plant right on the wall. Silent attempting to watch the long angle. Gets blindsided by NJR coming down main. Gavin another. Plant is still going down. NJR dies. So does Gavin. 1 versus 1. Snake rounds the corner, but he loses the fight to Canadian. Armed with the LMG, he outduels the defender. And DZ, from the jaws of defeat, they rip it away and win round 1.
And unfortunately, Snake not having the right info, he thought the Ying was default. They didn't assume that the person dropping the hatch was planting right next to the Mira hard wall. But impressive job by DarkZero to bounce that back. And the fake out to then look like they're fully committing to go towards Vault and Elevator and go back to plant in CCTV was the right call to make given where Silent was going.
Let's go, Troy!
Bro, I got blinded. Shit. I was unlucky.
I had to do it because I was scared of the Mira.
That's fucking shit.
What was he about to say?
I don't know, dude. I guess we'll know.
Well, great round from DZ though, especially NJR able to hit main, take out that Warden.
Absolutely.
Well played. I was actually pretty surprised that they were able to make that happen. I think if maybe Silent was playing a little bit more forward, maybe like have Snake positioned back by Vault, maybe that goes differently. Like I said, with so many so little defenders left, so many dead, I guess I could say, it's really pick and choose. You put one person in the wrong spot and that round is over.
Snake may be looking for a spawn peek, same one he attempted against East Coast a few days ago. No one will peek him though. Right now it's still a 5 versus 5. And DarkZero, they have the right tools to, of course, try to clear out that top floor, get some vertical down, even open up the hatch that's right beside stock if they want to go for that. And potentially allow an execute to maybe flourish a little bit easier. But before they can get that vertical down, of course, they still need to worry about the initial roam threat, which currently is just the Fenrir Mute. And I thought for a second it was going to be Snake still playing up above as well. And not too sure if that's still the case right now for ATK. Having to worry about this player Janitor could be a very, very time-consuming process because he's in a spot where he can kind of ignore the window repel pressure, and it just has to be a general walk-up through either square or stock. And right now, DarkZero seem at least a little bit more focused, maybe trying to help assist this Lurk to deal with Snake. And yeah, they've got someone watching.
Repel.
Yeah, they got NJR watching for him in case he overextends to take a 1-for-1. Read like a book. Snake is gone, but so is Pambazoo from somebody else.
He gets taken down, what I assume is across the map, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 instead of a freebie for DZ. The rest of them start to trickle into the top floor. Gavin first, looked like maybe Rice next, but never mind. Rice dies to Eddie, holding a long angle. In comes Gavin looking for the refrag. He finds one. Does he know about the second? Yes, he does. Skeleton Key now comes out, and Twist doesn't stand a damn chance. Well played to Gavin, ripping away the man advantage, and now he's got pings on another. Skeleton Key out. Silent doesn't know what hit him. Triple kill for Gavin. Asians alone now in a 1v3, left wondering what the hell just happened to that top floor hold.
I'll tell you, it's a simple buck play from Gavin. Clears out the entirety of it, I suppose, and great intel as well, something we've continually talked about for DarkZero. Hatch opened up now by the can opener. As Asian looks to aggress, needs to find some sort of 1-versus-1 while DarkZero looking to gather info on his location. Looks like he'll back off, maybe a little bit concerned someone's located him trying to walk up marble stairs and doesn't want the site to be up for grabs. Now moves his way a little bit closer towards the kitchen side. As Gavin continues to get vertical down, they're just taking their sweet time. They know they've got plenty seconds left to kill. Maybe try to spot out this defender one last time before they hit that go button. And again, they've got enough bodies where they can cover a plant if it were to go down. They just need to make sure Asian does not, of course, kill Canadian as he drops.
They do spot him, and they know it might not be the safest to drop, but they go in anyway, and they line right up for him. NJR can't win the fight! 1v3 for Asian. DZ knew exactly what they were walking into, and still lose it.
Oh, we had it up. The hook, line, and sinker. And unfortunately, Canadian just sunk to the bottom of the Mariana Trench along with his teammates. It was such a great start for DarkZero, especially in the mid-round as well for Gavin, clearing out the entire top floor. But again, just not being able to clear out this Frost was so detrimental.
No! Good fucking run!
Connor!
Good shit!
Good shit, Connor!
That's the boy, bro. That boy Connor.
I cannot believe that DZ just did that. I mean, if you have one player drop, like maybe have Gavin drop, right? Pancake drop, whatever. Yeah. Canadian had Case.
Yeah, I seriously think walking down the beeper would have been a much better idea.
Yeah, like, I just don't get, like, they knew where he was.
They both looked at him.
I just don't understand what the thought. I mean, I guess I kind of understand what the thought process was. Like, surely you can't kill both of us. But I mean, come on. It's so much safer to just take Canadian down metal. Even if time was running low, you drop the hatch, you at least get info on exactly where he is if Gavin dies immediately, and you have NJR covering, ready for the trade. I mean, obviously, he wasn't ready for the trade there, but, you know, hypothetically, he should be ready for the trade. ATK get a gift round now. 1-1 should be 2-0 DZ, but ends up not being the case. ATK are going for yet another full top floor extension. And DarkZero are looking to just hop right through copy window. In comes the Candela. It forces Asian all the way back, but he's ready for the push. He'll back off further, knowing there's another Candela coming. This cross not covered quite in time. He gets away from Panba and goes upstairs, in fact. Okay. Looking to roam even harder.
Not a single person playing above as well for the attacking team. That could actually be a really big flank for the late round if they don't double check, or if they didn't know Asian had went back upstairs. Some intel being gathered by Snake. Yeah, this could be actually really well played. Even if Snake baits a little bit for his teammates, you could have your player who's up above actually try to peek out from Banana. That could be a free kill right there. And yeah, look what he's going for. He's vaulted. This is a freebie for Asian, but he doesn't need it. Snake's got the opener instead. But great coordination established by ATK to win that first 1-for-1 and then double down to make it a 5-on-3. DarkZero are kind of trapped right now.
Silent, I think, got a kill from Garage to cut down Gavin. Panda very quickly gets one back, but Still a 1 for 2 in the favor of ATK, and Asian is still upstairs. DZ knows about him. They droned him earlier. And I'm sure NJR has probably pinged him with the Jackal at this point. I think that's who the pings are on right now. Finally, yeah, there we go. The hunt is successful and bears fruit. But Pamba's out of Candelas because they tried to use it to clear Asian, the last one. 3 on 3. We just saw DZ win this same situation. But the utility is very different. They don't have hard breach charges. They have no more Candelas. They've got tons of smokes, though, and no Warden... Or sorry, no, but a Warden to worry about. So those smokes are pretty much going to be useless. They don't have any hard breach charges to open up those hatches and make ATK worry about multiple possibilities. They're incredibly restricted right now. And this Warden's going to make him pay, because not only is he, you know, warded, he's also got this mirror window with no way for DZ to deal with it.
On the bulletproof, they know Pamba's in garage. Could try to ignore him, maybe give him a bit of space here. False sense of security, smoke babe tossed out. And this smoke, it would normally deter someone from playing that aggressive by the mirror, but the Warden just does not care. There's Eddie for the one-on-one, and now they can reclaim garage as their own.
In sneaks Canadian, though. He'll get one. NJR, his position now spotted, but Canadian's good for 2 as he takes out Silent, and Twist gets caught out. DarkZero, despite looking like it was going to be a doomed round, they bring it back with Canadian, the man of the hour, sending it down main. Good for 2 kills, and DZ take that lead.
ATK once again so close to winning that basement floor bomb site, but again, a last-second adjustment by DarkZero tips the tide back in their favor, still able to get rid of that roamer on the very top floor of Asian, and also make enough space with the hatch drop to think if that was, you know, left reinforced, for example, if that round still would have panned out the way we had expected. Definitely begs a pretty good question. Besides, of course, Canadian going absolutely crazy by bottom marble. No hatch is going to deter him whatsoever from that. But not having NJR there to help him the same way could have been a little more difficult. Either way, though, the basement floor has not really been the successful location so far for ATK, so they'll opt to go CEO instead, where for DarkZero, they do have 2 sets of hard breach, so they can focus on both the Canto wall and the main breach at the same time, and also have a Brava. So maybe they are going to be using some of these, you know, gigantic open rooms like Square and Lobby to their advantage with some of those default cameras, so long as they're not destroyed.
Yeah, right. Brava, another good operator, or another good map for her is Bank. With all those cams, right? Because you got top Square, you got main Lobby. Actually,
ooh, Beeper as well is pretty good.
Can you reach the main Lobby cam from the floor? Because Brava's thing does have a range to it.
It doesn't have a range. I think it's like not instant like a Twitch zap. It's like an old Twitch zap, like where it's like kind of a projectile, I think.
No, I think there's a definite range to it. Can we swap to Canadian real quick? Because he's on his drone.
He's clutching as we speak. Axe. Oh, he's getting pest.
Boo. Was that his? He's got 2 more thingies. Oh, did he just get around the pest on the window?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe someone sacrificed their drone. Or like you said, he just kind of dodged it. Probably the latter. Yeah, look at the left UI, though. Oh, the info with the nade! God, I love DarkZero's info game.
Oh, yeah. It was a little lackluster at the end of Border, but it's been pretty good here. Silent gets blown sky high by the nade. Gavin just makes his way in, looking to challenge. There's a player right behind the bomb chassis. It's Snake. He succeeds in damaging Panbazoo. On the reswing, gets the kill. No trade just yet as Gavin flicks on his teammate's clutch drone. He makes his way into Janitor. That's a good position to hold, but no one's with him. He's on an island, stuck in the middle of the Hornet's nest. Eddie's down below with this Solus. That's another thing that DarkZero are going to have to worry about when they head into this execute phase. Dokubi call comes out. Eddie, a kill onto NJR, shutting down the Hibana. Gavin waiting for this Frost, finally gets him, looks for another through the wall, but can't connect enough shots onto Twist, but swings around and knows where Snake is. 3 now for Gavin, having a huge round, but Eddie comes back upstairs, the menace. He's got another onto Rice, but things are looking good for DZ with Gavin popping off. And both these last defenders very low. Twist is a nice angle, long range, right behind the bomb chassis. Canadians are going to have to watch out for. He's the man carrying the case. Shots start to come through. It's a distraction that allows Gavin to jump in through meeting. He doesn't know which way to look, and Eddie wallbangs him. He loses his opportunity, and Twist from way long claps Canadian for the final kill, and ATK tie us up 2-2.
A great play by Twist to fall back and not try to be as aggressive, forcing the Bravo to try to, hop into the lion's den, basically. Because if you have Canadian in a spot to either kill Twist or at least get that plant down, Gavin's got a perfect cutoff angle to make sure that the Solus has to either play below to stop that plant or deal with Gavin at such an oppressive range. So for ATK to kind of take a step back and let Eddie do a majority of the talking to try to challenge Gavin and then have Canadian make that move was well done by them. And like we mentioned about the info game from DarkZero, that's been flawless for them. We saw how aquatic Gavin was in that round, just knowing where everyone was playing at in that final few moments of the round. But the same thing for ATK with the help of that Solus too. Having a lot of info to work off of really made their job a lot easier in terms of that read.
I really thought DZ were going to have it. I don't know if maybe Canadian had smokes. That would have made it way easier to get in. And I think maybe Gavin probably could have backed off a little bit and played safer.
Yeah, Canadian did have smokes.
But I think he was just trying to create an opportunity for Canadian and thus had to sacrifice himself for it at the end there.
Yep.
Eddie with a big 3K. That was huge. Getting the kills downstairs and coming back up. Like we said, 2-2. High score. Looks like we're going to have another map where neither of these teams can really shake each other. I wouldn't be surprised after what we just saw in Border. This is kind of a do-over round for DZ, though. I think they got to kind of go into it like that. They should have won. It should be 3-1 right now, realistically. But they made a bit of a silly decision, silly goofy play. Canadian does get the lead-off kill on a silent. That's, again, the Warden down really early. And with how often DZ have been playing Ying, you'd think ATK would be a little bit more passive with him.
At least having the role swap, because it's been silent as one of the main initiators as an entry. So sure, you got a 1.5 and a really, really solid gun, but that's just tragic timing for Gavin. Twist probably heard him pull out the nade and figured, let's just go for a one-on-one while someone's watching my backside from that long angle NJR's holding. So that works out for him, but he gets traded by Canadian. Or having a pretty solid round. Panda expecting the marble walk up, rails down Asian. Now it's just Eddie and Snake. I guess cut off midway through that sentence. The Warden not being available is going to be a problem since Panda still has 2 more Candelas and he's trying to make as much space as possible. Eddie needs to win this gunfight. Does some damage, but it's currently in a rock and hard space and can't really do much about it.
Snake comes in for the assist and he takes Panda out. So there goes your Ying, who still has some Candelas in pocket. And he's still upstairs fighting for his life. He whips around and destroys Rice, who drops to 005. Canadian searching for the refrag. This Fenrir refuses to expose himself to NJR holding that rappel. And Snake looking to come up for the assist once again. DZ are now in the hot seat. They had such an advantage, but it still slipped away. But Canadian, hold on a sec. He's down on the site.
Oh, he knows.
He's going to get this down. Snake drops in, looking for the players. Canadian finally dies, but NJR is so far away. An impossible round to win for NJR. Snake is so safe, and he's not getting there in time. ATK round 5. I love the idea from Canadian, but NJR was just way too far away. Probably should have gotten off that rappel earlier.
Yeah, at that point, it really begs the question, how valuable is this kill, Kanto? When the bomb site's open area, and we could probably take our time to just find where the Solus is playing at to go for the objective. I think the idea was there, but they might have been more concerned with the Fenrir somehow killing NJR and then having vertical control with a bailiff and an open hatch to stop a deep. I think that's what they were concerned about. So the reasoning for wanting to focus so much on one guy, it makes total sense. But when you have a 4v2 advantage and one guy's already holding his cut, that's like a 3v1 on site. Just hunt down the Solus and go for that plant. Unfortunately, with that not happening, ATK will have a stroke of success on round number 5, and now they'll take the lead on their map pick of Bank, heading back to CCTV, where it's looked so close every single round. This is either the moment where things are tied at the half, like we saw on Border, or we see ATK really have a star-studded performance in this basement.
Two?
No.
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back.
That was weird. I just saw some absolutely like sacrilegious comment in Twitch chat saying that Brava is the second worst attacker in ranked.
Wow.
That's crazy. That is an outlandish thing to say. And no, I will not elaborate on why you're wrong. Panba in real early. Eddie does not expect it. Completely blindsided by the Omaru play. And I love DarkZero trying to get faster. Force the issue. Dictate the pace. Catch ATK off guard. Still more players upstairs that they have to deal with. Wow! The C4 gets sniped by Gavin. Snake has to slither back to the site now, knowing that Gavin just stunted on him.
Yeah, that's so. Okay, 3 people on the mirror window is crazy, guys. Let's figure out who wants to play there. There it is. Snake now expecting a dirt walk in at some point. An Asian looking about by marble stairs. We'll just probably wait, break a couple of drones, and figure out if he wants to keep playing as aggressive in that spot or not. There's DarkZero now continuing their clear as they work a floor lower. Maybe looking to hunt down someone who could be right beneath them in that staircase previously mentioned. It still looks like they're just kind of in their info phase of the round, looking to see what's vulnerable to a specific attack and what they can get away with. And thankfully with these EMPs, the K-Claw is not going to be a problem. Opening up these hatches, no questions asked about it whatsoever. I think, again, the only major problem that we could see is not only the Warden, of course, but these Nitro cells that are left available. If we see a default plant attempt by DarkZero and no real way of pushing someone off that mirror window, we could see a genuine issue here and a point where ATK could get 4-4.
All right, that just happened. Snake gets one, but NJR's got the hatch coverage. He refrags Snake, but Twist also exposed himself to it. Almost gifting DarkZero 4 versus 2 now with Panba. Watching the flank, up comes Asian. He's got no idea. That leaves it to Silent, the 1v4. Hey, the Warden's alive. That's different. He just doesn't have any help. So, how useful is it going to be, really? Osa comes on in, puts down the shield. There's a C4 in response. Canadian has already booked it. Now the players drop, and they all collapse. NJR 3 kills on the round, and DZ with another point.
I saw points again.
Another tie half. Who'd have thunk? Who could have predicted this outcome?
I don't know. Maybe a prophet, perhaps, because I didn't see that one coming. Not at all. And good adjustment. You know, noticing things might have taken a bit too long on some of their roam clears, so they adjust with a Amaru. That instantly clears out the top floor, and ATK are forced to kind of fall back a little bit more than previously anticipated. And even more so, realizing that the options are limited for ATK to come back by just, you know, basically trying to confront them normally on the basement floor, so they're expecting a potential walk up from Marble, so they shut that down as well. Really giving no room to breathe for ATK on that last one. Now they're credited for the defensive side with an even half, and running a couple of new operators. They've got Thorn and Goyo available, so a lot more capabilities of stalling in case they are to go for, again, a default plant like we talked about last round. And also just more info to help bolster up that roam with the help of course, again, Solus, some Mozzie Pest perhaps for Gavin with general drone denial. And again, those Razor Blooms can also be helpful to roamers depending on where they're placed.
Also, by the way, I just saw on Twitch that the guy's defense was that in rank where rounds are over in 90 seconds, Brava's not too useful because like you spend the round droning and then you're alone. So I kind of get where he's coming from. I can't trash on him too hard. But also, you know, playing a stack, and you won't have that problem. Get friends, loser.
Wow. King Hater.
I am. I wake up and I hate. I eat hate for breakfast.
Disrespecting this guy's ranked grind set. And, yeah.
Well, clearly, he doesn't have the grind set, because he solos.
He's still playing ranked.
I'm insulting the lack thereof of said grind set.
The lack of a stackage of rank. which I could never imagine that. Every time I play solo queue ranked, I want to not play it.
Yeah,
It
dude, 5
really
stacks.
sucks.
I love the 5 stacks we have. in
Remember the
in
random
Discord.
ops?
Yeah, dude, we should start doing that again. We dead ass like had a 75 win percentage, 75% win percentage. It was crazy.
John, you are Glaz.
Yeah, smoked. Speaking of, not Glass, but speaking of funny operators, Grim!
Yes!
Grim's here! He's got hard breaches, so he's going to open up that hatch. He's going to open up another hatch. I think it was the janitor hatch. He's got the bees at his disposal. We're just waiting for ATK to push out these roamers. Panda is still lurking around an open area. Rice kind of soft supporting him from the staircase. Panda will finally fall back just in the nick of time. I think Eddie actually dropped after him, but it's Gavin credited with the opening pick, still lurking around on the first floor, looking for another as he punches open the hole, but he can't connect the shots. A little bit scared that maybe an attacker had heard him. Silent looking for the cutoff. Actually lights Gavin up through the wall. That's crazy. But still, this is wasting a lot of time. ATK only have a minute left, and they've lost a body with no refrag just yet. And they haven't even begun to start working on their execute.
Yeah, they've got really no control of Dirt, for example, leading in a server. They've got no one pushing in by Garage. They're still hunting Gavin. Even if he dies, that's still so good for DarkZero, and he doesn't. He wins the fight against Silent. So in reality, what is ATK going to do? They've got Asian down Garage. Sure, that's nice and all, but in reality, that's just I guess a bedazzled cutoff angle, so they can't really do anything there. Finally, Gavin shut down. And the best option they've got is to probably hot drop ball.
Luckily, there's no Warden, so Asian Smokes can do something, but Pamba stops Twist's drop, like you just talked about, leaving Eddie alone. Him and Asian very separated. Asian gets one on his lurk by Garage, though, and Rice gets blindsided by Eddie. Luckily, he's traded out to put Asian in a 1 versus 2. Both these DZ defenders very far separated. One goes down. There's only 4 seconds left. He's chasing him down with the pistol. Canadian, run, my boy! And he gets away, prone to behind the window. And DZ just scrape away the round.
For DarkZero, that roam not being challenged correctly worked out for him just right. 2 massive kills for Gavin, and I'd say, like you mentioned, an even bigger focus on just wasting time. It's so difficult when you're in a time crunch to execute correctly on a map like Bank that's so big and has so many different intricacies you need to worry about. So, while in a man disadvantage, and frankly, only one option was to drop the hatch, which is what ATK did. A DarkZero can read right into that, and they just play for trades. And then time, once it came down to a 1 versus 1, ATK, of course, not having many seconds left, lose off of that factor, and be back in the disadvantage. DarkZero will reclaim the driver's seat on their opponent's selection and opt to go open area. And funny enough, side note, Harrison, I just got asked by Ethan and Matt to play ranked money. And they said I should stop casting right now to play with them.
Yeah, I also got the ranked DM.
You want to not go see Oppenheimer and Barbie and go play ranked with me and the boys?
Oh.
Fuck!
Bro, straight
Come
up
on,
like 3
man,
cases of cream soda. You think I'm leaving that?
Yeah, cream soda?
Bro, cream soda is so good. It sucks.
Harrison, I'm never shut up.
What? Yeah.
I was gonna say you should convert me to cream soda in Atlanta. And then I was gonna take that conversation point way out in the left field.
Convert you to
But
cream soda, huh?
Yeah.
I got some cream I can convert you to.
Damn it, you did the thing!
Of course
you did
I was
the thing
gonna do.
I
You
said
kidding me?
I wasn't
Kidding me? That was a layup. That was like
you're
a
right.
T-ball
I wanted
toss.
that assist so bad.
Oh! That guy just jumped in and jumped out. How did
With
that
no
just
damage
happen?
though.
Bro, in a
Holy
dread
shit.
mine too? He just dealt a ton of damage to NJR and got away. So I mean, hey, that's free damage. Why not? Good job, Silent.
Yeah, I can't
There's the drones coming through from ATK, spotting that there's not much upstairs to stop them, especially as Rice exposes himself to Eddie's repel. Rice, after going 16-11 and having a map-winning 1v3 clutch, is now 0-8. Twist makes matters worse, as does Silent. The drop comes in, Gavin gets one, but now full top floor control is in the favor of ATK with a minute 40 left in the round.
ATK going for the wise decision of not jumping the gun. They're just sitting back, gathering info. They can establish vertical if they want to as well, since Asian is still alive. probably not needed for Archives Tellers, but instead just for the friggin' bomb site. Really, the only person they have to tussle with is probably Gavin. He's the only one left on full HP for the defensive side. So more vertical being established. Gavin now repositions closer to the admin side of the map. And Canadian just still trying to gather as much info as he can with his Solus scanner. And ATK, I mean, they're really just setting up for the perfect execute. There it is, Plant going down after making space with the help of that vertical. Stuns tossed out as well. Nothing can be done by DarkZero right now as Gavin looks to isolate the Iana, but Snake doesn't lose those. Canadian, sure, he wins his 1-for-1 on the guy by Printer. I thought it was. Might have been wrong about that, though. Could have been someone just straight up in open area. He's got such a tough position to come back from. Twist, full HP, so much natural cover inside of open area. Someone's above holding vertical, that being Snake, and the other one, the Habana, they're outside. Canadian won't even catch a glimpse of Twist as he puts him in the dirt. And ATK, they're still keeping this one competitive.
And I mean, I said it, these two teams, they can't shake each other. We might have another overtime game if this keeps up. The great start for ATK moving on in. Especially, oh man, Rice exposing himself to that window. That's a rookie mistake, Rice. Come on now. Now from 16 and 11, he's 16 and 19 because he has not found a single kill. 8 rounds into bank. And DarkZero are being punished for it. I mean, look at their scoreline. 7-5, 7-4, 12-7, 5-7. Like, this is not bad. And ATK, they're having a pretty average game, too. Bryce was a little more present. This could be a different game altogether. Even not just more present in terms of kills, but if he just had more survivability as well. He's died every single round so far, and on kind of a more supporty role, he's being put in a lot of really important positions. So hopefully we see him start to turn things around here.
Harris,
what's up?
You get a bomb site?
I do. It's Archives.
And Tellers.
Not an oft-played one.
We never see this one. It's been kind of shunned. I think just because it's so easy to clear out the entire bomb site if you get that first floor control. And Silent's already lurking in Printer. There's no one here to really contest him. A Logi bomb goes off. So that gives even more space now for Silent as he realizes no one's close by, but he'll drone ahead. And it seems like for DarkZero, sure, they've got, top floor control by the gallon at this point. Hamba might even drop down. He might have heard someone kind of droning in through open area, expecting someone to work from there. But ATK, yeah, if they can kind of avoid some of these roamers above for a little while whilst they get some control by admin, that could be huge. But they can't just leave it up for grabs. There's so much that can be covered by these hatches. Finally, someone begins to push their way out. Another Logi bombed out of calls now for Snake. Hamba has a fall-off opportunity, and he'll get away scot-free. And Gavin win that first entry on someone who I believe it to be up above, trying to challenge him from square. So a good start for DarkZero, slowing down ATK for a good chunk of time.
I believe you are correct. And another comes the way of Canadian as he catches Twist on the north rappel, looks for Eddie, can't quite spot him. And NJR will go down to equalize things at 3 men apiece. That also allows Silent, it looks like, into the site, just chilling in B. There is someone in small office, just a few feet away. I don't know how many of those walls are reinforced. They might not have an avenue back. All 3 walls are reinforced. Luckily, Eddie gets taken down, and Gavin has a great angle. Wow. Asian refrags. Now put into a 1 versus 2. He's up against Panda and Rice, though. And Rice has largely been, as our good friend Cookies likes to say, a bit of a traffic cone this game. Could we call this almost a 1v1 at this point? With Pambo looking to hold the long angles. Asian starts to cross through in the top square. He's got a ping. He thinks he might know where one is as Panda finally reveals himself. But just as he does, Rice swings around, and he is on the board. That 1 kill being a very important one and giving DZ the 1-point lead once again.
And DarkZero flatlining the attack from the top floor. It did make things a lot more challenging for ATK as, again, if you can get that vertical play, that's phenomenal. But if not, your best chance is to Hail Mary in the bomb site. They went for that, and DarkZero played a phenomenal retake to halt it. Now, timeout called in here by ATK. Let's see what they have to say to try to bounce things back.
Cut up the rotates, boys. And also one thing that I want to say, like personally, boys, just take in mind we're playing against the second best NAL team in stage 1, you know, without even a single strat, you know. So we're playing good. Just relax and don't be scared, boys. By the comms, what I'm feeling is like we might be scared sometimes to push them. We have the information to just go for them and play it off the refrag. Let's try to hunt them, you know. And that's pretty much all I have to say, boys. You guys can take this time to talk for the next round, boys.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
I think we're playing good. I don't think we're playing scared either.
Yeah, I think we're playing gaps.
Probably basement. They're gonna go basement. They have basement, right?
Yeah, they have basement. They do have basement.
We need to talk about how we want to clear. How we need to clear the horizontal. Yeah, we need to talk about how we're going to clear it.
Can you just say who's our lobby player?
I'm lobby, but like the problem is like there are archives in E2 and they're holding me.
Just sit there for pressure.
We get in.
I was there.
We get in top, and then we take top with the vert. We do vert, get him out of archives tellers.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by.
All right, so a plan being formulated. That's that. I feel like the first ATK timeout where we really heard a plan, like a solid plan.
You know, their plan was missing something.
Is it Grim?
No.
Oh.
Cranking.
Good point.
When's the crank? As all winning plays involve cranking. So hopefully that appears at some point. DarkZero as well. Not changing really anything in their lineup besides that. Well, I guess the cap cannon and a pulse. Those are the two elephants in the room, which could honestly maybe catch some attackers part and by surprise. I'll be honest. Canadian's probably gonna be playing. Was actually playing up above right now. Maybe expecting a full top to bottom clear. He could throw a C4 down by stock, for example, or even archives and tellers, which is where he's playing as of right now. But of course, if Canadian is able to fall back from this roam, he could also gather a lot of info whilst playing down below, which is also still very beneficial.
ATK did talk about full clearing above. They were very worried about that horizontal clear, and they want to get rid of it as efficiently as possible. Canadian, one of those players, he's teaming with what? Are there 3 roamers right now? Maybe even 4? Also, did Hammer just get misdroned?
Not sure, honestly.
So he heard the drone come out, and he proned behind the couch so it wouldn't see him. I don't know if the drone did. But they should hear the call. So they know Panva's somewhere over here. They just might not know exactly where he is.
Oh, and Canadian still shot the drone, but he didn't detect the pulse, I believe. Now they know for sure there's someone playing in the opposing room of tellers, but the impact, look at this teamwork to find the assist. NJR with the opener. And Eddie down, no one left to trade for him or assist him whatsoever. It's nothing but blue in the kill feed, Harrison. DarkZero
Rice, another kill.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like DZ, as soon as they had a tiny bit of info, they just pushed out and pushed back. Clearly, ATK were not ready. Canadian, great info on that pulse, too, by the way, to spot out that guy in tellers. I didn't think he knew he was there. I thought he was just going to get smoked. Just an Asian, a 2 versus 3. It's not undoable. They still have hard breach. They can open up some of those hatches, start to get set up. They're going to have to do it against both a smoke with all full utility and a C4 in the pocket of Gavin. And the time is dwindling down. He's going to mark, maybe call for Twist to go ahead and open that server hatch after opening the site hatch. Asian's position broadcasted by the metal detectors. That's an easy cleanup for NJR. The pre-fire from Twist attempting for the trade. That'll alert NJR of his location as well, and he's tucked behind the desk. Smoke Babe goes out. Up comes the peak. He ends up dying, but the fire is keeping Twist at bay. Nothing he can do. Choked out by the smoke as well. Put down to 1 HP. And remember, Gavin still has that C4 should Twist attempt to plant. The fire is still a factor, preventing Twist from forcing his way in and getting a safer plant spot. 5 seconds left. He just tries to go for it. Yeah, it's not going to work, John. And now DZ are on map and match point. They have a 2-round lead for the first time since the end of map 1.
Yep. And I mean, the way they went about it, they realized there's no one above them trying to get vertical. create a multifaceted approach. It was all horizontal action there for ATK. And with DarkZero having so many info ops to realize that and figure it out, they all joined together to make sure it's not isolated one-on-one gunfights that ATK can go for, because that's where they've really been able to thrive, is when they can take those 50-50 engagements. So having all of DarkZero try to work together and keep control of tellers and archives, sure, they lost a couple of bodies, but with them, dominantly winning in the trade department there and still being able to fall back a little bit to the bomb site, that really was the final straw that broke the camel's back, because they still have, plenty of toxic babes to waste time and create space. They still have Vulcan packs. So they really got the best of both worlds from their team composition of winning enough gunfights where ATK are kind of forced to funnel and not have a say in what they can do in the execute, but also keep enough, bodies alive to then fall back and also use that utility to waste time and make that funnel ineffective.
Now ATK are in the hot seat. They haven't been down 2 rounds in a while. Map has been back and forth the whole time through. This is an incredibly important lead that DZ currently have. They'll just open area. They got this upstairs hold, as we know. ATK did win this round last time. They had a great execute. So you could Twitch it,
Fun fact.
Yeah, you are Twitch.
Player tip.
Player tip. Keep yourself safe.
Yeah, it's a dangerous world out there. Get yourself home. There's a lion scan. It feels like ATK had been using that utility like the lion scans and hold on. Oh my thought, pause champ. And almost got an entry off that. He just jumps down. Worried about the Selmas maybe putting himself in a vulnerable spot. Eddie not having the same luck though. Same thing applies for Asian. Wow. DarkZero so far on this roam have been outstanding. Wow. Look at this. I think the game's just over, Harrison. Yep. There's no if, and, or buts about it. We're going to go into this long, convoluted point about how ATK have been maybe a little more proactive on trying to get these clears done with the help of Lion and Dokubi. Even a Ying now introduced by Asian. And it just completely backfired. Now Snake's in a 1 versus 4 with really nothing to help him besides one lion scan, and I guess his DMR to make vertical, but that's only going to get you so far.
Rice throwing out the GGs. Is he and the rest of DZ really just big dicked it on that roam, and Snake will get one, but that's all he gets. DZ put down ATK 2-0. A lot closer than I think a lot of people would have thought, but a 2-0 nonetheless. DZ, ladies and gentlemen, are our first finalists.
And again, quickly going back for ATK as well, their coach even mentioned it. Didn't have a lot of strats cooked up for this event. They faced one of the best teams in North America in an off-season competition, and they made it pretty close. If a couple of hiccup plays weren't had on border, we could easily be seeing Clubhouse, and of course Harrison would be missing Oppenheimer and Barbie
at 2.
Back to
Can't
back.
have that.
That would have sucked. So, gotta credit DarkZero for at least having our predictions come out on top. Mason, I'm glad you got peer pressured into changing your vote. Fucking idiot. And we're gonna go back to the desk.
That was
Congratulations, Harrison. You are not missing Barbenheimer. At a drive-in theater, apparently? Dude, that sounds like a sick date night. I'm disappointed that this game ended the way that it did. Just a little bit, because I thought ATK had a little bit more in the tank. And they just didn't crank it hard enough. Ultimately, it looked like the things that they did were read through by DarkZero just a little bit too well. And some of the rounds that they won, especially that Asian 3K when he just hid behind the printer box, feels like the kinds of things that you can't really rely on moments like that to win rounds. Especially when another one of them was Canadian just running the fuck away. Trying to make sure he didn't die because he was last man up on defense. It's things like that that feel like ATK did do relatively well for not having any strats, but it still feels like there are some things that they could pick up. But Alex, to DarkZero's credit, they have to be really happy that they escaped this one without things getting any even crazier.
Yeah, I think they performed much better this map than they did the first one. They picked up on little, little things they were lacking in the first map. I still think they were sloppy for their standard, and even though they did win this, I know them. They're not going to leave this game happy with their performance, and I know they're going to be looking into it today and hoping to perform tomorrow in the finals. But yeah, I think shout out to ATK. I think they played extremely well, especially for having new
Drop
players on
solo.
the team.
Kill
As
me.
you said, they don't have
Nice.
any strats.
Good job, guys.
And they were definitely cranking. That seems to be their go-to.
Oh my
Just, they just crank and they start performing better. So, if that's all you need in a timeout, I mean, that's all you gotta need.
Yeah, I agree. I think that ATK played a very solid game. I really think I could have used more from them on the coaching end, like just as a little bit of criticism of just get a little more energy into the guys and also bring more valuable data. You don't need to say, hey, we're doing pretty good against DZ for having no strats. That's just a negative comment. It's not necessarily a negative, but it's just kind of like a random comment that's not needed. You got 60 seconds to give your speech and to do the best you damn well can with the information you have. And you can hear a difference in between an experienced NAL coach versus maybe an inexperienced T2 coach. And so just the differences are definitely there. And I think ATK played a solid bout, but DZ in the end, they're the T1 team, and they showed that they still have what it takes.
Yeah, if you listen to some of the things that Mint was saying, he was talking about the pacing, different strategies, and different things that they were going to do, and kind of even expecting what the team was going to do the next round. Whereas if you listen to the ATK coach, he wasn't really saying much about the game or where to be better. He was kind of just saying, we're doing great right now, keep it going, rather than actually bringing value. Maybe that's just the experience with the team. Maybe he's new at this. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I definitely think with time it'll get better. But I think maybe just, bringing more value in the timeout than just kind of saying, like, you're doing great, let's go, I think would have benefited them a little bit more.
It definitely is worth noting that, especially in a system like this, when you've got two new players coming right in that have not played with this team in a very long-standing capacity, that you're still going to have some things to figure out. So for ATK, still props to them for being able to get this far and keep the game close, because it was 4-4, and it was DarkZero wins a round, ATK wins a round, DarkZero wins a round, ATK wins a round, up until we get to round 9, and then at that point, DZ run away with it and win 3 straight, and then ATK just proved they had nothing else left in the tank. But they're looking really good for that 3rd, 4th place game tomorrow, because they're still going to be playing for some money. They're not completely out of this thing yet. They just can't play in the grand final. And again, as far as DarkZero is concerned, guys like Gav leading the way, Canadian stepped up in a massive way, Mason, there's a lot of really good things to look at for DZ, and it looks like they're still on a roll after they beat Karnenko just a couple days ago.
I agree. I think that, map 1 up border, a little rough, but then, you go into map 2 a bank, you play your game, you change up the pacing and the aggression. I love the last round where instead of playing super far back and reserved, they let Rice run at ATK. They get aggressive on the top floor, and they completely throw off their opponent. And I think that's my favorite part about watching DZ throughout this tournament, throughout this event, is just the fact that they like to be dynamic with their aggression. They change what they're doing, and they're unpredictable. And if they're going to beat DZ or SSG tomorrow, if that happens in grand finals, and that's how they're going to do it, by being dynamic, throwing them off their game. And they'll be able to beat any team just in the future by doing that.
We threw Ash into the hot seat for his first ever interview with Spacestation Gaming just a couple days ago. We're going to do the same thing with Rice on DarkZero, the new blood that DZ is bringing in to kind of help stem the tide, so to speak. Dude, congratulations first on the dub. That has to feel really, really good. Talk to me real quick, just briefly, about how your experience playing with DZ has been so far.
I mean, it's been good so far. I think I've learned a lot. It's my first real obviously T1 team, so there's a lot new things I have to learn and stuff, but I think I'm adapting well to it.
Mint said in the interview that I did with him a little bit ago that they wanted to bring you in both from a leadership angle and to be somebody who was really supportive on the back line. Is that something that you feel any pressure to kind of come in and fill a little bit of a leadership void where Achieved had done that prior, or are you just in your own zone, your own game, not really focusing on what anybody else says?
Yeah, I think I am a little bit pressured because Achieved, he's obviously done a lot, and his role in this team was really big. So I think it was a lot of pressure for me to take that role, and it's a lot of pressure because I have to make some calls, and it's scary or nerve-wracking to see if a call is bad or if it's wrong, and it would result in a bad play or something. But I'm just trying to learn on the road.
Talk to me about that 1v3 clutch you had to end out border. Was that just a hole that you found in the middle of that execute attempt, and you knew you'd be able to exploit it? How the hell did you pull that thing off, dude?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I was just so tunnel vision, and I just knew that there's 2 on the hatch. I don't know where the last guy was. I think he was maybe Raptors. So I said I'm just gonna send it through the site door and just try to peek him. And I guess they're all just there.
It was a play that worked out in the end. I think everybody behind the scenes was screaming. If we have any comms on what the production house was doing, everyone's like, what the hell just happened? Last question for you. It's either GGG or Space Station that you're playing tomorrow. You just went and beat the team that you were on, so I'm sure for your own sake on just this new Rice arc, that has to feel good. But for either Space Station or GGG, regardless of who you face tomorrow, is there one in particular that you'd really like to play, or is this another day at the office for you?
I mean, I don't really have a preference. I think I'm confident in my team that we're still going to win it all. But I'm really looking forward to playing any of those teams. Two different teams, so it should be exciting to play. I've never played either of them.
You've done really good so far in your first best of threes. It's looked really good. Keep it up, dude. Congratulations on the dub, and we'll see you in the grand finals tomorrow.
Thank you.
Again, probably one of the more solid debuts you genuinely could have asked for out of somebody who didn't have any prior Tier 1 experience being brought into this team to help fill a leadership void. So far, it looks like it's going pretty well. Had an off game on Bank, but was 13 plus double-digit kills at some point on Border, so don't look at his stat line too much, Mason. Everybody else on DarkZero, it looks like this is old hat for everybody.
Bamba doing exactly what he did yesterday, just to a different team, still leading the team for DZ, just instead of a 1.5 rating, a 1.4, still pretty damn good. Gavin 6-0 on entry, that's a stat you have to highlight. I mean, that is huge. Canadian also with 5 plants. You can tell that DZ were focused on getting the bomb down, just as they were in stage 1 of the NAL. Canadian was one of the plant leaders, tied, I believe, with Mr. B, each with 19 plants in stage 1. So seeing that streak is still continuing and that they're able to get 5 plants in just a best of 3, really great to see. On the other side, ATK, solid performance, but no standout. And I think that's the biggest difference between DZ and ATK, at least in this series. Pamba and Gavin standing out. No one on ATK doing the same.
Yeah, I think one thing, too, with DarkZero showed that they are doing exactly what Mint said they're working on. They're trying to get away from being slow and snails, and I think they showed that today in this series. They were able to play the team deathmatch game with ATK, and they were also to play the strategical game and switching it up on Border specifically, going with the Ying fast takes into the Montaigne slower takes, and they showed their capability of doing both. And I think ATK wasn't ready for that, or maybe they weren't capable of, keeping up with the experience that DarkZero has, and that's what you get. First map was way closer. Second map, even though it's a 7-4, it didn't feel as close to the first map.
Still a really good showing from ATK. They will, of course, be playing in the 3rd and 4th place game happening tomorrow. They still get some money out of this because they made it all the way through the quarterfinals to now. So even if they can't play in the grand finals, there's still a little bit of a mercenary contract at the end of this. So we will still see them tomorrow. But I just want to point out the double karma that hit Mason. Not only did he give DarkZero a C for their performance against Card & Co., but he also bitched out of his original prediction and decided to swap it at the very last second. So can we all laugh at Mason? Please.
I hate you so much. I hate you so much. No. I had DarkZero beating this team 2-1 yesterday, and yes, I was still wrong. It was a 2-0. But I hate you. I hate you for going full screen. I hate you for pointing that out. I hate it all. Listen, that was pure pressure. I guess I just gotta live with it. Sometimes
Mason Climp's best is simply proof that bullying works. Don't actually do that. I'm just saying it's funny. We're going to be right back after this because we've had one infinite overtime map in this entire tournament so far, but still no map 3. We're still hunting for wherever the hell that's going to end up happening. Does it happen in semifinal number 2, Space Station and Gang Gaming up after this?
I'll call it a pretty big gap in the schedule. It's a pretty big break. We took advantage of it being the first time we could take a break. We've been able to make events, and usually when you make events, you have like a week after the season to take a small break, and then that's kind of it. We made Copenhagen, we lost, unfortunate, and then we were able to take like a month off. I wanted to make sure the guys were able to go see their families and kind of not wait till Christmas and be able to kind of recharge for the second half of the season. And then obviously we had a new 5th player, Achieve, step down, so we used a lot of time for the tryout process. And now it's probably been about a week and a half since we've settled on that. We've had a few talks here or there about, what we want to try to change for the upcoming season. Matt, the easiest way to put it down was like just how good of a teammate he was. But I think just like the leadership, him being an IGL on TSM, and obviously them winning a world championship. He has played a lot of Siege, seen a lot of rounds, had a lot of great ideas. So I think in that aspect, because because we do have a lot of younger players. Yeah, they've been playing the game for a long time, but now that we picked up another new player, I think it's just, yeah, that full-on leadership kind of, you know, when things kind of get down, we're going to definitely be tested with that now. For the trial process, like, I'm not going to lie, we were looking at two different possibilities. One was to replace the vocal aspect, because I do think some of the guys are better at, you know, shooting than they are talking. You know, like, I couldn't shoot back, so, you know, it is what it is. The other thing we were kind of playing with was just getting someone young, a fragger, and just experiment with like how explosive the roster could kind of be. But I think ultimately the safest choice was to go with someone vocal. It's covering up a lot of aspects that we just like really needed to work on. The person we got anyway, I mean, he can shoot back too. So this tournament's a really good chance for us to one, obviously showcase the new team, to kind of get some match day to reps for the new guy, kind of see like how it's going to feel in a game. We're definitely going to have a lot of fun with the new maps. That's kind of a focus for us. A lot of teams will not play them or scrim them, so like hopefully game day they're willing to pull them out. Yeah, I mean, just hopefully showcase a not snail-paced BZ.
It didn't take very long, but somehow we've already whittled this bad boy down from 8 teams to just 3. One Pro League team is in our grand finals, and there's a chance that another NAL team might join them, unless Gang Gaming, a team that turned down the ability to go and play for another NAL org to just continue to stick together and play as themselves, has anything to say about it. So, are Space Station about to overcrank themselves, or do GGG just not really have anything left in the tank? I'm not going to say that word for very much longer, because crank might lose all meaning if I do. I'm CaliberJacob, and I am, of course, joined by both Skies and Klimps for this last semifinal of Breaking Point. Mason, is there anything to suggest SSG are going to lose this thing? Like, they looked pretty damn good last time they played, so I don't really know if GGG just on paper is going to be able to do very much.
Hey, yesterday SSG against Mirage looked pretty good. I mean, I think the Mirage roster is much better than what they were in Stage 1 in the NAL, and so I think they've been redeveloping and reformatting it. I think that they're going to be a competitive team into the future. And so SSG got a pretty solid, performance, right? A solid test to kind of get back into the swing of things. And GGG on the other end, they played against a crippled Aerial Arise team who had to sub Merc literally 10 minutes prior to the game and essentially ended up plugging it and turned the game into a team deathmatch. And so to see GGG play, I guess, in essence, down to their opponent is kind of sad. And they struggled a lot. I mean, they should have dusted Aerial Arise yesterday. And I don't know if they're going to have what it takes to compete against SSG, who's not going to be a slouch of an opponent like AA was yesterday.
Yeah, I think Space Station's has shown to be the best team in the tournament so far. Their game against Mirage, it wasn't as close as we thought it was going to be. They were dominating them on both sides, on attack and on defense. And I think Gang Gaming underperformed yet again against Aerial Rise. And I think too, losing to Carnico that reverse sweep, maybe there's something going on with them mentally. Maybe they're just not hitting the limits they think that they can. I don't know. But I expect way more for them for the expectations they set themselves in the game chat and then in Kool-Aid's interview. So.
I mean, I don't want to assume that just because you lose one game, suddenly you're mentally chalked for eternity. So GGG are out to prove that wrong, because again, this is the toughest opponent that they've had to face since putting this overall team together. But let's talk about Space Station real quick. And before we head to the graphic, or Mason, there we go. Thank you. Skies, tell me what your grade overall for SSG's performance against Mirage was from yesterday.
Going A. I think Space Stations look like the best team in the tournament, and I think right now they're the team to beat.
Mason?
I give them a B. I think they were solid. I think they had a good time. Oh my god, you can't even see it. It's a B.
That's yellow ink on a white page.
I tried. Listen, I tried my best.
You fucking idiot.
It's yellow for SSG, bro. Oh my god, I hate you. Anyway, I did.
Isn't it orange?
It's a B. It's yellow.
No, but their color is orange.
Is it? No, it's not.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Professional help, Mason.
Wait,
Seek it. Anyway,
really?
tell me why they got to be.
Okay, I want to cry.
Sure?
I want to cry now. Okay. Anyway, I don't know then. I give up. Why they got to be? Well, I like the way they played. I really loved it. But I think there's a little more to be desired. I think there's a little more hype to see out of them. So I'm lowballing them because I expect more out of them today. That's kind of the way I see it. So I think they performed very well against Mirage. I think that they did great. But I'm being a little Stephen A. Smithy and kind of being just a little hard ass on the teams. So
Can we peer pressure you into changing your grade?
No.
Oh,
no.
shit.
This
Sure you
grade
don't
is
want to go a little
staying.
lower?
But tomorrow,
Sure you're not a C?
oh, wait till you see GG.
The precedent has been established
Wait
now,
till you
Mason.
see
You've
GG.
changed it once
Yeah.
before. You can do it again, yeah. We'll talk more about Space Station in depth. I do agree with the idea that if it's a B grade, there is still a higher ceiling for them to hit. They have not hit it yet. Ashen's only played one series with this team, and he did great, in spite of there still being some slight round timing things you can figure out. Maybe you could have beat a team like Mirage by a bit of a wider margin. They did really good against another NAL quality opponent, and now they come in facing a team that has a lot of NA or former NAL players on it that just aren't in the league themselves. So overall, this one's going to be relatively close. I think for Space Station, like where Space Station is concerned, we saw Ashen play mostly on, I think for map 2, he was secondary hard breach on Clubhouse. So it's not just to say that he's been brought in for his fragging prowess. He was brought in specifically because Callout wanted a young, fluid player who hadn't had all that much experience, Mason, to be able to come right into this team and just start getting plugged in immediately where they needed him.
And I got to jump in and talk about a little bit more about why I gave SSG a B, because Ashen was the only player with a massive entry positive ratio, right? He was +5. The rest of the team was either 0 or negative. With the exception of one player, it may have been J90 that was +1. But still, he's the only reason why this team was even positive in the entry field. And so that's where I'm kind of wanting to highlight Ashen, right? He had a solid performance. It wasn't anything flashy, but he was really good on the entry, and that helped SSG a lot. And if they're able to get maybe more consistent on entries throughout the board, not just through Ashen, then I think SSG can get their A rating.
Yeah, to add on to that too, along with having the positive entry, he was also taught, oh my gosh, he was brought in to make calls as well. Sorry, the Invisalign is getting to me. He was brought in to bring calls as well, call out, he said that in the interviews. We noticed it. He said it himself in the interview as well after the game. So he's not only getting those entry kills, he's playing flex ops, and he's bringing in some communication and leading as well, which, is very unprecedented in a lot of young players. Sometimes it's like one-dimensional. One player is a very good shooter, you bring him in to shoot. One player is very good at calling, you bring him in to call. But it seems like Ashen is the best of both worlds right now for SSG.
When you're as multifaceted a player as Ashen, you want to be able to use him for everything he brings to a team, not just slap him on one role and assume that he'll be able to fill that for the rest of his career when you know that he's got other skills that can help your team out. And I think Spacestation, at least, again, they're only one series so far, looks like they know how to utilize that guy to the best of his ability. But now let's talk about GGG. And again, before we cut to the graphic, it's grades time. Mason, when they played Aerial Arise, it took a little bit for them to get the job done. Both maps were 7-5. It was a crippled Aerial Arise with Merc coming in, so you'd think that might help offset it a little bit, but Aerial Arise seemed like a bit of a doomed team now, and it still took GGG a while to win. What grade would you give them?
Yeah, my issue with GGG is they're just not closing out maps. They've got a lot of concerns to address, and the team doesn't look like they take all of their games as serious as possible. Like, every single round, if they want to be a pro team, right, they have this facet behind them, they should be taking every round as serious as possible. I'm giving them a D. I hated them yesterday. I hated them. They were awful. Like, it was embarrassing to see that they have this high of expectations and they performed as poorly as they did against a crippled Aerial Rise. I mean, shoot, both their legs, they had a bullet at each kneecap, and they still put them 7-5, 7-5 in both maps.
I can't argue with just the scoreline that they had, especially against the opponent that they had, but even still, Alex, I mean, at least to me, D seems a bit harsh. What did you go for?
Yeah, I went with a C. I think that they definitely underperformed for the standards that they give themselves, but a D, I think, is... They didn't perform at a D, I think. I mean, D is like they didn't win the game. I think C is more fair. Oh man, it's a mix of like Mason said. They're so confident. It just comes off cocky sometimes that you'd expect more. You think they should be dominating these teams like Aerial Rise, especially with a player quitting 10 minutes before the match. So I mean, I'm hoping today will motivate them to show that they belong in Pro League like they say they do.
Well, as far as standouts are concerned, there's a couple guys on sorry, I almost said on Aerial Arise. Sorry, they're gone. My bad. There's a couple guys on GGG that obviously have been guys to who we want to watch their careers with a little bit more earnest. And specifically, we're doing that with CZ just because we haven't been able to see very much out of him recently. The stats overall for the team don't look all that great, but Mason, specifically, we're talking about CZ not just because he's the only guy on this team who's never been in the NAL before, but he's kind of trying to be the spearhead, the light at the start of this caravan to help get them to where they need to go most of the time.
CZ was the only player that I saw go and put numbers up on the board, right? I mean, everyone, did their job and got the job done, and they did win, right? And yes, I think that deserves a little bit of a C rating because you did win the game, right? But the issue was the fact that these veteran players with pro league experience and pro level talent did not perform up to their standards, not to the expectations that they needed. And when you do that against a low level opponent, or not to say that Aerial Rise is a low level team, they're not, just the situation they were in was kind of lower level, lower standard. How are they going to perform against a high level opponent? Yes, it may drive the situation to be wildly different. You have to be more strategical against a team like SSG, but can you sustain that? Can you keep that? Because if you're changing the way you play in each game, it's going to change the way that you perform against each opponent.
So just overall, it's not like CZ himself has been performing badly, but I think there is something to be said for the way that everybody else around CZ has been playing, at least to get him to a point where he has stats that look like this. These look phenomenal in a vacuum, and then when you look at everybody else, he has a rating of 1.17. The entire collective team rating is only at about a 1, in spite of still winning that series yesterday. So I think that by itself, Alex, is enough of an indication that there's still some things that GGG can do a little bit more to help out the effort that CZ has been putting into these lobbies.
Yeah, I think aside from, CZ being the spearhead like you're saying, the rest of the team needs to pick it up, not only in kills, but in communication and droning and making sure they're working together. I think a lot of them jump the gun, they make a lot of solo plays, and they try to do things on their own too much rather than doing it together. And I think that's the big difference between them and SSG. SSG is going to do things more together as a team. Even though it may seem sporadic, they're always communicating what they're doing from what we've heard from Fallout and what we've heard in the interviews with Ashen. So GGG is going to have to be able to match that. They're going to have to be able to match the gunpowder, and they're going to be able to have to match the teamwork to beat these guys.
Final comparison before we head to maps. Mason, there were two guys on either team that you wanted to pit against each other in a head-to-head, but one of them is Forest and the other is Surf. Two completely different players on different sides of the ball. Why specifically did this stand out to you?
I think it stood out to me because both players performed wildly different than what you would expect. Surf was just kind of average, right? So what, 17 and 17, a low rating, terrible on the entry, really poor performance. Forest, who's usually that supportive body, or at least you're not expecting him to frag out the way you did. The shots he was hitting yesterday, man, I was like, oh my god, who is this guy? Because Forest isn't a player that is just like wildly known for being able to just demolish his opponents. Yes, he could definitely shoot, but not the way that we were seeing him yesterday. It was really good to see. And so I just wanted to highlight the fact that Forest performed really well. Surf kind of mid, and the roles they played were a little similar. So I just wanted to, I guess, highlight that the wildly different performances we saw based off of these players.
Well, certainly we're hoping that Forest, for Spacestation's sake, is able to keep that kind of performance going heading into this series. And for Surf, he did have some pretty nutty shots. I think he even tagged me in a couple of clips when I was looking at what he did, especially to guys like Burke when they were playing on Oregon yesterday. He did he did Surf stuff, the things that we're accustomed to seeing him do when he's not being shoved on hard breach playing for Mirage. So hopefully playing for GGG means he's a little bit more unleashed than he is typically. But Mason, real quick, let's talk Max. Max? Wow, no, he's observing. Let's talk maps. That's the word I'm fucking looking for. Specifically, no labs, no console again. God damn it.
These teams are really doing it to us, man. I guess we'll have to wait till the third, fourth place game or grand finals to see if we get a labs or console match. But no, both these teams, they actually like a lot of the same maps. They have some similarities in the way they like to play maps, and so I'll be curious to see how these teams want to break it down. Do they want to challenge each other on some of their better maps? Do they want to avoid them? I think SSG banning Clubhouse is excellent. I think it was a map that they needed to avoid. Yes, they played it yesterday against Mirage, but I think it was smart to keep that one out of sight for GGG.
Yeah, this map ban phase I think is going more so they're familiar with GGG and the players on that team. They're trying to take out those comfort maps. Obviously, Nighthaven Labs are banning because they just don't want to show it. I'm sure they play it. Clubhouse has been a comfort map for GGG as long as Border has been as well. And then the Oregon has been a comfort pick for them. And now they are picking Border, which I think is probably SSG's best map. They seem to always play that on Astralis. That was a map they always went to. It has a crazy match with Koi, to go to the finals. So it just looks like SSG's going comfort here.
And let me close out on that. SSG in the last 4 times they played Border, at least from my notes, SSG in the last 4 times they played Border, they're 4-0. So they haven't lost. They won it yesterday in their game against Mirage. So I love that pick for SSG. Chalet also, I think a map that both teams are all right on, and I think GGG actually could have a chance to take it out from SSG if they're smart and they don't run around with their heads cut off.
Border was one of those maps that did get played for GGG when they were in the wildcard tryout process, when they decided that they didn't want to play separate from one another, and Chalet getting put into the pool just makes sense, because again, that's another map that was super popular in E1. Cafe getting banned leaves us down to just 2. It's either Bank or Oregon.
Yeah.
And it's fucking Oregon. There's some things you win on and some things you can't. So at least we get a Border in the pool, but then Chalet and Oregon is just old hat for both these teams. It genuinely just is what it is. But ultimately, gentlemen, the question I have to pose, is there anything in here that tells you GGG won this ban phase? Is there anything about these selections that is a trip up for Spacestation that they can maybe use to accelerate their chances towards being able to get the dub? Because they are definitively the underdogs in this game. Guys, is there really anything about this ban phase you like for GGG specifically?
I think Chalet is one of those maps where it just depends on the team playing better in that moment. I feel like it's the most coin flip map in the pool right now, so that's the map that they're gonna have to win to make the third. But even then, I think Oregon and Border really favors that Astralis core and then some of the players on SSG, especially Hot and Cold. If they go third map, I'm highlighting Hot and Cold for third map.
Third map in this tournament?
I agree.
If they go there, I think Hot and Cold, yeah.
A third map? You're crazy. That hasn't happened yet.
Doesn't happen.
I guess it's just never gonna happen. Mason, you were saying?
I gotta agree. I mean, Oregon, looking at the previous history for SSG, played it 3 times in the NAL Stage 1, and they won it 3 times. And they're also 1-1 on it in Copenhagen, so they're 4-1 in the last few times. So, I mean, they have 2 maps that they are 4 wins on, and, I mean, they haven't played very many times in these last few months, but 4 wins for both those ones. It's almost got to be an SSG win here, just due to the fact that Border and Oregon are such good maps for them.
Definitely makes you wonder whether GGG is the team that's capable of finally forcing a third map in this tournament at all. And if they do, it definitely seems like it'll be a little bit of an uphill battle. It won't be entirely impossible because it's Rainbow Six. Crazier shit has happened before. But for this Space Station roster who seem considerably more locked in, they don't seem like they're about to get knocked off their high horse anytime soon. It'll be series number 2, last semifinal. Winner goes to Grands. Loser gets knocked down to the third place game tomorrow. It'll be V and Dan with the call for this series.
You know, Mason said that GGG had a D rating after that quarterfinal. Mason, I have to say, you get an L rating after that bit of analysis. He's still in our call. He says he hates me. He says he hates me. I'm Time to Light. Join alongside me here is Light Rose for our last semifinal of Breaking Point. It is SSG versus GGG. I'm going to apologize ahead of time. I'm 100% going to confuse them at one point or another in this one. But Border's our first map. V, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm excited to see another Border map, Dan. I don't think we've had enough Border, but I do think there's a good amount of new blood here. We're not seeing the same teams over and over again. It's a good time for GGG. I almost said SSG. This is going to be such a struggle tonight. GGG. Should we come up with a different thing to talk about?
Spirits and Co. Can we just rename Karn & Co to Spirits & Co?
Spirits and Co? Okay, that's perfect. But yeah, with GGG, they get the opportunity to maybe put a formulative attack together, show that they can contend with SSG, because I think there's not a lot of hope. You kind of saw it on the desk. I think every single person in production went for SSG, and it's a very good reason why. This team looks immensely strong, and despite Mason's D rating or L rating, as Dan gave him, GGG, they still have a very, very small chance to find themselves in this game, and what an upset it would be to take Space Station's own map away from them.
Also, with them going on towards the attacking side, that was their choice on this map. It seems like they may have something planned. Maybe GGG is cooking coming into our first map of play. Entirely possible they just get dusted and we don't have all that many talking points going into the third place in Grand Finals games tomorrow, but that will be decided in just a couple hours' time. Nook and Ying removed. I believe that's the first time Nook has been removed thus far here in Breaking Point. My statistics say no, it is the third time that she's been removed. Ying, however, that's her 7th. Nothing to be surprised about there.
Oh, you're gonna say it's the first time Ying was banned, and I was like, didn't you make an entire thing yesterday about how she's been banned like 80% of the time? And there's a good reason for that. She's always just a nice little good meat that you can put on the sandwich. She's a great addition to it. Same with Solus as well. She adds a lot of the variation, but Frost is definitely a different ban. You might see that defender in almost all these maps, especially on that bathroom teller side, maybe workshop, just a little bit. But it seems that these teams do not want to engage with the Frost, and I wonder how that will figure it out as we go through the map, because that leaves so many other defenders. And you see it with Space Station's lineup. Fenrir, Azami, and Mira all played on the board, and that also does leave Valkyrie available as well. So the defense, even though Frost is gone, I think they gain a huge thing by still having all of these defenders available. And because Space Station starts on the defense, they can really run out in front and make sure they get that momentum.
Momentum has always been a questionable subject, I think, for GGG, especially when they're playing up against Arrow Rise, whether it was their attacking side, whether it was Facing up against Aerial Rise's lack of an attacking side, there was really no definitive way of saying, oh, this is who's in front, especially after the last few rounds we've played. You never really know. And I don't think we will know all that much until the first few rounds here on Border. I think these will be the real tone setters, obviously, as they usually are. But the other important aspect is seeing how Spacestation play their defense on a map like Border. Now, we saw them yesterday, we saw them play Mirage, and we saw them really not make things close, but it was still a somewhat contentious best of 3. It didn't go to 3 maps, just as the rest of our best of 3s, all 5 of them have thus far this weekend. But I have to say, I still think Spacestation Gaming have this one in the bag. It's just a matter of how extensively it is going to go their way. Ashen finds one, tries to back away for a second, but instead will try and re-engage, only to fall, and Surf will make sure that the body has stopped twitching as they go 1 for 1 in the first 30 seconds.
Say what you can about Ashen, but he is taking no time making sure that these players know his name up in the NALC. He is playing up against players that he did previously, but you can see with these very, very bold spawn peaks and actually getting things from them. He catch Spirit off guards. There was a small chance that he also catches Surf off guard, that Spacestation just get to start off the round with essentially a free couple of kills. But now they do lose somebody important and now lose another player that is always going to be helpful in that late game. Azami has no more ability to place the keeper barriers. It's going to be another run up. Almost a direct trade, and now there is that direct trade. I am immensely impressed that he was able to find that headshot, because it seemed instant the way he got dropped.
It was a nasty flick across, and at least bringing one there, I think a little overzealous, to be honest with you. A 3v4 is not the end of the world, especially when you're playing as Forrest on the Fenrir. I would have liked to see the Fenrir in the later stages of the round, maybe play around those dread mines a little bit more, but that's not the case here. Now, SSG, sure, this is a situation where they have a player disadvantage, but they do still have 2 C4s, and Foltz is still alive. The clutch potential is still very much there, and they are still very much in this round. It's just going to come down to the late stage aggression from GGG and how they can force the Spacestation Gaming roster out of position.
Sure. Got the diffuser. Be that entry player. So it's going to be a pretty risky to have that diffuser very, very early up inside of that site. C4 just thrown a little bit short, and now Houghton just has to back off. He's got nothing but his gun and the player just behind him. And Spacestation, they can hold strong with the 2 players that they have, but it is really going to be a difficult task to do now that they don't really have time on their side. They don't have the man count. And there's Han. He's able to find a great one on Zeno, equalizing the man count.
With that Gemini Replicator falling before it saw Houghton, they didn't know he was tucked in the corner, and because of that, he's able to find the kill on Zeno and then back away with his life. A true 2 versus 2, a lack of utility, gonna come back to bite GGG. Foltz misses the first shot, will not miss once more, and CZ now left alone in a 1v2 of his own, finds the first, trying to swing for the second inside of the small office, but Foltz will re-swing with the SMG-11. I said he won't miss. He lives up to that prediction, and SSG will open up Border with yet another round victory to their name here in Breaking Point.
And a good opening attack from GGG, despite having the initial L. I think there were really signs of promise in that engagement. You have that refrag immediately. I think a lot of these maybe came down to a little bit of SSG just absolutely hitting their shot. Like, you look at the Fenrir, and in most scenarios, they're not going to be able to drop a player like that. And with GGG, they did have the man count advantage, but I think Spacestation just simply shut down the Gemini clone, like you said. Any information was stifled, which did actually make that execution a lot harder. But as I said, right as the round ended, promise. There is something definitely build upon, and I really would like to see GGG actually work towards that. Of course, they do have to have a full roster. You gotta keep Spirits alive, because Spirits is definitely a player you really want to have in that mid to late round, just he can really get the job done when it comes to frags. And of course, you gotta make sure Ashen doesn't do the exact same thing he did previously, because he would love to continue spawn peeking like that.
Okay, so we have 3 options in terms of the rename for GGG. We have Zeno & Co. because it rhymes, Surf & Co. because it ends with a consonant and then goes and Co. kind of like Karn, or Spirits & Co. because I think if you looked at this roster, I believe it was said yesterday, Spirits I think is the most notable, at least that people would recommend or remember at least from previous Pro League play.
We'll see who gets like an amazing frag heavy map in round 1, and then we
Top Fragger gets the name.
That's
Top Fragger gets the name.
That's what we're doing. All right.
Yep. All right. It's the rename.
They're playing
for
for
GGG
more.
going
They're
into
playing for more
Chalet.
than money now, Dan.
Speaking of money, winner of this guarantees themselves at least $1,250. Loser of this will play for a maximum of $750, so it is at least a $500 game. If not, could be up to a $1,000 game. Winner has to play DarkZero tomorrow. Loser plays ATK in the third place game, casted by yours truly alongside V. Ashen finds the opening kill, as we've come to expect at this point, as he wins both of the opening engagements in the first 2 rounds, and this time does not get traded. He will make it out with his life, at least for the time being, and again drops down a G36C wielder. This time it's Surf rather than Spirits.
I'm thinking back to what they said on the desk about Ashen and being the real reason why Spacestation had any part in the entry game. And then I look at this, these first 2 rounds, and Ashen is the one to strike first. And I look back and I'm like, is that really that bad of a thing when Ashen is able to consistently get these opening kills, already 2 within the first 2 rounds? He's able to take out GGG, make it a 4v2, and probably secure the round for Space Station, not because of Surf, but the way that Space Station was actually able to snowball due to that. And as we go through this, whether it's Ashen continuing to get more entries or other players on SSG getting those entries, I think enabling Ashen with those entries is never going to be a bad thing. Not exactly putting all your eggs in one basket, but really actually enabling the best parts of your attack or defense, however you are.
My favorite part of their defense as well here for at least Space Station thus far is the fact that they are not over-aggressing and they're playing in much more diverse positions. Sure, most of the time you have a player advantage and you want to just stack up together. And a lot of the times that is the correct call. In this case, you can see Fultz playing all the way over towards Customs. He was sitting in the back corner of Supply looking for that opening kill onto anybody who would drop. Instead, it's just Xeno to drop in towards the site. Sees you, will follow. And in this case, he's just swung from 3 separate angles. Ashen will find the first and the last kill here in round number 2 and make sure it is a second round victory for SSG.
Okay, that one didn't show us. I'm gonna be real.
No.
That one was a little bit worse, and I know part of that could be that they didn't find the trade onto the opening pick. Ashen was able to find one other than that, and then another, as I believe we already have a timeout from GGG. Maybe it was a technical one. I guess we were just pausing it a little bit.
It was a troll. It was a troll.
Oh, that is certified production lingo. Like, we got troll, we got fraud. There's some very, very professional people here.
Fraudfu?
In, Fraudfu. As the OG fraud right there. The day you, as a league owner, get called fraud is the day you just gotta call it quits.
Well, bye, Jacob.
I was gonna say, we literally came to the same thought process at the exact same time. But
great minds think alike.
Is Jacob a fraud?
No, honestly, this one's pretty good. I like this.
Yeah, I think he's passed the bar. So.
The only reason I would say that Jacob's a fraud is he's not making NAL teams play Consulate or Labs. I said this in our production chat.
That could still happen.
True. Nobody's not making them. I said at CaliberJacob should have made Consulate and Labs mandatory in Grand Finals.
No way he actually gets
anything. This is like a 30-meter angle towards like the walk-in from double door.
That is the Rainbow Six Pro angle where it's like, oh, I see a discolored pixel. That must be a head, and I will take it off clean. I mean, I would have loved to see something happen, but smart play.
He still almost finds a kill.
He's just not stopping.
No, this guy's just running around like a chick with his head cut off. I think he's doing it in Breaking Point because he's still 17, so, you know, you could justify it, say, oh yeah, I was just crazy. And, you know, now that I'm 18, I'm playing in NAL. When he turns 18 and is able to play in NAL in week 2. Maybe he has the ability to just calm down a little bit, especially when, you know, the team deathmatch meta stops becoming a real thing. You can also notably see the pulse being brought here from Forest, and the IQ to counter for Surf. What does Surf see with that scanner? I think it's a black eye camera sitting in the corner of the site, so you should have that information to just drop it away. But instead, we'll just open up the flooring and now look to get some vertical angles of his own.
I want to know if there's going to be any interactions with the pulse and the IQ. Because clearly Forrest can spot a couple of players up top, but I don't know if Surf is actually on the scanner at the exact same time. Using an X-Kairos. Open up a floor. Definitely not one of the strongest things you really do want to do with those things, but definitely is something that can be done, as Surf is doing a great job at hunting down those electronics. Like a mom back in the 90s calling all of her kids' gadgets Nintendos and calling them spawn of Satan. They are taken away from this mortal plane.
Can't use them. You can't even find him inside of the site. Spirit's apparently thinking one player is inside of Tellers. He's correct in his prediction, by the way. But the problem is Spacestation doesn't have a single player on site, except for maybe their Fenrir of Houghton, who's just waiting inside a bathroom instead. Spirit sees one, but misses the opportunity to find the kill. Kool-Aid is getting the diffuser down, and there's not a thing that Spacestation's trying to do about it. This more disengaged and laissez-faire defense is coming back to bite them. And now it's J90 in a 1 versus 4. The TCSG in hand, sure, but the problem is he has to retake a site of which he has no control of, no information to play off of either, because the IQ has taken out all their information gathering utility. He needs to re-swing for this kill, but instead, he'll just try for some frags. He won't even find one. Surf will indeed shut him down as the IQ, and find the all-important round back for GGG.
And that's a great enabler. Going to have small timeouts. We'll get to hear the comms. Be very, very important. Listen on it.
I can open it on my side, Zach, and then you just hold on. Listen, hold on. Okay, so the reason I call it is basically I don't want us trying to play them out of positions. This round is exactly why I wanted to call it earlier. Start pushing side direct. I don't care what it is. So bring a Twitcher and Ike to figure out where the traps are, because then they're not bringing Frost, right? So we have basically all the info we need. Bring Thatch. Bring containment ops. Okay, so Lion, Dope, stuff like that. Thatcher, get shit open. Spend the first minute getting shit open. Use the IQ of the Twitch to find out exactly what they have on site, and then start hitting. So CZ, start looking for just points to hit. Everybody else, when you open it, these guys are gonna get tested, okay? They're gravitating towards where you're opening shit. So when you open it, watch out for the players, know if they have info, we'll know where they are. Just get the pressure off site so we can hit it. They're already don't have that much for it, okay?
I like what VBM is saying. I think he definitely was speaking the truth, because what GG did at the time, maybe bring some of those containment ops to actually shut down some of the roam that Spacestation will bring, because I think that was a big reason why Spacestation were victorious in those first 2 rounds. Ashen's able to find a big entry in the first 2, have a couple of these other players really find some kills left, right, and center, and then GG have no opportunity to do what they did in round 3, which is take their time. Use the vertical angles, take out all of the electronics like the black eyes that are in and around the site, so that when the actual execution comes, Spacestation really don't have anything, because they haven't gotten an entry onto anybody on GGG. They don't have any cameras, and now they're losing map control because GGG has slowly but surely been making their way through that top floor. And GG needs to make sure that they do not get caught off guard. J90 is going to go for a peek, and Spirits is the second casualty of a spawn peek. His luck is unbelievable with that.
And in spawning in 2 separate positions as well. First time he spawned south, this time he spawns east vehicle entrance, and he just has no way to get out. That's the ranked run out, if I've ever seen one for J90. And Spirit's none the wiser. No drone setup to deny it. No sound cue apparently there to remove the possibility. Fultz could have fully swung there. I think Xeno's just on the other side of that door frame. He is. With the re-swing, Fultz just distracting him with this Mark 14, and he wins the fight. The shoulder peak demon baits out Xeno and is able to find the kill at the back of it. Kool-Aid also very lucky his head's still attached, because that shot very well could have decapitated him. In the meantime, however, Ashen will finally be shut down in his ranked runaround endeavor, and we see a 4v3 favor SSG.
starting to worry that even in instances where GGG could find some level of success, that it's just going to be Surf that is really propelling this team forward. He has found a majority of the kills in this game. I think he's found exactly 50%. No, just a little bit under 50% of all of GGG's kills so far. But clearly, he's kind of on a mission all by himself. He doesn't really have any of these other players around him. Underneath, maybe trying to find some of these jammers that could then be taken out by Kool-Aid. As we go through the round, I still mainly look to Surf to get things done, which worries me because there's so many other players. What a sneaky little run there by GGG. They're doing some atypical things, but so is Fultz just hiding behind this desk. I like it.
Well, this is going to work too. There's no way they properly drone this. There's no way they actually see Fultz sitting under this desk. Does the clutch drone find him? Yes, it does. Only pinging his feet, so CZ's going to walk in and should be able to find the kill. He will indeed. Good drone work here for this attacking side. An important way to clear out what would have been a deadly flank. And a follow-up is actually found. That overzealous nature of J90 actually comes back to bite him. But Forrest can't over-aggress looking for that frag. He's still just waiting on the backside of this Black Mirror, sitting inside an office, but they haven't drone him out. They have no idea. He swings for one, sees the second, and now wants to swing for that as well. He'll find it, looking for a third. With the Mossberg in hand, he'll find all three. Forrest will completely flame out GGG, and SSG pick up a third round.
I really would love to go back to see how many drones GGG had, because they had an amazing drone onto the player hiding under the desk. I mean, you called it out. You thought there was no way that they were going to be able to get that, yet they do still, and I think we actually should be able to spot how many drones. Look at how many. They have 2 that they can still mobilize, and there's a lot of time on the clock that they can actually still just throw a couple of them out, maybe sacrifice them, even if they're in some sort of valuable flank positions, because I think you're in a little bit of desperation. The Black Mirror is not something you can just face check, and that is a big reason why. Absolutely able to mow down your opponent because you have coverage, you have transparency with the Black Mirror, and it sucks because GGG did a wonderful job droning before, and then they just immediately contradict themselves with something like that, and it makes it really hard to have that belief in them because they'll play amazing in one time, and then the next round comes and it's like it's all undone in one single swoop.
Another problem with that was GGG was overcommitting to what worked in the previous round. You saw when we went to Workshop and Ventilation, they brought the IQ, they brought Vertical Destruction. They tried for basically the exact same thing in that round, but just nothing similar was brought for Space Station. And correctly so, they didn't need a lot of the same operators, so GGG's picks really went unresponded to. Surprisingly enough, by the way, SSG are going to try and turn that momentum into a follow-up round on Ventilation Workshop, the round in which they only have lost thus far, the only one they've lost thus far, and kind of looked abysmal for them. If I'm GGG here, I again look for something similar. But the problem is, can you clear out as much of SSG from the site itself? You still have a lot of breach charges, 6 of them to be specific. You're bringing Selmas instead of that IQ. And if you can, turn it into some site control, then go for it. Honestly, I wouldn't be too upset if they just sent it onto site right now, but the problem is they have given up Armory once more.
Last time they tried to execute, they got some
okay, bro.
Wow, Forrest. Okay, all right, just do something like that. Might as well get something crazy. Have a little prone just diving beneath everything. His legs finally get caught out. I don't know how Kool-Aid didn't spot that earlier, but then he gets swung and dropped. And GGG, they used the ace to break open the wall, but really nothing more than that. And Space Station still have some maintaining control over that top floor. Surf is going to do his best, but he still is just one player all by his lonesome self. Another round where GGG, maybe they get a fiery start with taking out Ash, but there's a small chance they just start to sputter in the end, and it really starts to happen with Surf. He tries to take the angle, actually backs off. He needs to win a gunfight to keep GGG in this game. But instead, Fultz pushes forward. He doesn't find the kill. And now Surf with a hip fire headshot. Somehow, GGG off my man Surf. Win a round.
I like that retake of Armory. They couple a logic bomb alongside the retake through CC in the 90 hallway, and because of it, SSG are just overwhelmed. They didn't have a way out. Sure, the hatch was broken, but they didn't have main door control. And this is my question for Gang Gang Gaming. You saw Kool-Aid look back towards the half wall there in the replay. He predicted there was a second player on the top floor. There was actually a third, as a matter of fact. But why not couple more players for that top floor take immediately thereafter after getting the wall open for refrags when you know there are multiple people on the top floor? You're hoping for those one-for-one trades that just did not go your way, but in the end, it is still SSG with that top floor control, and then they just kind of hand it over for free. I think overzealous again for them. I would like to see them play reactive rather than a little bit too proactive on that Armory defense, but in the end, it is still a GGG win on Ventilation Workshop. It's the only site they've won, though. SSG headed back to another site that they have won themselves.
I mean, when Surf is on it, he is on it, and also when the RNG of the game just kind of goes his way. Maybe he was quick scoping so that it slowly like zoomed in his crosshair just a little bit, because I don't know if you're gonna get something like that again. It's GGG. They swap Surf off of the IQ, something he's been very, very good at. But it seems like as an attack entirely, they just want to go for something different. Kool-Aid is now on the Monty. They're gonna keep CC on the Brava, who just sprays a door, spots Hot and Cold proning, I think. I'm just gonna assume that, because otherwise you're just gonna be a very lucky boy tonight. And that's a free pick for GGG.
Reopening, and again, SSG are not playing directly on the site. I don't think there's a single person other than whoever we just saw in the bathroom hallway that is directly on the site itself. And this is another instance of GGG. If they have the droning, they have the information gain, which they have in rounds prior, they could just rush this, and they'd honestly have it for mostly free. The only thing they'd really have to worry about is taking square as well. You can see SSG very reactive in their defensive nature right now. They do not have a lot of space to work with that is around the site itself. They can't even afford to hold directly above the site because they just don't have that control. And on a very small map, if you over-aggress, you could just easily get caught out of position.
I think that's why you're seeing GGG being pretty patient. With the Monty, once you actually push out these roamers from their spaces, it's going to be very hard as those defenders to take that back. As long as you are a competent team, you set up these flank drones, nothing is really going to come of the sort once you actually push those defenders back. GG, yet still, nothing much is really happening. You mainly just have this utility being thrown out, but now here's that site entry. Kool-Aid is already putting down the fuser with no contention at all.
Wait, but they have no idea that they just saw Fultz walk out of Passport. He's now freely sitting inside a square, and this is a problem now for GGG to recover. Sure, they do still have the man advantage, but they don't have the positioning they need to work with. Fultz now being seen, that should be enough info for GGG to work off of, but J9O now coupling alongside him. They're trying to retake this top floor, but in the meantime, they've actually given up this balcony, and Surf will die off the back of it. CZ with one to return, though, and that man advantage will set in once more for GGG, and it seems like all GG in chat for this first half. A nice first shot for J9O. That's all he'll find in the 1v3 clutch. Xeno with a double of his own on the ace. And a clean, once more, site take for GGG, catching Space Station Gaming lacking.
Yeah, I think GGG definitely told SSG GG in that very particular instance. They did take your advice, Dan. They saw the site pretty empty, took control with the Monty, which is really the operator that you definitely want for that, because if maybe there's just a twinge of paranoia that maybe there's somebody watching you with a camera or something of the sort, you have the coverage of the shield. So you absolutely slap that down, and I think SSG did a good job at playing around that in the post plan, especially with Fultz taking Passport. But the only problem was they went together, which then did result in a lot of kills. But because of the time limit, they had to split up, which then you couldn't play the refrag game. And I think SSG just kind of kicks themselves in the ass by having absolutely no coverage of either the plant or even the site around it. So there really was just a small sense of desperation throughout the entire thing of realizing, oh, Kool-Aid's getting the plant down. We have 40 seconds to win this round, otherwise it is 3-3. And that is something that GGG can absolutely take all the way to the bank. swap on the defense. I think they've got the advantage here.
Spirit's trying to run out of his own. You are not him.
He wants revenge. He wants revenge so badly.
He died. He was like the opening pick in I think 3 rounds, if not at least 2, based off of spawn peaks alone.
It was the 2.
So he was going through it on the attacking side, but you know he'll survive for the time being and still at least make it through the first 20 seconds of the round, unlike what we saw in 2 rounds prior. Fault's also opening up East. This is a lot of space to give to Space Station Gaming in the early stages of this round. They're not contending with East. They're not contending with most of Security or Break. They really only have Spirits on that side. Sure, nothing abnormal for GGG's defense, but still something that could be left to be desired.
SSG got one operator with the frags, most likely going to go underneath, maybe throw a couple of them. And with GGG not really having anybody underneath, it's a lot of time that SSG can take the drone out and potentially get a free pick overall. We'll have to see if the drones actually amount to anything, as Spirit's underneath doesn't really have anybody to actually help him. No angle that he can really play. And you do see one frag being thrown. Not anywhere near Spirit, but he has one more shot, maybe playing the Russian roulette of frag grenades. Find the right area, survive, but no, he gets shot from Ashen all the way in East Stairs. I want to know the distance on that shot.
That is at least a 40-meter shot, because you have from one side to the main bomb chassis. That's how insane that shot was. We'll have to do the math later on in between games, because I don't know how in the world Ashen even saw him. Seems like the 1.5 difference in that endeavor. And J9O just walks into sight, kills Kool-Aid, breaks the barbed wire, and then backs away with his life still fully intact.
Seems like he's just kind of taking their entries, running away with it right now. I mean, Security is really clear. And with that, SSG can push on forward. They already have one player in the site gone, and now, potentially with a little bit of the communication there, they're able to get a great pinch. Another player falls. And Dan thought I said GGG would have had the advantage going into this. Clearly, I was speaking falsehood into this. This is a flawless round. And, well, how do you counter this? Armory is a great site for the defense. Do you try your luck again? Go somewhere different? All of them definitely have not your full confidence behind them.
I still can't believe that Ashen hits that shot. I'm trying to find any documentation as to how large Border is. From what I can see, it seems like 48 meters from one side of the balcony to the other. So it had to be a 45-meter shot or so from the far side of CC to the front side of the east stairs. But still, the fact that you can hit that, well, you were being looked at, by the way. Spirits was watching Ashen through the very small breach in the break room wall, and still couldn't see him because it was a 45-meter shot. That is well over 150 feet, by the way, for all of you who are not fans of the metric system. And is an insane shot to hit. That is one half of a football field.
That's pretty far. Look, I'm an American. I only speak in hamburgers and football field size.
I actually measure things in fridges. Did you see that?
You are definitely the odd one out there.
No, have you seen the one clip of a sinkhole measuring 9 washing machines?
I have
it's
seen
like
that.
Americans will use anything other than the metric system.
Americans describing anything. Imagine a burger. And it literally applies to this situation. Because, you know what's funny enough, Dan? I literally, like, actually measuring it in a football field size accurately allows me to depict how good of a shot that is. I am
that's half a football field.
I'm so freedom brain this thing.
America. That's all I'm saying. SSG also, with that round victory, have taken the lead and have that lead to now work with. Nade being prepped from below, wants to go over towards that break room. They don't know exactly where the Aruni has moved off to. It seems like Forrest, aware of the possibility he's above, and just wants to try and set the nade up beforehand to line it up properly. He throws it up, but Kool-Aid had not moved that far over just yet. but is still occupying that side of the break room. So the difficult position now for this attacking side is figure out where that Aruni is continually moving off to. I like the movement from Kool-Aid, making sure he doesn't get caught off, but he may very well walk into a crossfire that's being held up on the spawn peak window. Instead, it's Xeno to find the opening kill on Defaults, who is holding that window and giving Kool-Aid that freedom to move around.
And that does sting because you have to take the time to rotate Haunt over to really where you want him because you've lost that hard breach. So GGG, they get their entry. They keep Kool-Aid alive over by that break area. And now that Spacestation have one less player that can actively drone out, this might make things a little bit harder, but who are we to doubt? Ashen, who's got the diffuser as well. If there is one player you really do want, it's either Ashen or Surf. And one of them is dead in this round. And as we go through these last 60 seconds, it's the perfect time for SSG to take that entry that they just got, the small amount of map control that Surf may have given up in this potential archives area that could be entered as J90 barely misses. And that's exactly what they're going to do.
Hot and Cold jumps in off the back of the bait shot from J90, but in the meantime, the diffuser's still going down, and J90's still there for the coverage. Ashen will get the diffuser down and just barely gets out alive. And in the meantime, Forrest is walking down the 90 hallway and catches Kool-Aid napping. Spirits now on 1 kill, needs to find 2 just to give the round over, and Ashen has moved off towards the AC balcony. Has an Ash charge in hand, just feigning the fact that he's still on that main breach, but in the meantime, Spirits wants to stick it. He'll tap 2 times over, but has no clue that Ashen's behind him, even with the Ash charge breaking the Kiba barriers. The lack of situational and spatial awareness comes back to bite Spirits, and SSG will string 2 rounds back to back.
I mean, to be fair, it would have been a hard situation to win, I think, overall. Up against Ashen, a player who just has been hitting it all night. We saw the level of entries that he's gotten. We saw the distance of shots that he's had. There really wasn't a doubt in my mind, Dan, that Ashen was going to lose. That, and it's unfortunate for GGG to have that because that was the best defensive round we've seen. They're able to get the entry onto a pretty pivotal character of the Ace. Unfortunately, you just can't really hold on to what matters, that archives area. And now we're going on to that secondary site. A blitz is being flashed by Forrest. I want to wait just a little bit to comment on it. It could be maybe a bait. I know we've talked about the unusual strategies of SSG. Yeah, there it is.
Boo. I was about to say, I see a blitz. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. I did.
Look, it is of SSG's character to do that, for sure.
Yeah.
We're not seeing quirky things. That's why they're winning.
I was playing ranked earlier, and it was Consulate, and there's a blitz. Did you know there's now a back entrance room to the far side of the archives on the bottom floor that goes to a softwall that you have to reinforce all the way around, like a very useless.
I've got a picture. So many things in my mind.
Long story short,
have a extremely vague idea.
Under the main Visa hatch, there's like a far corner of archives on the bottom floor of Consulate. So for all of you who play Consulate, walk around the bottom floor for a minute when you're on the defense. Just make sure you have that spatial awareness, because I didn't, and Blitz just walked right at me. It was kind of annoying. Anyway, J90 is playing on the Twitch, just denied a Dread Mine and a Black Eye camera in the same 2.5 seconds. And all in all, you're seeing a decent bit of aggression. That EMP will actually deny the Dread Mine that's on the wall there. And in the meantime, the aggression through the CC window, it's Faults to find the opening kill. He was the first one to die in our previous round. He'll be the first one to frag here in what may very well be the round in which SSG lock in map point.
There's Xeno firing back. It is a hard breach taken out, but Faults is good for 3. Apparently, what? He's just able to absolutely go hog wild inside of the site. Wherever he is, he's been finding these angles, and GGG have no way to react. So now the site is essentially clear. There's nobody inside of that. Kool-Aid's on metal. Xeno's on east stairs, and he's been spotted. GGG are toast. Dan.
No, there's no way they come back into this. Ashen, I'm surprised, didn't see the head of Kool-Aid as he dropped. But in the meantime, Xeno will drop into bathroom and somehow get shot from behind through the window. Whether a timing shot, an information-based spray, or what have you, Xeno is now down, and a Twitch is alive. J90 could have found the Twitch shot, but in the meantime, Kool-Aid will indeed find the resurrection he was looking for. 50 seconds left. Fultz has all the information he needs, by the way. They could just walk in and try and find these kills. Instead, they will indeed take their time and try and lock in these breaches. And there's the drop they're looking for. A plant gonna go down on the far side of the safe wall, but Xeno wants to deny it through this soft wall. He'll find a third kill on the round, but he'll finally be shut down for Fultz's fourth, and he may very well not be done. J90 will take away his teammate's ace, but in the meantime, lock in Space Station Gaming's map point round here for their pick of border.
It just feels like overall, when you're looking at these two teams, GGG have had their strong moments, and you are seeing flashes where they do seem like the team that can possibly win this. Space Station are just better. Slightly even in very specific instances, and they're able to take advantage of that and run all the way towards victory road. And 7-3, a scoreline on border would be very, very predictable by SSG standards, but then there really wouldn't be anything for GGG to actually go off of once we transfer over to Shell. Now, if you're hearing a lot of G, you are not having a stroke. That is just the nature of both of these teams, and it also does make it very hard to track verbally what these teams are doing as well. I'm just very glad that they don't have very similar names, because that would make it an absolute nightmare to even get anything done within the round.
Imagine surf versus surfy.ssg versus .ggg.
Silent snake.
Oh
all
my gosh.
have. I mean, we do have Surfy, Spirits, and CZ on one team, but I think there's enough of a differential that we kind of know, right?
Oh, Spirits. This could very well be nasty. PSA, by the way, for all of you who do not play Vigil, you can no longer sprint around with his presence reduction enabled, because it will give you a glitch effect on your own screen like we currently see, because there's a very weird spectator bug. It actually exposes you to cameras where they don't actually see your own person, but they see a glitch effect, noting that somebody's there. So don't sprint around while you have it enabled. Just walk around or crouch walk around, because it won't be denied then, but if you sprint, it will be.
There's a blitz, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. Kind of sneaking in there.
They just rush customs?
They could rush the site. And, I mean, Ashen does seem primed to take this gunfight. Surf is gone with Fultz getting yet another entry. Ashen looks away from Fountain, but he escapes and is met with death from CZ. And as cool as it would have seemed to just see Ashen absolutely take charge within the site, he's finally met his match at least a little bit in this round.
Problem is, Ashen did that without any refragability, nor anybody even trying for a trade from distance. Spirit is sitting in the far side of East, sees the head of, I believe, Houghton all the way out towards that far walk-in, but instead does not find the kill he was looking for. It was the ace, actually, there of Fultz, who was fresh off of a 4K in our previous round. And even with Ashen's just, I'll say, overzealous walk-in, it's still a 4v4 with a minute 20 left in the round.
I think that might be good for GGG. I mean, they still have these roamers around the map. You still have Spirit with a Vigil, which technically is considered a pretty selfish operator. But in an instance like this, where there might be some flank drones set up, that could be very, very big. Forrest is priming himself for a big jump in, and maybe we'll see why Space Station really would have liked the Frost Band, but no, he just slinks in through West Main and does enter the site.
Oh, nobody doesn't know. CZ had dropped down metal, just waiting at the bottom of lobby, but he does only find one. Xeno, in the meantime, is refragged by Houghton all the way over towards that main door. Actually, no, up towards Armory at that. And that gives J90 free reign on the top floor. There's only 30 seconds left in this one. And in the meantime, Spirits will also fall in the back corner of Customs, and CZ has no information to play off of. Those black guys have quickly been taken care of, and he has no way to refrag without just
guesswork at that. Fultz will look for yet another frag, but can only do damage onto CZ. And Jane, I know, walking onto site will find a first. The refrag onto the second just will not be there for CZ. And SSG, a flawless attacking half, goes 7-3 here on Border, and will take our first map and go up 1-0 in our semifinal.
GG. SSG really got the best of you. It is so hard not to do that. It's a fun little thing to say. Come on, GG. It's lovely. But yeah, I think GG definitely, maybe not the best game. I don't think that GG is definitely something that they're telling themselves, because all the SSG lovers are being enabled currently. 7-3. We're not really moments where GG felt like they had control of Border or even the entire game in general. And as we go on to map 2, I don't know if we're going to see a GG that can actually take us to the first map 3 of the entire thing. I mean, it is going to be a very, very difficult thing to take down a top dog like SSG. So far, it just does not seem like this is the team.
One thing to their benefit it is their map pick. Chalet is our second map of play, but the problem is they're playing up against a Pro League team on what is a fairly stock standard map. In the grand scheme of things, it goes Oregon, Clubhouse, and Chalet as the usual third selection in the realm of normality. But to break down our first map of Border, it's the desk with Jacob, Alex, and Mason.
Appreciate it, you two. This one was a lot faster than I thought. A really, really even first half, subjected immediately to a second half that was about as lopsided as you could have expected. There wasn't really a round in that second half of play, Mason, that looked like GGG were capable of keeping things close. It felt like as soon as Space Station got in the building, there wasn't really anything that Gang could do to stop them.
Just the domination from SSG. They looked like the better team. They felt like the better team. They were more confident, and although GGG liked the map of Border, I think Space Station love it, and I think that was the biggest difference, is the fact that GGG even let SSG get here, I think was a poor decision, and it showed up that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna have my rude analyst moment, where I think if a team is gonna hype themselves up the way that they do and say that they need to be in Pro League, I think you should be performing much better. I felt like the first 3 rounds, or the first attacking half was good, but Border's an attacking side map, and then you guys can't even win a single defense. So I was like, you had the easy side first, you got 3 rounds, that's great. You got on the defense, you completely shut down, and went back to what you do. You play solo, and that's what I said was going to be the problem for them in the pre-show. They're great players, but they're not the best at playing as a team, and they hype themselves up, that they should be in Pro League. Which, don't get me wrong, maybe some of them should, but I want more out of them. If you're going to talk the talk, walk the walk.
Obviously, they still have the ability to come back in this series. I don't disagree with the idea that it does look a little bit dire, but it's fair criticism to say if you think that you should be going to majors, going to Pro League, finding a way to compete with the best, and then you have a chance to compete against the best, and that's the kind of performance you put up, it definitely doesn't look all that great. I mean, the fact that you decided you needed to call a timeout at round 4 because there were some things that you really didn't like, and you were only down by 1 round at that point, and still you're not able to really muster up too much in the second half. It's like, cool, you were able to get an even dead 3-3, and yet still things end up going the way that they did. Mason, I mean, I don't want to just be a doomsayer for GGG. These guys are all great, but what do you even do now? I mean, you're going to your own map pick. What chance do you have?
You gotta really look at the books, and hopefully VBM can just chat during this break and put as much as he can into these guys, because whenever he has a timeout, I feel like VBM, you gotta just give credit to him, because he gives such good insight, such good information, and you see the team succeed. But then they get to the defensive side because he had to burn the timeout so early, he couldn't even talk to them then, and so it just continued to spiral and spiral all the way down. So hopefully they won't have to reach out into the pocket for that timeout as early, and they can start off with a good early half against SSG when they go to Chalet.
Yeah, Chalet, like I said, is that coin flip map. They had a bad first map against SSG on Border just now, but I think, again, Border was one of those maps that is SSG favored. Chalet is the map that they can pull out. But the problem is, with that performance, is that going to affect them going into map 2? I know that they did not play very well. Is that going to mess with them the next map? Hopefully not. But this is the time where they can actually pull it out. They can surprise SSG, and it's the map where, like I said, that momentum could shift.
SSG extends their 2023 season record on Border to a comfortable 5-0. They have yet to lose it on the back of Fultz. In spite of playing hard breach operators mostly on attack, still putting together a 12-5 performance. Always good to see somebody with his skill level be topping the scoreboard like we know that he can always do historically. Ashen still having a good performance. Nothing from SSG necessarily stands out as bad. You can't say that none of it stands out as good, but it usually, when something goes wrong, that's the thing that you're typically going to be screaming about, which is why we're talking so much about Gang as opposed to Space Station, because they're playing well. They're doing exactly what they drew up in the boardroom. This week of prep, like Callout talked about, has been the first time they've been doing it in quite some time because of the length of the offseason, and so far it looks like it's paying dividends. But Alex, they now go into Chalet. Even if it's a map that they do play relatively frequently, it still might not be one that they prefer, and you can't always get all the maps you want in a best of 3. This is GGG's pick. What do you do coming into this game?
I think, like I said, it's team effort. I think, that's what I'm going to highlight is team effort. Team. If GGG comes into this map and they play as a team and not as individuals every single round, and they keep that in mind when it matters most in the late round, then again, they can pull this map out. I think, again, this is the most coin flip map in the map. Anybody can win this map depending on the day, and they have to come in and play as a team. I want to see Surf getting those early picks and then backing up and playing more disciplined. I want to see a better performance out of Spirits, getting more flexible with different ops, bring out the Ying, bring out the Montaigne. Play to your guys' strengths. Don't just play for the kills.
Surf was so
if
good
nothing else
in Element 1, right? Like, Surf was so good in Element 1. The team played around him. They focused around him. We talked about it while we were off camera, that Surf is kind of one of those guys you got to build around, right? GGG is built around Surf. Then make him that guy. He's been even throughout Breaking Point so far. 17-17 in day 1. Just went 8-8 on that last map. He's 25-25 total. That was really not much more to say. And the fact that Surf is not performing, not showing out, go make the guy go do the damn thing he was brought in to do, right? That's it.
That's it. There's only one more thing left to be said for GGG. It's what can you do in map 2? There's not another competition that they get the chance to play in until the Atlanta Major qualifiers, which aren't going to be happening for, at this point, like midway through September at this rate. So if they want to have any legitimate opportunity to get meaningful practice, game day reps, streamed, casted against an opponent that is worth their shit, it has to come now. And for Space Station, they're one map away from a date with DarkZero in the grand finals and having an old nemesis to play tomorrow for a little bit bigger of a prize pool. That is what GGG is trying to stop. It'll be V and Dan with the call for map 2.
Chalet the second, and a contentious one. Alex said anybody can win this map. GGG need that anybody to be them to force our first and what would be only third map between our quarter and semifinal. It's been time to light. Join alongside me here is Light Rose for Chalet as a map 2 of play. It is GGG's selection, and they do start on the defensive side. It's an attacking sided map, so maybe their first half will give them a buffer for a better second half finish. Only time will tell.
I gotta be honest. I don't know. The believer in me is starting to diminish. Because I am a fan of GGG. I really like seeing this team that kind of felt like old PL players just kind of scrounging it up together. In the beginning, it didn't feel like there was much going on. It just felt like Kool-Aid wanted to get back in the competition. But then we saw Element 1, what this team was possible. And then now they get to go up against some of the teams that they actually want to play up against in the NEL. They're looking for a spot, and potentially this is the best spot to show it off next to Element 1. Are you a believer, Dan? Is there a small sliver left?
I still think that this is going to be a close second map, but I honestly don't know how close it'll be. I predict probably 7-4 or 7-5. I still think SSG is going to win things. In my original prediction that I put in our predictions channel, I said SSG 2-1. I'd like to amend that to SSG 2-0, because I do not think that GGG, with their solo nature, just has it in this map. It's entirely possible I'm wrong, and I'd love to cast our only third map, but we'll see how that works out. Frost banned out here on Chalet, as is Nook, unsurprisingly, but I also appreciate the Brava ban from GGG, because that just was a massive hindrance to their defensive side.
Yeah, and funny enough, the Frost ban makes even more sense on Chalet, because it seems like on about 3 of the 4 sites, there are windows that Frost gets a lot of value from, and taking that away makes the attack just a little bit easier, especially if SSG do want to lean on that blitz a little bit more, because Frost is one of the biggest counters to shield. I mean, she's definitely up there, because you can essentially cannot do anything about those shields once you hop in. I'm trying to think if you can even shoot down. I don't think you can. So once you commit and there's a Frost vent below you, you are dead meat. And SSG, they do not want to deal with that at all, especially as Bar Games is going to be that first site. That big double window is a huge spot where Frost can play. She can deploy her shield up top and have a good control of library with a good player playing around the reinforced wall and that little pixel angle that you can have, I believe, to the small right of that reinforced wall. As GGG, they did have a very good opening couple of rounds up against SSG, but honestly, they need more than that because they lost those rounds. They need win. Simple and plain down.
Only having a 3-3 split on border is not great. And again, as Alex mentioned, it is a notably attacker-sided map, but in all fairness, so is Chile. So even a 4-2 halftime split here would be okay for GGG, with them being on the 2 side of things, because they can obviously make it back on their attack. They looked much better on their attack, just their defense has to step up, and now's a very good time to do so. They had a good bit of time, 5-10 minutes in between maps, to really talk things out and figure out what the heck went wrong. Spoiler alert, there were a few things to note, and if SSG can't keep that level of consistency that we've seen them bring with 4 straight round victories, back at least trailing to border, then we may see GGG open up well, and that's what they need to do. They need to have something to build off of, because if they can't start off well, I'm going to say it just like I did yesterday, they're not even going to have the opportunity to finish off at all.
Of course, it does start with keeping spirits alive past that 30-second phase, and CKC just napping.
Goodbye.
And Ashen's able to walk into library, somehow completely silent, and find a free as hell kill. Fultz is going to clean up onto spirits. GGG, you kind of needed to come out with a fire. And at least that one kill showed that you were cold as ice right there.
Oh no, Xeno's dead. Oh, Xeno's still alive. I thought he was going to die there. Nade, however, being prepped because the EE1D. There's no way Xeno survives that. Nade, though, he won't. Perfectly tossed by Force. I love the coordination. He's fallen back, but not as far as he probably could have. Kool-Aid, even with the flash popping, he will still find the kill vertically. The problem still remains, GGG have lost 3 of 5 players for the team and have only taken out Ashen, who's playing Hibana, by the way. I think Hell's frozen over with Ashen not on an Iana or Ashe, but that's neither here nor there.
Hey, maybe something could still happen with the smoke and the Solus that's here, but the fact that Surf isn't in a position to maybe any deny a defusals, Kool-Aid has already used 2 of those smoke canisters, and a sledge is still available. Hell, even 2 frag grenades to top all of those things off. Fultz is going to miss that kill, but that does give information onto where Surf is, so it quickly should be Spacestation to envelop this player, maybe even get the diffuser down. Surf is going to be able to find the kill. Can he get the second one? No! There was a slim chance that he gets the kill onto the diffuser and maybe takes away that round in an alternate universe.
You know, the fact that he thread the needle to even get as far into the site as he did, he very rarely is able to find one there, much less the second that he did. He almost found the third onto the diffuser and then would have made it a 1v1, the diffuser down, and probably 30 seconds. It would have been a nuts round. And it kind of already was, the fact that GGG brought it back. I think more specifically, Surf was able to bring it back. But in the end, it is still a round victory for Spacestation, and barring the last 10-15 seconds, a fairly neat and tidy one. We are also seeing GGG go back to the exact same site. The only changes they're bringing are a Thorn for the Solus on Surf, and a Legion for the Castle on Xeno. I like the fact they're not bringing the Castle. Honestly, I just don't think it did all that much. Yeah. But the fact that you're switching out the Solus, which probably could have been a little bit more of an impactful part of your round than the previous, I think the only reason the Solus didn't work was because you were forced into a 2v4 with a minute left.
There wasn't any real opportunities that Surf was actually able to use that gadget, and maybe he wants to have a little bit more of a passive approach. I mean, you have that deployable shield that Surf hasn't put down. I don't know whether he's going. So, I mean, that's a very big part of Thorn's gadget if you want to hold down these areas. You also do have that nice little 1.5 that everybody who suddenly jumped all the way into Diamond really, really likes for some peculiar reason. Now maybe Surf, as he is one of the 2 players on this team to actually have a kill to his name, could be a big reason why GGG find themselves back in the game, as he was in many of the rounds on our previous map.
We're also seeing some proactive droning here for Space Station. You saw J9O waiting for the drone to just go through the most part of Garage to go off the back of it. They're going to couple that alongside an EE1D and jump into seemingly every single window. J9O will walk up these west main stairs. He knows that Surf is in the general vicinity, but not exactly sure where. And Surf, after finding that opening kill, threads the needle through the 45 door and gets back to site alive. Nice opening duel. Forrest is dead. All things considered, GGG win the opening first minute.
Breathe as well. Take what you can get if you're a GGG. I mean, we saw a lot of duels entry-wise in our previous map.
Spirits.
As Spirits! Oh, I do not know how you live there. And Fault's clearly going to signify that he is in bathroom as Spirits can see his FNAT Dreadmine go off through the wall. He knows a player is there. I don't know if it's been shot out yet.
It hasn't.
And, yeah, no, so it could be actually deactivated, bulletproof. Spirits could play games with him at this point as the frag grenade is thrown just a bit too far. I think it was undercooked, so it actually bounced off of the roof and just went a smidge too far. As on Gold, he tries to take an angle with CZ up top. Diffuser is dropped, and now we're seeing a ton of 1v1s both on the second floor and the first floor.
J9O very narrowly taking a fight. No, actually, that was up above. It was Ashen on the Iana, who misses the opportunity onto Spirits, but Spirits trying to refrag on the top. J9O should hear this and is now looking for a refrag of his own, but he doesn't immediately look for the kill. Instead, Fultz walking into Library, wants to try and find that Fenrir, and will. Spirits, even with that goo mine popping and the easiest sound cue to recognize, he doesn't convert off the back of it. And Surf's position now duly noted by this attack. J9O wants to try and find that frag, but instead, Fultz will walk down the fireplace stairs, and with the Mark 14, arguably one of the better guns in the game in this meta, he'll quickly take care of the Thorn. No matter the adjustments GGG made, it's still 2 players alive, and still SSG with a round.
It feels like GGG aren't really able to hold a lot of map control in the round. Like, the timer felt like it should have been a very, very important factor in that 1v2, but there was just so much time that no bit of sweat was on SSG's brow because they knew that they took a big amount of map control and did it with relative ease overall.
I also feel like GGG's mid-round is of the same nature as our producer's PC yesterday. Just overheating a little bit. They just cannot find
a man while he is down.
I'm so
wasn't
sorry.
That like a
Zach.
600? Wasn't that like a $600?
No. So he got lucky. The owner of Limitless, the esports org, was selling like a combination of a 5950X or a couple that alongside a motherboard of some sort. But it was like a giant Threadripper and a massive motherboard for like 3960X, not 5960X. I don't know. I don't use AMD. Anyway, he was selling it for like $700. So Zay luckily bought it like 2 weeks ago, and his motherboard and CPU just died. And luckily he now has an extra. So we're good. Everything's okay.
Woo. Yeah, I think we were gonna have problems today with the broadcast if things went wrong. So luckily we're here, bringing you some action, always throwing love towards our producer Zay, and of course a little bit of hate. I mean, with the amount of slack that Mason's got throughout like his entire T3 T2 career, everybody just gets passed around sometimes with the amount of jesting and jokes.
Ashen with information. Surf just runs for the hills. He was gone out of that one. Can't blame him on that one. He's still trying to play around the same side of the map. GGG have switched up their defensive site, by the way. Talking about the round itself, they're going kitchen dining. They are bringing in a Rooney. They're bringing in Oryx, but the rest of the operators, nothing too special or spectacular to be considered. Ashen's still on the Habana. was in the first round on Bar Gaming, is now in the third on Kitchen Dining, but is still trying to entry frag because he's Ashen. And honestly, I'd be disappointed if he wasn't. And he's going to walk in and he'll find the opening kill anyway. Surf is dead. Ashen finds an opening kill. What's new?
And I think going forward as well, just like GGG was able to get a freebie in the previous one, that's one that isn't traded out in this third consecutive round. And actually doesn't seem like he has a lot of help on this top floor. You might see a couple of Spacestation players actually go join him on the top floor. I mean, they're actually just going to trade. But a couple players going to go up top. Now you're going to have Ashton, who is on the Habat, as you have talked about. He's going to start to open the wall, but that is just not going to deter the rest of Space Station, as they have guns. They are ready to fire, and now we get a 5v3 advantage as Zeno preps himself for a great little clay pigeon shot onto Volt. But maybe this small advantage that Space Station have will be the one thing to push them over the edge.
They do still have so much secondary utility, though. There's the first of 2 smokes, and there's still 8 flashes remaining. The problem is, Zeno is the direct counter to all of it. Will he survive on the backside of the half wall? He's been seen, and that's a problem, especially if he wants to survive on the backside of this, and they'll just walk in after him. Ashen, the entry frag himself, even on the Habana, will find a second on the round, but Kool-Aid in the meantime has found one of his own. Ashen, not done activating, though, will find yet another, and Spirits left alone will drop only for Ashen to receive. The Bearing 9, just to add icing on the entry frag cake. And the Japanese hard breach, well, everybody can flex onto an entry if they really need to. It's Space Station with a third.
You know what stings the most about these rounds, Dan? They're just close enough. Every single round has had, I think, 2 players left alive for Space Station. And you're seeing these individual plays saying, oh, something could happen here. Something with Kool-Aid, for example. He's able to find those 2 kills, makes it a 2v2. In your mind, it's spinning that some scenario could happen where GGG then go on to win the round. But it's just not happening. And Space Station continue to maintain their dominance. Ashen is still able to walk over this team. He's 6-2 on Ivana. You literally stick him on the hard breach. His job was to get the wall open and get the entry, and he's doing both with such great ease. I love Ashen. I love seeing him on AAA, and now that he's made the jump all the way up to the pros, at least now in Breaking Point, I know it's we're very much not the T1s team, but it is amazing seeing him thrive like that.
All I'm saying is he was fragging out yesterday against the pros in Mirage, and now up against the teams he used to contend with on a consistent basis. For instance, Spirits, Kool-Aid, Surf, Zeno, and CZ a lot back when he was on Triple and Double A. I believe he was only on Triple A. He never played with Double A on Mr. P Squad, but still.
Once he turned 18.
Space Station.
To the league.
Yeah, he still hasn't turned 18, and he's already technically to
true.
the league. Bolo Part 2, I suppose. Seems like it's going to be the case. I believe only the second player to be picked up to a pro organization before their 18th birthday. Forrest just finds Surf occupying bar. As Surf tries to run away, he will only do so to his own demise. And, yeah, another opening pick goes Space Station's way. In other news, the sky is blue.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of... This is just part of every single round now. Action. I mean, Surf has gone down 2 times. It's a 1-for-1. Taking down Ashen, taking down the raid boss, I think you walk away with that any part of the day. But of course with GGG, they still are 1 down. J90 falls off the roof. So you lose a lot of health there. And a little bit of your DNS. We don't catch it in 4K, we just get the Astra effects, and we know exactly what happened, so it stings nonetheless.
He was caught on the overlay in 1080p, and that's what matters. Anyway, Space Station Gaming still only really having that 1-man advantage, and with J90 now being on 20 HP, it limits the advantages they're still working with. The problem is, how are they going to walk in? Zeno will die to the 417 of Houghton from the main K9 window. And because of that, GGG has very little sight control. Spirits is still trying to play up above through the soft breach of Solarium. They have Kool-Aid dropping down to the bottom floor, trying to hold down West Main in the kitchen hallway. And they have no direction about this defensive side. They are barely even getting back to the site safely.
GGG. Come on, you got the fans. You got Kool-Aid, who may have just been taken out by a little bit of recoil help from that gun. His Spirits is able to get one. Will he bring it down to 2 players and then die, continuing that superstition that is just always happening for some really odd reason in the games that we've been casting so far, Dad? But 20 seconds, I mean, there's a small chance that he gets it. Oh!
He finds a second. Swinging for a third, will find a 3K. Now just up to Fultz, who's been fragging out of his own mind as well, between Border and now here on Chalet. But Spirit's trying to play ring around the rosy with death. He'll die to the P9, and the Black Ice Pistol will end that clutch. A valiant effort, but only an effort nonetheless. Space Station Gaming with 4 consecutive rounds and 7 trekking back to the second half of our previous map, and understandably so. GGG will call a timeout.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where we go. Where it's like simple formula to follow. Okay, Mel, they can't hack it. Mel, Fenrir, these guys are walking in. Put the Fenrir and the Mels at the fucking entry points. Okay, like these guys should not be able to walk in. Put it on main door because Solace every round so that they don't know where this shit is. Okay, like deny the info, and like if you can stall them out and you still have traps active in the late round, which we're playing the bans for, then they're not going to be able to just walk inside like whenever they want. Okay, so or walk in like these weird auxiliary entries. Okay, so we've played the ban, played every single round, put it at the entry points, not for sight and not hitting side direct, not yet. So let's start playing like towards that, okay? And Solace to deny any info to make sure that these guys don't know where they're walking in, okay? So play together and again respond, see where they're going, like Kool-Aid said, power up like where they're going. We don't have to like preemptively think that we're gonna sit and hold library corners. Just wait, see where they're pushing.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Like what BBM is talking about, trying to make sure that Space Station just don't have as easy of a time trying to get in, and that does feel like part of the problem. Dan, that Space Station, they're able to get into the building, which then leads to whether it's Ashen, whether it's Forest, getting the entries. It's so easy because they have a drone beside them. They've done the easy part of actually getting inside of Chalet, which even though sometimes GGG is actually covering the angles of which Space Station is able to actually get inside of the building. So I think bringing that Fenrir, bringing the castle, even though we've kind of knocked it in specific instances with what VBM was talking about, I do like it. And I think if you're trying to just keep Space Station, slow them down just a little bit, this does feel like the comp that you really do want to bring. Maybe a Capcan could be in there, but I think with the Solus trying to tie everything together, you're trying to hold your ground while also keeping Space Station out. This could be the lineup to do it, but GGG actually have to put together the puzzle pieces, not just put them on the table.
You can obviously say what you have to do every single time. And that's the puzzle piece reference. Sure, you can put the puzzle together in your mind, but if you can actually actionably do something about it, then you're in a much better position. 1 for 1, CZ will find the opening and will immediately be taken out. The problem with trying for that opening kill over towards Big Garage is there's 1 point in, 1 point out, if you don't count that hatch, and Ashen is just willy-nilly walking around bar because he can. He'll find a follow-up onto Spirits, the castle will be taken care of, and the SMG-12 will find another for this attacking side. And off the back of it, an unintentional drop by Zeno down West Main. Hot and Cold should be about to drone that. No, his drone's actually inside a kitchen. Does his drone see this? Yes, it does. They know where Zeno is, so they should be able to turn that into a kill. If they can find the timing, no, Forrest goes bottom floor instead of up towards the trophy window. But he actually may still be able to find that frag, because Zeno is still sticking on the bottom floor, and will actually find the kill into Hotton instead.
The isolation, just the one player being sent down there. Now, you do have Ashen, and I think it might be Forrest alongside him. So they do get the stand, but Ashen just encounters him face to face. They're going to be able to hack the cameras. So with a minute 15, it does feel like GGG did take some of their coach's advice, but now is where their mettle is really going to be tested. Surf and Kool-Aid, they have the ability to delay the Space Station attack, but as Surf just walks across, he is just fed into the machine and left in a 1v3. Kool-Aid is going to try his best to stop the raging torrent that is Space Station's attack.
A 2v3 is possible, but running around the top floor without information, that just will walk you into a crossfire we just saw. And Fultz now knowing exactly where Kool-Aid is, that may very well spell his demise. He luckily survives past the piano window, but if he even makes it back to site alive, he'll be a lucky man. And his position now known, the swing again from Bathroom, and Ashen again finding a frag. That's his 10th kill in 5 rounds. A 2.0 KPR for all of you non-mathematicians out there, and a 5th round victory for Space Station Game.
Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, is a 7-0 on the horizon. On GGG's map pick. Nonetheless, you are on the defense as well. I think with a team that is struggling such as this, you could have some specific players like Spirits, who sometimes put the team on their back and put them all the way towards victory when they are struggling to get anything done. That is where GGG just have absolutely nothing left. That was one of the big things on the first map of Border, was that we saw Serve get a lot of things done. He's only got 3 kills. Spirits, who's another big fragger for GGG, he's only got 4. I think all of those really combined, when you look at the fact that we're in round 6, the number of kills that all of Space Station have, it's comparing apples to oranges between these two teams, and it's just GGG going out really quiet whimper.
This is 8 consecutive rounds, by the way, for Space Station Gaming, going back to the second half of Border, where they won. No, actually, it's 9, because they won 4 in the second half of Border, so, you know, the stat just keeps getting worse. Xeno attempts the peek on towards the library balcony ladder, but is unsuccessful in his endeavor. And Space Station, again, will just start the round in a fairly default way. Drone out, figure out where GGG approximately is, because I believe VBM brought it up. They aren't directly entering into the site, they being SSG. But the problem is, when you give up as much control around the site as they are, Ashen, if he finds a timing, could very well just walk in for free. His drone only sees 1 player on X-ray, much less anybody on the site itself. An opening kill has already gone Space Station Gaming's way, and they're looking for a second on towards Surf, which they'll find. The site has fallen, and the Achilles heel for GGG, the only one that could have cost them on this new round endeavor, is indeed already there. A diffuser plant going to go down, the retake already required, and Ashen is playing a small breach in the mudroom door. He's looking for a second towards the bottom of blue as well, but CZ, I don't think has gone detected. In the end, it really will not matter. A 1v5 with 30 seconds. CZ's going to walk up, only to his own demise. It's just a question of who kills him, and whether Ashen is actually able to find the vision. In the end, he sees him, but cannot find the kill. Kool-Aid from the grave will find a frag on towards J90 with the Razor Bloom shell, and he'll drop an easy just to save his own mental, but it really will not matter. CZ does still find a kill onto Ashen, and in the end, GGG may very well give up match and series point to give Space Station birth into the Grand Finals, but CZ, to at least alleviate some of the pain, has brought up some of his own KD. Hot and Cold will most likely find this kill, at least will do some damage from a distance, but in the end, it's just the plant that will decide it, and SSG to go on to 6.
Beneath a dull, it's very over. You wipe that away, lies. And even more dim, it's never been more over than it is right fucking now. I'm sad, Dan. I'm really sad. Because I would have loved to see these two teams absolutely duke it out. And yet, lying on the precipice of 7-0, and GGG are just kind of dwindling off into the night. I don't really know what more to say, because I feel like we've picked apart why GGG are struggling, allowing the entries for Space Station to absolutely run hog wild. There's really no coverage, no refrags, nothing of the sort. And it just, somehow, I just feel like GGG are slowly diminishing my morale. And I don't know how. Because I know that going into this map, it was not looking pretty. Yet a 7-0 is just as cruel as it will ever be.
I don't think that a first round's even going to be found here for GGG. I said it, Chalet is attacker-sided. It is not 6-0 attacker sided. I do not think that they're going to pick up any more than probably 2. I said 7-5 is probably a likely scoreline favoring Space Station. They'll be lucky if they get to 7-1. I'm going to bring out the pessimist caster, as Sky's brought out the pessimist analyst. This is just not looking good. Objectively, it is just not a good showing. GGG said they need to be, or Sky said they need to be showing up a little bit better if they want to get into Pro League, because they said they deserve a spot. They deserve a shot. After this performance, I don't know.
As if I have been the pristine showing of what an optimistic caster is like. I am
oh, no.
doom posting on cast right now.
I think we all are. There's a reason. We have some reasoning behind our communications, at least. Surf Nade will go all the way to the bottom side of the Solarium stairs, and Fultz is having the kitchen sink thrown at him, but he'll just prone on the top of the stairs and survive through seemingly the battery of utility thrown in his general direction. 3 flashes, 2 nades, and I believe a third, actually, from the top of Solarium through the window, all to do 0 damage, and for nobody to swing it off the back of.
Got 1 frag grenade, but there's no way in hell you were getting it on those stairs, so all you could do just kind of wait. Maybe the peak will happen. Blade does fire. Fultz takes an ounce of damage. Now they are going to try it again with the frag grenade, and it goes wild. So Fultz is able to continue to stay on the stairs. He can shoot the Surya gate, making it so drones now have to be thrown into the gate, and making it go from bad to worse, because there's no way you're getting into Solarium from the windows without taking damage. Then you run into Fultz, just absolutely mows you down. I think we're just kind of waiting out the timer here. Blessed an amazing play from a singular player on GGG, and it won't be Xena. And Fultz is just going to get another one onto Kool-Aid, which is exactly what you expect in this situation. It's another round where SSG just kind of get to fall asleep and walk away with a W.
Ashen sitting inside of Dining. His position generally known. You could see Surf's aware of the possibility, but hasn't been able to find the kill. CZ trying on the piano window as well. There has to be a way in here for this defensive, or for this attacking side of GGG. The problem is they just don't have the information they need to work with. Uncharacteristic miss and straight up gunfight loss there for Ashen, but the diffuser's down in Solarium. They don't know that Fultz is sitting in the corner of that room, and Forrest just waiting with the sausage in hand will find the kill onto CZ. Fultz will stand up and dust down Surf, and Spirits is in a 1 versus 3 with just 5 seconds left. He'll find a first, but his position now duly noted, and the passive play here for Spacestation Gaming will allow time to be the deciding factor. A 7-0 on GGG's map selection, and Chalet a clean sweep as SSG bring out the brooms and move on to the Breaking Point Grand Final.
Hard to say, they did not deserve this one. Looked like the better team through and through all the way till the very, very bitter end, a 7-0 on Chalet. I feel bad for the desk, because they gotta do all the analytics. They gotta break down a 7-0, which is always a very difficult thing to do, because, I mean, what is there to talk about? SSG swept all of their opponent, beginning to end. Nothing was close. I mean, those first 2 rounds, yeah, it was 2 players left alive, 2 players left alive, 2 players left alive. But a lot of those were just individual players getting some things done. There really wasn't a lot of team cohesion. And for what Jameson was saying about the team cohesion, that a lot of these players were saying that this is the best team that they have been on, it just did not look like it today. And sometimes players just have their off day, but when you have eyes on you, when you want to go to the NAL, and there's not a lot of opportunities to do that, you have to be there every single opportunity. Look your best. It's safe to say that was not it tonight for GGG.
There are 3 real teams that are on the upper echelons of Tier 2. One of them already waiting this GGG squad in that other 3rd place round. It's ATK, the ex-SSG Academy roster, really looking decent against DarkZero, bringing them to a 10-8 first map, albeit a little bit more of a disappointing second, but a 2-0 finish there nonetheless. The problem was a 2-0 finish here just was not close, gaining 3 total rounds through 2 maps and giving up 11 straight rounds between the second half of Border and the full extent of Chalet. All I have to say, it was an L. Speaking of the L and this very lovely man, we have the analyst desk to break down this best of 3. It's Mason, Jacob, and Alex to join, well, that very lovely face.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really going to mince words on this one. That fucking sucked. I think there's a lot of people would have loved the opportunity to face a team like Spacestation at a level like this, and I know that the guys on GGG are the first people aware of exactly how poorly they played that second map, but there's a lot of things that just speak for themselves, including the fact that, like Dan mentioned, 11 straight rounds from border into Chalet, not winning a single time on Chalet. Sometimes, Alex, you really just have to call things like they are, and there's really not that many redeeming qualities about this for GGG really at all.
Yeah, I'm not even trying to be disrespectful. I think everything I talked about in the pregame is exactly what we witnessed from these guys. There was no team play, there was no team cohesion, there was no crossfires, it was just individual players playing as 5, and it was, I don't know, it's very disappointing for a standard they hold themselves to and the standard they speak about themselves. I feel like that was a very abysmal game for them.
Yeah, map 1 was okay from GGG. Map 2 was just abysmal. I mean, it was their own map pick. We thought if there's any chance that they could rebound, they could have another opportunity to just facilitate better play and showcase themselves as a team, this would have been the map. But unfortunately, it looks like GGG just have to go back to the drawing board, and hopefully they can pull something out for the 3rd, 4th place game tomorrow.
Is what it is, but we can't talk about the losers all the time. We do have to highlight the winners at some point, and to do that, we're talking to Fultz. So, dude, first of all, congratulations on finally grabbing a win. The second thing, or the main thing I was really curious about, specifically for you guys, other than the Ashen pickup, is how you've been able to work together so far, still integrating with the system that Callout and the Astralis guys brought at the beginning of Stage 1. He specifically mentioned how it might take a little bit of time to do that properly. All these months on, how do you feel like the team is gelling together?
Yeah, and I was aware of it as soon as I joined the team. It's Callout runs a very unique like system, and I think it takes a lot of time to get used to it. But thankfully we had a long off season, so that gave us time to get Ashen in, get all the reps we need, and kind of just using this tournament here as just like game day reps, really. Just getting Liam ready, getting the boys ready, and just back in the groove of things after a long break.
A big thing I know about the teams that you've played on in your career is that it's typically with guys who have had some kind of longevity in the scene before. You've played with veterans, they've come on the team, sometimes they don't spend very long there, but you don't personally have all that much experience playing alongside the new blood on the same team as you. You've been adjacent to it forever, if it's ranked or FPL. I mean, you've known who guys like Ashen are for a long time. How does it feel like to actually be playing alongside somebody like that on a competitive team, and how has it been playing with him on SSG so far?
Yeah, it's definitely a good mix-up. I've always been like the young guy on my team, like you said, so I get to be the old head cracking on like the young guy, which is nice. Like, it's a good mix of it. But no, I mean, Ashen's been great. It's he's very receptive to learning, and I think he's like picking up our system well. But
in a game like this specifically, when there are some expectations on GGG to at least do something, is there anything that you would say to them? They've made their stance relatively clear about sticking together, trying to see if they can't get a major shot at some point down the road, but you just put them in a dumpster and lit it on fire. So if you had to say anything to GGG, is there anything in particular that stands out?
Yeah, I mean, those guys I've noticed, like watching their games recently, they like to talk shit, and it's just funny to me to talk shit like when you're playing teams that you should beat. Like I would just like to see them replicate that in the bigger matches. Like, I don't know. That kind of just bothers me a little bit, but I mean, good game to them.
Yeah, it is what it is. Last thing before we let you go, it's DarkZero coming up tomorrow. So far, in the time that you've been able to spend with Ashen on the team, it's 2 guys that are not in the NAL quite yet. Now you go up against a team that you've faced God knows how many times over the past 4 to 5 years. Is that something that you're going to end up needing to change what you do from a prep perspective, because the quality of opponents that you faced up until this point hasn't been nearly as crazy as it is for somebody like DarkZero, or is it just another day at the office for you guys?
I don't think we're gonna play any different. I expect them to put up a good fight. They're a great team, and I think they picked up a good player, Rice. And I think from the games I've watched with them, they made a little bit of a playstyle change. So I'm excited to play their new style, I guess. But yeah, I think it'll be honestly a really good game versus DZ.
Yeah, the ability to play a best of 3, some infinite overtime rules, it's going to be hell in a cell, and I'm really, really happy that we get to see you in the grand final. Dude, congratulations again on the win, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, thanks. Peace, man.
Dude, tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun. As far as Space Station is concerned, let's just keep on giving the highlights to the guys that deserve it. Fultz, top frag in 2 consecutive maps, which, considering the role swap that he's been making, especially recently, he's not usually the first guy in the building. In this case, you clean house with a 2.0 rating. In spite of it being a 7-0, you still don't really ever see that too often, Alex. It's really cool to see him perform like that.
Yeah, one thing that he said in the interview that really stuck with me is, you beat the teams you're supposed to beat, and that's exactly what they did. They came into this, everyone's predicting SSG is going to win, and that's what they did. They won. So GGG's got to take that out of SSG's book and start performing against the teams they should be beating, rather than being super close and then chatting like they're up there. I got to hold them accountable.
I like that. I like that a lot. I gotta agree. Like, SSG did exactly what GGG should have done yesterday to Aerial Rise. They came in, they laid down the law, and they smacked them, just as you would have expected, right? SSG is one of the teams that we're expecting in the NAL to be a top performing team, right? Like, they should be going to the Atlanta Major. We're expecting that to be the case. But GGG, they're saying that, hey, we want to go play for majors and stuff, but you're barely beating Aerial Rise. And then when you go against a monster opponent like SSG, who's going to be one of the teams probably at that major, and you just get 7-0'd, what can you say? Like, you gotta show up a little bit. If you're going to talk the talk, you gotta walk the walk.
Best thing we can say about that is Space Station look like they're performing exactly up to the standard of quality that we expected them to, even with the caveat of a new guy jumping onto the team. That's the storyline for this team, probably for the next couple of weeks, especially when the NAL itself actually starts. That is oh my god, that looks good for Space Station, not the other way around. That's probably one of the worst performances I think I've seen out of Spirits in a long time.
The thing for me, like I said, I'm beating a dead horse. It's just, with how confident and how high they talk of themselves, it's like maybe reconsider those options on the Pro League team. You have 5 players. Don't get me wrong, I think all 5 are capable of being in Pro League, but all 5 capable of playing as a team together, it's not showing right now.
Gotta agree. I love what we're seeing on the SSG side, though. I don't want to keep kicking the dead horse, right? Don't kick them while they're down. Let's uplift SSG. Fultz 23-7 after a rough first day. Really awesome to see. Ashen still kicking ass on the entry, 5-1 versus 5-0 yesterday. It's showing consistency. It's showing the same type of process going through for SSG, and it's showing that this team is put together very nicely, and I'm so excited to see a big NAL match showdown between them and DZ, who are probably going to be 2 front runners here coming in the next month or so when NAL starts up.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just look at specifically what that's like, or the journey to get here. I mean, everyone kind of knows what the bracket is at this point, but we'll just do one more for reminder's sake. The stage is now set. The winner of Breaking Point is going to be either of the top 2 seeded teams that came into this tournament in the first place. It's either DarkZero Esports or Space Station Gaming. Both ATK and GGG will have the opportunity to get on the podium at some point. There's still a little bit of a slight cash prize increase for both those guys, and considering both of them at this point don't have an org that they're representing, I think they'll take about as much pocket change as they can get. Meanwhile, for DZ and Space Station, you probably could not have asked for a better stage for both of these guys to fight it out against one another in order to adequately prepare for the North American League. So no matter what ends up happening tomorrow, Alex, I'm really looking forward to this game.
Yeah, this is the first time, we've had 2-0s throughout the whole bracket. I think it's going to change tomorrow. I think tomorrow we'll see the first 3 games, or first 3 maps, and then I'm more than excited to be Space Station and DarkZero. The rivalry still lives on through all this time, even if it's not the same rosters. The orgs, the rivalry's been there for years, and I'm excited to see it.
Mason, final thoughts on how today went, or what you're specifically looking forward to tomorrow?
I'm excited for tomorrow. I think the same thing as Alex. I think that SSG DZ is just such a classic historical matchup. Skies has played for both those teams, so I don't even know who he's going to want to pick. But also just in general, like, both those teams, great showing throughout the event, and I can't wait to see what they have to do against some real T1 talent tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow we're going to have a little bit of a shakeup because, Alex, it's your last day today, not coming on the desk to jump on tomorrow. Really appreciate the time spent with us. Just talk to me, even though it's not been the same circumstances as the other 2 times you've been on desks prior. Just tell me what it's like to finally be back working on camera for Rainbow Six.
Yeah, it was fun. Like I said, I've been gone a while. Unfortunately, I can't make it tomorrow. I've got some other things to do outside of Siege, so Unfortunately, I can't make it, but it's been great. You know, we've been talking about this for months. We've been, you know, committed to this for, I don't even know, since March, May, maybe. So I appreciate you reaching out to me. I had a lot of fun with everybody around the background. You know, can't talk to you guys right now, but you can hear me. It was fun to do it, and I'm glad to be back, and good luck tomorrow to everybody else.
Yeah, dude, always lovely to be able to share a desk with you, and I'm sure at some point down the road we'll have the chance to do it again. Hopefully, at some weird twist of fate is going to give us the chance to do it again because you've done great, and hopefully it's sooner as opposed to later. But that does mean we're going to have a little bit of a shakeup tomorrow. Won't tell you exactly what it is quite yet. So just keep an eye on my Twitter account because that's going to be probably where it comes first. That, or I might just save said surprise for when the stream itself actually goes live. Yeah, eyes all the way through.
Some of the big eyes.
Just know that Klims and I will not be alone for the grand finals in the third place game tomorrow, and there will be somebody very special coming on. For right now, we're all done for the day. Grand final and third place game tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you then.
Thank you.